In the dark cave, drops of water fell, breaking on the rocks. There were people in the cave, and one of them asked the man if he could help or if he was okay, and then asked him to be patient for a little while. After that, he was unable to hold the man back, and he fell. He lost consciousness once again, and he can't count how many times. The man said that at this rate, the healer would have no mana left, which meant they would all die. Someone told them not to talk nonsense. It was the same man who had fallen. He rose up and said weakly that he had hope for the Empire. The hero Burn was with them. Burn said that if they had enough energy for empty chatter, then everything wasn't so bad. They all agreed with him and said that they would gather their strength because things were bad, but they should not despair. At the beginning of the raid, there were 74 of them. Now there are only 43 left. Of course, this angered the hero. It wasn't just that they had lost 31 men, but that 43 of them still had hearts beating. Despite everyone giving it their all, they were still unable to protect one comrade. That was the whole point. They were prepared for this, because they were in one of the 7 dungeons of great evil. They have reached the core of antiquity. At that moment, someone turned to him. The man asked him to look at it, pointing his finger upward. At that moment, they stood in front of a huge gate. He was glad because he realized that they had finally reached the right place. The end of the ancient core is the end point of their adventure after countless casualties. A place where an unimaginable amount of treasures are kept, and perhaps even 36 of the greatest masterpieces created by mankind. In addition, the bosses of this dungeon live here. Burn gripped his weapon tighter and stepped forward. He shouted for everyone to take their positions. Tanks and swordsmen were to go forward, and mages were to light up the area to ensure visibility. At that moment, everyone noticed that the noise suddenly stopped. He ordered to increase the range of vision and remain alert. It was then that they saw a creature that was right in front of them. It opened its eyes and looked at them. Burn stood with his weapon in his hands and carefully studied his opponent. Then he began to feel very uneasy. Suddenly the monster roared, and the captain shouted for everyone to run, because it was impossible to kill him. At this time, the skeleton said that during his sleep a bunch of people appeared, but despite his fatigue, he fought them with dignity. He asked if he understood correctly, and the monster replied that everything was correct. Against him were people and his own body, so naturally everything was against him. Let Patrick calm down. He didn't understand what it meant to calm down. Did the owner seriously think that he would be able to come to his senses after such a prank? After all, he was the boss of the dungeon, sleeping until the humans appeared from around the corner. And now, all he could do was stand in front of them. He really thinks that's how it should be. They don't even have basic discipline. Patrick shouted, repeating the word discipline. He then asked Renee what she thought about it, but she replied that she didn't know. The creature stunned people with just one yawn. Renee addressed him again, calling him His Majesty Swallow. Patrick was surprised to hear these words. He looked at them in amazement. At that moment he realized that it was time for him to come to terms with it. He started shouting that this dungeon was over, but Swallow just asked why he was so worried, because it could even make his head explode. One of the 7 dungeons of great evil that humanity cannot even hope to conquer is the core of antiquity. Most dungeon raids end in human victory. The positions of the monsters, who must always be ready to block people who could penetrate at any moment, were completely unfair. Ultimately, it was the dungeon that became weaker as the war went on. However, in a world where countless dungeons are conquered and created, it is quite natural that there are exceptions. A dungeon that humanity cannot conquer. A dungeon of great evil, or rather, one of such dungeons. All 7 dungeons were considered beyond the capabilities of humanity, but among them, the ancient core was the most difficult demonic dungeon. It was inhabited by dozens of alien creatures guarding the dungeon, and the gatekeepers guarding the 3 crossroads. The homunculus guarding the red road on the left is a blade-wielding maid named Renee. The skeletons guarding the blue road in the center are a death knight named Patrick. The exact details of the polluted road on the right remained unknown. It was guarded by unidentified creatures called Fingers. And over this entire impregnable fortress dominated the primeval monster that appeared in the first chapter of the imperial myth, Swallow. That's what it said in the book. As Swallow said, after such books spread, the number of people wishing to penetrate the dungeon increased. Managing dungeons also required intelligence. Remaining mystical and mysterious was not an option, otherwise people would not even try. You only need to tell a small part of the truth so that people think they know how everything works here. So when they saw a book that described the icons of the dungeon, even if they were half-fictional, they immediately rushed to it like moths to a flame. Although Swallow didn't expect such a crowd. How many of them were there? 74. They told him that yes, but most of their equipment had melted during the battle with the 16 Black Fingers, so they were of no use. All quality equipment was quite expensive. The girl said that she could process them carefully, without leaving any defects. The main character simply remained silent. After that, he said that maybe she really could do it. At this point, Swallow began to transform into another form. Then he extended his hand forward. He approached the girl and said that, of course, she could definitely do it. Renee laughed with joy, enjoying the attention she was receiving. Patrick began to ask why they had gathered here at all, to hold a conference or to have fun. Why were only two of them having fun? He laughed and said they were so sweet he would soon get a cavity. Although it wasn't just his jaw that hurt, his head also hurt. If the boss is going to change his body, let him do it normally, and not in such a way as to stroke Renee with a six-fingered hand. The guy noticed that she really did have 6 fingers. But he is making progress. Last time, when he had 40 teeth, he got goosebumps when he announced with a bright smile that the transformation had been a success. The girl defended her owner, saying that the sound of his chin shaking was too loud. He decided that he had had enough. He needed to get rid of his position as the dungeon gatekeeper as soon as possible. The girl suggested getting down to business. Everyone probably already knew that people had finally started to invade through the right road. The problem was that Mr. 116 Black Tentacles was seriously injured. His wounds looked quite critical. The protagonist told her not to worry. The tentacle regeneration was happening much faster than she thought. She just needed to wait a while, and if the situation did not improve, they would find a replacement for the gatekeeper. Patrick laughed and said that if he was going to look for a replacement, he should find 2 at once, or even better, fire him. The guy reminded him that he had a lifetime contract. In any case, from now on, entry will only be possible through the right road. They may have already formed new teams. The girl said that people were quite active and used communication magic like debuff, so the information that there was a chance for success on the polluted path had probably already spread. Swallow slapped his hand and said then, they will have to plan their strategy accordingly and change the balance of power. Swallow turned to Renee, who had previously guarded the left red path, but from today on would be protecting the right. People will think that the right path is free, they will head there, and then she will show them what she is capable of. The girl replied that she will protect the dungeon, regardless of the number of people who arrive. Swallow declared that Patrick would now defend the left red path, and he asked in surprise why it was him. He said that people who learned that a girl was standing on the polluted path would follow the red path that she had originally protected, but he would meet them there. They will be able to defend against 2 invasions at once. Patrick asked what would happen if people took the central blue path. After that, everyone became silent and really thought about it. Swallow said that then they would have a chance to arrange a date with him. The main character began to imagine how he would eat the people who came to him. Patrick didn't understand what kind of sloppy strategy this was. The girl started to rejoice and say that it was great, and Patrick simply agreed. She then added that the main issues had been dealt with, and all that remained was to decide what to do with this sword. The protagonist was curious about what they were talking about, and Patrick explained that this sword was used by the leader of the raid team. Apparently, the invaders this time were quite strong. Carrying such a sword, Swallow did not understand what kind of sword it was, but he probably heard about it somewhere. Just at that moment, he found it. Then he grabbed it. Patrick explained that this is one of the 36 masterpieces. It is quite popular among people. There are also masterpieces that are not weapons, but this one is 14th among them, and is called, I think, Tannabella. Swallow remembered the 36 masterpieces, or whatever they were called, and he thought there were several similar ones in the vault. Renee's blade is also one of the 36 masterpieces. Swallow said that the men were walking around with some good weapons. Patrick asked what they would do next. If the boys left with the sword, then they might get into trouble. So maybe he should stay with the boss. The main character said that since he now owns the sword, why shouldn't he take it? Patrick looked at him in surprise. He asked if it was true. After that, he started laughing and said that since nothing could be done, so be it. In the core of antiquity lived a terrifying homunculus made with a blade, a death knight oozing the energy of death, and a huge ancient monster. If the mind of this monster received a sword, then it can be considered that the resignation letter hidden between the ribs is torn. The girl was purposeful. Upako is the dungeon's sole conscience and a master of boss reading, and Swallow is the embodiment of laziness, an ancient monster. The girl began to ask how they would distribute the remaining income. Swallow suggested, as usual, that they take for themselves everything that they could painlessly use as bait for the next group. The girl said that she would take care of the good details herself. She then added that monsters cannot use magical weapons, but you can remove the magic stones and sell them. This will bring good profit. Swallow asked if it was true, and then said, maybe he should go into town for the first time in a long time. Everyone was very surprised, and the main character could not understand why. Patrick immediately suggested that Renee go there instead of him. Swallow asked what the problem was. Patrick replied that he was having trouble turning into a human. Even now his tail was sticking out. Swallow looked at Patrick with fury, but he couldn't understand what was wrong. In the end, he agreed and told the girl to grab some treats on the way. The girl got out of the dungeon. She noted that the weather was not bad today. Well, she'll be back soon. At this time in the city, the big guy said that, unfortunately, they couldn't buy that. The girl asked him why in a rage, and he tried to explain. Then the man started looking for something. He took out a stone and said that it was a B-grade stone, and to buy one, commoners would have to work hard for 10 years. And the stones brought to her were much more expensive. Does she understand that only the mages of the Imperial Palace or high-class mages can use them? For example, the capital's jeweler, who has an agreement with the imperial family, or the wing mage tower, could also dispose of them. The girl, of course, realized that the capital was too far away, so she would have to visit the tower. She doesn't want to go to the mage tower, but she will go there for the boss. The girl said goodbye, and the man told her to be careful. At that moment he noticed that she had a stone. The man started shouting and saying that she forgot the stone. The girl explained that it was hers and thanked him for the information. The man thought that this girl was very strange, because she called him a human, although she herself looked like a human. The girl came to the tower of the wing magicians. The man asked if she wanted to sell the stones, in which case she would need to meet with the head of their guild. He said that he would take her to the office and asked her to follow him, which meant that the office of the head of the Tower of Magicians was located at the top. This is what interested the girl. The structure of this building reminded her of their dungeon. A woman came out to her, thanked her for her visit, and introduced herself as the head of the Wing Tower Mages Guild, Graumitzamer. Then she asked the girl who she was. The girl noticed that the woman had quite a large supply of mana. When she was told that a child wanted to meet her, she didn't even intend to react, but the guard added that this child had brought a large number of stones. She thought that perhaps the girl had heard about the tower. She hoped that the stones brought would be of high quality, worthy of their tower. Renee told her to check it herself. The woman watched in surprise as the stones fell right in front of her. She realized that these were A-class stones. Some of them are even of the highest quality. How could such a small thing have such a treasure? The woman did not understand who was standing in front of her. Then she recognized this hair. Among the 8 great families of the empire, there was one with hereditary silver hair, so it turns out that the daughter of this family ran away from home and took the stones with her. Otherwise, there is no way to explain her property. In any case, the noblewoman should not know their exact value. The woman apologized for her previous behavior. She did not think that the stones would be in such good condition. They wanted to buy them all and offered 50 ounces of gold for each. For the highest quality stones, they are ready to pay a special price, 80 ounces of gold. The girl asked again, exactly 50 ounces. She remembered the man's words that a commoner would have to work for 10 years to earn that amount. An ordinary person earns 10 ounces of gold a year. In 10 years, 100 ounces. She said that if a woman is cunning, she will die. The woman realized that it seemed the girl was not so simple. She then admitted that, to be honest, her guild didn't have enough funds to buy them all. The girl told her to buy as much as she could. 2,000 ounces of gold is all they have. Then the woman offered to exchange the remaining stones for something valuable. The girl asked if she was sure about the price of the product because it should be easy to sell, so there is no need to worry. The woman asked to follow her. She would show me items that could be offered in exchange. According to the rules, outsiders are not allowed into the storage facility, but she will make an exception for her. This was the storage room of their tower. Her attention was drawn to a tiara made of diamonds. In the center were inserted magic stones that would certainly be useful to magicians. But the black pearl, if there is poison near the wearer, it will make a quiet sound. This pearl was created with the help of alchemy. The girl was interested in the fact that it was made using alchemy. She stared at the pearls. The woman did not understand what she did not like. After all, alchemy is an unsanitary science, so one can understand her disgust. What will she say about this diamond then? It was a red stone, and there were rumors that this diamond made love come true. She was intrigued by the fact that he embodied love. Immediately after this, her eyes literally lit up with enthusiasm. It is said that if someone pours mana into this gemstone in front of the person they like, the spirit that inhabits it will establish eternal love between them. The girl clarified that between any 2 people, the woman gave her the word of the head of the Tower Guild. Amar asked if she liked the stone. Renee immediately screamed that she was taking this diamond. The woman looked at the girl in surprise, and she looked at her. In any case, this gem can cause a lot of trouble. It can even drown the emperor in the abyss of adoration, so it is quite difficult to set a price for such a thing. After that, the girl looked at her in surprise. Then she became furious and wanted to say something. She started asking how she felt about it. Amir was very surprised and began to ask where the girl got it from. The girl replied that, considering the money she had received earlier, the woman should give her the diamond. At that moment, someone called the head. The man asked if it was true that she had given the girl that diamond. The woman asked what was wrong with that. She understands what could happen to him, so her death is just around the corner. But the woman clearly didn't care, and she asked, so what? The minor noblewoman herself wanted this diamond. The woman told the guy not to worry. She will die anyway as soon as the diamond is released. The unfortunate girl's loved one will also die, and there will be no evidence left. It's a pity for her loved one. One of the 7 dungeons of great evil is the Castle of Sheet. Someone said that the tip was badly damaged. Renee apologized that she didn't think so, but asked not to worry. It was okay. Neighbors should help each other. And she, in principle, would not refuse to see such a sweet Renee. This is all the dungeon of the castle, Elizabeth Bathory. After all, if a person is beautiful, then all his products will be so. Sometimes they envy the fact that the girl is a homunculus. A beautiful face never gets old. The girl said that she also looked very young, and that her skin was clearer than Renee's. but so much blood is used to maintain the splendor. The girl turned to her. She asked what the girl herself looked like to her. She replied that, of course, she herself was confused, especially among those she had seen recently. She assures her. No one would dare refuse such a Renee. Of course, she was pleased to hear this. She asked who the girl was preening herself for. Does she really want to confess to someone? Renee, holding the diamond in her hands, said that she wanted to confess. She said confidently that she would confess. Elizabeth looked at her in surprise after that. She asked if it was true, since she was just joking, and asked who she wanted to confess to. The girl replied that it was Swallow. The woman continued to look at her in surprise. Then she said that the girl had a good sense of humor, all because she was a homunculus or something. The girl said that this was not a joke, that she would confess her feelings to Swallow that very day. The woman didn't understand what she liked about him. There wasn't even anything to grab onto. But the girl defended him and said that he had many good qualities. For example, he was reliable. The woman, with a dissatisfied face, agreed that he was indeed good and reliable. But at the same time, he is incredibly lazy. Renee agreed and said that he was lazy, big, and ate an indecently large amount. He was constantly sleeping and snoring, and was often slow, and had recently grown a belly. The woman said, God, and wanted to say something. She knows all this, but her heart is drawn to this Swallow anyway, or what? The girl confidently answered something. She really likes him a lot. The woman said okay, and then wished her luck, although she felt like she deserved more. She said that if she refused him, she was always ready to console her. The girl thanked her for this. The girl began to say that Renee was sure that she could do it all. The capital of the Riaz Empire. Joint Raid Command Center Dungeon. The man said that according to their data, the team was given to the heroes by Burn Histalt, presumed destroyed. Someone got furious about this and asked what it even meant. Didn't they say that they easily defeated the gatekeeper? The pipes haven't been found yet. How can they be so sure of a terrible outcome? One of the men supported them and said that Burn could not have died from some monsters. But they were wrong. The core of antiquity is not tangled. A small dungeon. Either money passes through it or does not return. They have not received any news for 2 days now. Burn must be dead. Some man thought that was the case. Then he asked what happened to the Kishtalt family with the ball. They answered him that after the detachment penetrated the core of antiquity, the connection was lost. Until they went into the dungeon again, 14 masterpieces would not be able to. The man quickly said that everything was clear. Everyone agreed that it needed to be returned as soon as possible. One of the men said that it was impossible. Even Burn's group couldn't get past the ancients. The number of victims couldn't be increased. It was better to abandon this idea. Another man said that they can't give up like that. If Burn fought the boss, most likely got fucked up, got seriously beaten up, and really, Burn is a hero. Even during their time, there is no restoration, and the dungeons, along with it, you need to quickly finish everything off before the boss finally regenerates. The Imperial family has already lost their beloved hero, one of the 36 masterpieces. If there is a second raid, they will definitely die. Yes, if everything is left like this, the Imperial family will certainly be spoiled and will pay for it. Well, what if there was only one option? Burn couldn't deal a single wound to the boss core. The groups couldn't damage the dungeon no matter how many groups they sent. The core of antiquity was impossible to conquer, in his opinion. They all couldn't understand what he was talking about. At that moment, someone came up to them and started asking why they decided that. He thinks that this is quite possible. The men didn't understand what the Imperial magical community was doing here. But they know who they receive orders from. It is the Imperial Magical Society called the Third Eye. The man began to worry, because the Emperor had already begun to interfere. The boy said that their presence meant that it was time for them all to pay for their ghee. How stupidly they killed the precious hero, and then placed the masterpiece in the center of the dungeon. They were all just worried, and didn't say anything to him. Although they loved them so much, if they die, who will lead the rest of the raids? So they offered him to increase the solution that could save their pathetic souls. Going through antiquities is the way out. The man said that our precious heroes were unable to pass, so what can we say about her? At that moment, the guy said about Nifrim. He said that Nifrim would go with them. Everyone present could not understand. He really said this. The man said that Nifrim was the guy who had the most problems. Nifrim is no slouch, so he definitely won't fail the dungeon clearing. And then a question arises for him. Why couldn't Burn and his group get out of the ancient core? Because they were weak, or because their vigilance was weakened? But he answered himself that no, it was completely beside the point. So what then? His club's prized hero had a clear problem. There was just one problem that was getting in the way. Burn was sorely lacking that. What Nifrim has is that this raid definitely seems like a success, in his opinion. Swallow just woke up at that moment. He began to walk around his dungeon. He said that he was tormented by an unpleasant premonition, as if something terrible and inevitable was approaching. It could be some kind of infection or something else that has some destructive consequences. Swallow admitted that he was too lazy to do his job, but they didn't know exactly when the humans might attack, so Patrick scolded him again for not patrolling. He instills fear. Although his body consists only of hard matter, Swallow thought about how simple bones could inspire horror and laughed, but still felt a vague sense of unease. He laughed and said he wouldn't take on any extra trouble. Last time, people made their way through a polluted path, and more experienced ones began to act with them. The gatekeeper of the ancient core, Lord 16 Tentacles, was on guard. Swallow looked around the area carefully. He felt that something was wrong here. He felt sorry for those who ended up in his dungeon, but he couldn't help them. All he could do was wait. Swallow continued walking, not deviating from the intended path. Suddenly, the manager of the fifth room appeared in front of him, named Anthropophago. If his memory served him correctly, this was the very same existing monster. He recovered on his own as long as he had the necessary resources, food and nutrients. Swallow came closer, noticing something strange about the place. The body was whole and unharmed. There was no need to interfere. After a few seconds, the eye closed, as if knowing that no one would disturb it. Then Swallow continued on his way. The boy jumped forward, feeling that he had to move on despite the darkness. He wondered what could be the source of all these problems. The protagonist realized that the problem was hidden in the destruction of rooms 1 through 4, and it was necessary to decide how to deal with it. This needed to be discussed with Patrick, but he knew that he would start scolding him again. The protagonist decided to leave this question for later, focusing on current affairs. The guy, as always, decided to take a little rest to regain his strength. He simply assessed the dirty path and the fifth room, and decided that this was enough for a start. The main character was confident that Patrick would understand his decision. He thought that was all, and that he could move on, but questions remained in his thoughts. At that moment, a sword flew past, and the main character felt that something serious was about to happen. In his rage, he felt his strength fill his body, preparing to fight. He realized that these were the same dirty people who decided to defile his dungeon with their presence. They were so bold that they tried to violate his territory. But they won't leave here alive, don't doubt it. And just at that moment, he heard a familiar voice. It was Renee who, upon seeing the intrusion, immediately began to apologize for the fact that such scum of nature dared to disturb the peace. The protagonist immediately realized that it was her, and despite the apologies, he could not hide his displeasure. He said it was nothing serious, he was just a little scared from the surprise. He also noticed that she had changed her image and was clearly dressed in a special way. Renee was glad that he noticed and felt a little proud. The girl asked how he was and wondered if some important event was being prepared, whether she had decided to take off her maid's uniform and leave her place before Patrick. Renee replied that, indeed, there was an important event coming up that she needed to discuss. The main character was interested and felt a slight anxiety about what kind of event this was. Renee asked if he could spare some time for her. The protagonist hoped that it was not about firing her. Renee invited him to sit down, offering him tea, and added that this was a secret place known only to her and now to him. He sat down next to her, preparing for the conversation, and at the same time hoping that her words did not concern dismissal. The girl began to pour tea. Her movements were calm, but anxiety was visible in her eyes. She said that at first only she knew about this place, but now this secret became known to him too. There was also something else important she was going to tell him. The protagonist's hands were shaking. He was nervous, and he had an unbearable desire to know what she would tell him. Renee said that it had been 80 years since he had taken her into his dungeon. Did he remember that event? The main character answered with a smile that, of course, he remembers that moment, although time passed and much had changed. 8 years ago, when the raiding craze began, over 1,000 dungeons were destroyed, leaving a deep mark on history. The number of people who penetrated the core of antiquity reached several thousand, and from then on, Renee had a new nickname, which was now known to many. The protagonist said that she had really worked hard back then and asked how her right eye was. He was glad that the conversation did not concern the dismissal. The girl was surprised that the main character remembered her eye. He replied that, of course he remembered, because even at night she was next to him. He added that for him it was mutual. But at that moment, the main character came to a realization. He asked, in what sense was she glad? Such words are usually said before parting, right? The girl was ready to confess her feelings, and the main character again began to worry that she would decide to quit. However, after some time, Renee finally admitted that she liked him, and he was very surprised. The girl repeated once again that she liked him. Renee had been waiting for this moment for all these 80 years, hoping that at least now she would be able to open up. The protagonist's true colors immediately began to show, and he felt anxiety rise in his heart. He thanked her for her sincere feelings, but his voice sounded uncertain. He admitted that their life will always balance on the edge between life and death. He cannot know when he will be hurt, and he does not know when their end will come. She, in turn, does not want any of them to spend the rest of their lives alone. The girl always knew that everything would end exactly like this. She realized that she was asking for the impossible. But despite this, she could not remain silent about her feelings until the end of her days. If he rejected her confession, if he abandoned her, she would not be able to survive it. The girl said that she would not be able to live if he rejected her. She was ready to receive his love in any way possible. Then, unable to contain her emotions, she kicked the table in rage. She took a step forward and, with a slight hint of despair, said that even using such vile means, there was still a chance of success. She showed him the diamond, adding that this item could be the key to their future. The main character was stunned. He could not understand what this thing was and continued to be surprised. She began to explain that if you pour mana on this diamond, it will open up new possibilities. The main character fell silent, but began to transform. His inner world could not remain the same. He felt that perhaps she was trying to kill him now, and his thoughts were filled with anxiety. The girl was frightened when she saw his reaction and, unable to restrain herself, dropped the diamond. Of course, as soon as the diamond fell, it broke and a tear appeared on Renee's face. Renee was stunned and very upset, not believing what had just happened. It was at this moment that something began to move in the dark corners, and the creature began to manifest itself. Patrick spoke to his boss, claiming that everything was going great and the situation could turn in their favor. He added with a touch of sarcasm that throwing people out was a royal thing, but throwing Renee out was normal. Patrick, a little irritated, said that he couldn't cope with Renee because she was not susceptible to influence. The protagonist only replied that he himself tried to close everything. The guy, puzzled by what was happening, began to ask Patrick what he should do now, and he calmly replied that the main character himself had created the problem. Patrick at that moment held in his hands the very diamond that had caused their troubles. He explained that they were not the only ones to blame for what happened, but that did not relieve him of responsibility for what happened. The main character could not understand why Patrick covered his ears. He felt that there was some secret hidden here. He asked again what exactly had happened, trying to remember all the details. Patrick asked furiously if he needed to be reminded of what exactly had happened and how it could have affected their fate. At that moment, as if from the dark depths, the protagonist felt his true self begin to emerge. Patrick, screaming, tried to keep the situation under control, but he felt that everything was slipping out of his control. He begged the protagonist to calm down, but he remained unmoved. The main character stood there, completely emotionless at that moment, not reacting to his words. Patrick was stunned, not knowing what to do next and not understanding what was happening. Renee stood there crying, wondering if she had done something terrible that would affect all of their lives. Patrick tried to persuade her to come to her senses and leave, leaving him alone to save them all. He realized that Renee could no longer hear him and that her feelings were no longer able to influence what was happening. He realized that she was only getting in his way and that the situation had become too difficult to save. At one point, with a detached expression, Patrick pushed Renee away to continue fighting for his life. Of course, the girl was extremely surprised and could not do anything at that moment. Patrick, feeling guilty, apologized to her because he couldn't think of a better solution than keeping his distance. The main character, looking around in confusion, asked what to do now. He asked if Patrick was going to try to kill him too. Patrick, slightly surprised, asked if the protagonist remembered everything, and he began to apologize for his behavior. Patrick was glad that the main character immediately admitted his guilt and understood why everything happened this way. All this remained a mystery, and the answers were unclear. The protagonist thought about it and suggested that perhaps they should look for Renee. Patrick, sarcastically, asked if he could think of a smarter question and added that the girl was not particularly important now. All duties such as obtaining food, managing diet, cleaning the dungeon and restoring monsters, replenishing traps, consulting, etc. fell on her shoulders. Patrick honestly admitted that Renee's disappearance was critical for the dungeon, but the protagonist didn't like it because it sounded even worse from someone else's lips. He insisted that Patrick find her before it was too late. The main thing is that he should get on his knees, even if he cries, but he should return her. Let him kiss her feet, but let him return Renee. Patrick told the protagonist to take something important with him. It was Demura, who helps maintain mana balance. Patrick reassured him that he shouldn't worry about the details. The main thing was to go, because it was important for his safety. Patrick didn't know if it would work on the main character, but at least the thing would help him transform with dignity. The main character said that Patrick was annoying him, and as if he already knew that everything would be like this, he asked where Patrick found this thing. Patrick replied that he picked her up on the way. He reminded the protagonist to use the bracelet for its intended purpose, as it is quite fragile. The main character promised that he would check everything to understand what this thing was. Patrick said he would try to do his best while he was gone. He reminded that he had to return within 5 days because the attack was already approaching. The protagonist clarified that Patrick was demanding that he return before the attack. Patrick reiterated that if the protagonist couldn't stand without him, then he didn't even know what would happen to them if they got into that situation. He stressed that 5 days is the maximum, and the protagonist should not forget about this. The main character said that he understood, and that he would be ready. Patrick reminded him that if he went into town, he had to behave normally. Otherwise, if people found out that he was a monster, nothing good would happen. The protagonist assured that he understood this and would be careful. Patrick said that if things don't go according to plan, he will simply destroy everyone who stands in his way. He asked him to be more adequate because he was constantly showing off. Patrick just laughed, knowing it was just his character. He added that everything is much more complicated than it seems at first glance. Renee left Dandu's teeth somewhere and brought the demon stone, almost killing the boss's friend. Patrick seemed to have guessed whether the protagonist knew about this. It was all becoming even more confusing, and Patrick was starting to worry. He realized that with such underdeveloped creatures, the apocalypse was coming. But Patrick knew for sure that now was not the time to destroy the world. At that moment, he was surprised by something, noticing a strange detail. He was even more surprised when he read the following. He learned that the combined raid command centers were planning to move through the dungeon within 3 days. Patrick remembered that the main character had spoken about 5 days, and now he couldn't understand what that meant. He couldn't understand what it meant that they were going to complete the dungeon in just 3 days. Patrick began to worry about this, realizing that he would soon go crazy from uncertainty. At that moment, the main character was lying on a rock in some wilderness, seemingly in the very center of events. He laughed, not understanding how it all happened, and just lay there, feeling tired. He landed in the wrong place again, for the second time. Patrick warned him that his mana was unstable, and he should not use magic. The protagonist realized that this was a matter of balance, and did not object. But Patrick also knew that he shouldn't give up, and that he would try again. The coordinates pointed to the city of Haston. The main character was interested in where Renee went to sell the stones. The humans have made it this far, but today, without Dariano, they face a glorious death. Someone said it was funny, wondering where the demon got such confidence from. It was the 32nd Elite Raid Group, according to the Empire's ranking. They were Huang Ho's warriors at dawn. Let her remember this name, for it is this name that will overthrow her country and become famous throughout the continent. Meanwhile, someone said that they were pathetic little things in her eyes. She was a demon queen, a 17th generation descendant of Asmodeus. Melio de Rame Fagrea. Let them be proud that they learned her name and die finally. At that moment the man started saying something. He said that he was saying the same words to the demon queen and began to attack her. The queen, in turn, began to defend herself. The man said that regular arrows wouldn't hit her. The magician said that he would support, let the leader put him in position. The queen was furious and said that small people do not know their place. She cursed them to burn alive and ordered them to start doing so. The man began to be very afraid of everything that was happening. Then the building started to collapse and everything started to fall. The man continued to struggle to hold on to the situation. He couldn't understand what these ice flows were. At that moment he started screaming because he apparently realized what was happening. He couldn't tell if she had time to prepare a new spell. Just at that moment, she began to collect the slabs and bring them closer to each other. The man began to ask if she really thought that. Or does she really think they won't do anything? Just at that moment, the man began to approach her. He was furious and started screaming as he approached her. The queen asked him if he wanted to die so much that he was rushing forward like that. She couldn't figure out when the man had time to use the shield. After all, she already finished off the magician. How is this possible? The queen was truly surprised. As it turned out, at that moment 2 magicians were supporting and protecting him. The queen said they were not runts. After that, they found themselves as close to each other as possible. Then a powerful explosion occurred. Immediately after this, the building began to collapse. The man was thrown several meters. The queen was also thrown back several meters by the explosion. They both couldn't understand what was happening, but they realized that something had appeared. At that moment, the power of this appearance could be observed. The man began to ask the leader if he could stand up, and he replied that everything was fine. The man didn't understand who it was. He didn't hear another group joining in. The queen also came to her senses at this moment. She didn't understand what kind of support had come, and if their strength was enough to destroy, then things were bad. And who are they anyway? At that moment, the man began to talk to them. It was the main character himself who started asking if they really didn't know where Haston was. And who were they anyway? The main character began to talk to them. He asked if they knew where Haston was. The men were very surprised. The queen, without exception, was still very surprised by what had happened. The man, in a rage, began to ask if he had come out of nowhere and was talking some nonsense. He appears to be human, and he advises to move away from the demon queen. The protagonist is interested in the demon queen herself. She said that he was another talentless guy. Nothing would change. The guy realized that she really was the demon queen, and her ancestors looked completely different. The girl said that they were embryos, premature, and that they would pay for the destruction of her castle. The man in turn shouted that she would now feel what it was like to be destroyed by embryos. At this moment, the leader was informed that support had arrived. Great, we need to kill the demon queen together. The main character tried to stop them. The man began to say that now they would show how her magic would not work on them. She replied that they were talking too much. And the support was already here. Let them not be afraid and fight with full force. The queen said that people should feel pain. The man replied that she should feel it herself. The main character, in turn, never having received an answer, realized that he was fed up with it. He understood that he needed to find a girl quickly. The main character realized that he probably wouldn't be able to come to an agreement. If he was late, Patrick would be angry. How it pissed him off. The man told him at that moment to move too, and someone said that he was just afraid. Just at this moment, the main character could not stand it any longer and told everyone to shut up. After that, he began to transform into his true form. Naturally, the main character began to deal with everyone in a row. After some time, the main character finished. The queen was very afraid at that moment. She could not understand what it was at all. The main character then burped after eating them all. The queen began to ask what it was all about. It was surprising that he was so strong. If she had guessed correctly, he even surpassed her in terms of mana reserves. The girl had a lot of questions. She wanted to know more about him. She started running around him and asking who he was, what his name was, and what his secret was. The main character looked at her with disgust. The queen continued to look at him. The demon queen asked for forgiveness. The girl said that he should introduce himself now. She said that she was the great demon queen, the 17th generation descendant of Asmodeus, Meljuderim Fagrea, and now she wants to know the guy's name. The main character thought how much he was disgusted by her. But to get the information, he must do it, and the protagonist introduced himself by name. But at that moment he stopped abruptly. If he gets busted that quickly, rumors will start. Patrick said to be careful. There's no point in revealing your real name. The main character is here only because of the search for Renee. Immediately after this, the protagonist said that his name was Svald Rones, a man with a beautiful smile from some Carrick in the 30th year, a bachelor. The main character understood that it didn't sound very good. It would be better to come up with something else, but he couldn't. The girl started asking if she could just call him Svald. The main character said whatever she wanted. The girl said that it was great. First, she should thank him for his help. Although, it is true, at the same time, he smashed half the castle to pieces for her. The girl said that if it weren't for him, she would most likely have suffered. The guy said that he didn't particularly want that. But the girl said with a smile that now she would ask if she could help with anything. The protagonist said that there is something. Does she know how to get to Haston? She replied that Svald was at the right place. After all, it wasn't in vain that he saved her. Let Renee wait a little longer. Just at that moment, the demon queen asked who this Haston was. The main character's expression suddenly changed from joyful. The protagonist realized that it wasn't that she didn't know the way, she didn't even know what Haston was. Is it really so far away that they don't know about Haston here? The main character asked her if she knew where the nearest city was. The girl replied that if she was not mistaken, Riaz was closest to her. The protagonist realized that she was simply speaking to the face of the empire. The journey from there to Haston by horse will take 2 months. The girl started asking him, after he just fell, if something was bothering him. The main character answered that he was too far away. The demon queen realized that he didn't need to go to the capital. Maybe he could use the teleportation center. The main character could not understand what other center it was. He had never heard of it. The girl said that this is an invention created by people using magic and alchemy. They say that it is a magical device that forcibly creates the magic of movement in space. The guy was naturally interested and started asking where it was. The girl answered him that it was in Riaz. The protagonist asked when they arrived in the city if there was a city center. The girl replied that it was the most suitable place to collect information. It's unlikely that he'll find Renee here, but it's not a fact that she went to Haston, so first he needs to find out more. The demon queen asked if he was looking for the girl with silver hair. The protagonist drooped, replied that, yes. She smiled and told him not to worry, she would help him with the search. The protagonist asked, in what sense would their owner just leave him unattended, or what? The girl asked if he was worried. It was nice, of course, but he could be calm. She is the demon queen, the supreme being born to rule the forms of the dungeons. No matter where she is, the place where she appears becomes a haven for monsters, and they are her army. The protagonist asked if this was a typical ability of demon kings to summon their warriors at any time. The girl replied that this was exactly the case, although she hasn't tried it yet. But if her father could do it, then she can do it. If it comes to that. The castle built by her father was destroyed. There was no point in returning there. The main character began to apologize for this. The girl began to say that, to tell the truth, her situation was not the best. Every now and then people tried to attack. She doesn't really care about the damage. It's hard when the capital of the human empire is right in front of the castle. The girl said that it was enough to chat. They would go collect information. The main character replied that it was fine and thought about what to do next. It seems like there is an extra burden on his shoulder. At this point, they ordered 2 beers. The main character looked at them and realized that he was not imagining things. The guy said that they still had a lot of things to do, that they had forgotten here. The girl drank beer and said that it energized her. The demon queen said that he probably doesn't know how human cities work, and that a bar is a place where information accumulates. He looked around and listened. All the conversations he hears now are a treasure trove of information. All he has to do is filter them. The main character thought about her words. And then the guy noticed something. He looked at the board where some inscriptions were attached. He was wondering what it was. The demon queen said it didn't matter that they were coming. This is the entire spectrum of information that she spoke. These were the lists of teams that would be participating in the raid, but from what she had heard, this was done to prevent multiple groups from running the same dungeon. Swallow realized that this made sense. Never before had multiple groups invaded at the same time. The Demon Queen said that this was what was causing the distribution problems. Pathetic people, if several groups united, the chances of passing the dungeon would increase, but they were bogged down in greed. The main character said that it was better for them. The girl started asking, "What do you mean by them?" She asked if he was also a monster from the dungeon. But it's true. It's strange, okay? She's the mistress of the castle. How can he, a dungeon monster, walk the streets? The chairs are free. The main character said that he was lazy, or rather, it's hard to explain. Maybe she'll just forget about it. The queen said that she had many secrets. Okay, she won't torment him with questions anymore. She thinks that he has his own reasons. Swallow noticed something at that moment. The main character noticed that this was his house. Swallow was relieved because while the group list was empty, he still had time. The queen began to ask what was there. Let him not be greedy and let her see if he was bragging about his height or something else. It was unfair. The main character finally agreed and let me read it. The Demon Queen, of course, immediately realized that this was one of the 7 dungeons of great evil, the core of antiquity. Swallow asked her if she knew about him. She replied that, of course she did. 7 dungeons of great evil, the core of antiquity, the greatest dungeon, the power of which was recognized even by people, idiots. The guy asked if it was possible to take it. The Demon Queen said that this is the goal of all monsters. Among the 7 dungeons, it is the strongest. The ruler of all things, the ruler of the ancient core, the guardian of God, punishing the intimidated, an ancient monster standing at the top of all. The girl with the glowing eyes said it was Swallow. The main character would say that he is just a master, not a ruler, who suffers from evil residents. The ancient core is her favorite dungeon. She wants to become stronger. The Demon Queen said that if she improved her abilities, she would be able to see the dungeon. Of course, the main character realized that she was looking at him right now. She said it was so wonderful to be the most powerful. Didn't he think she wanted to be like that, no matter what? Of course, her father was also a strong, worthy demon king. Not like him. It's just that there were people stronger than him. One of these was Burn, or whatever his name was, a fairly young hero. Swallow asked if he was the hero who defeated the Demon King. Would he like to get involved with him? He just happened to pet the hero while yawning. The girl said that she did not want to spend her whole life ruling the dungeon, like her father. She just wants the monsters attracted by her power to create their own dungeon. That's why she wants to become stronger. She asked the guy how he liked it. Isn't it amazing? The main character thought that youth was good, and he said that it was cool. He was like that once too, so long ago that he doesn't even remember when exactly. There were times when he led an army capable of dominating the entire world. At that time, he tried to master the world's knowledge more seriously than anyone else, and sometimes even behaved with people whom he considered insignificant, and then he gave into his emotions and gave them everything. But in the end, he realized that it was all useless. So now he just wants to sleep. That's the purpose of his life. Just at that moment, the main character noticed that the girl simply fell onto the table. The guy couldn't understand. She was sleeping. How could she really fall asleep? At this point, the owner was told that a raid into the dungeon was being organized again. He had forgotten to remove yesterday's announcement. But how could he leave it at all? What kind of dungeon at all? The owner said that he would start fixing it now. The man asked if he hadn't been updating the information all this time. If the inspectors had caught him, they would certainly have demanded a fine. He said yes, he would do everything now. After that, he posted a notice that the danger level of the Great Evil Dungeon family, the core of antiquity, an underground limestone cave located in the Graphenia Forest, near Haston, on the western border of the Empire. Attention, the difficulty level of the dungeon is estimated to be similar to the Great Evil Dungeon. Entry is allowed only to those who have experience in passing C-class dungeons, or have received recognition for equivalent skills. The list of raid participants, the group of Faimoa di Belai, a total of 31 members, the leader of the group Nifrim, the date of the raid, within 72 hours from the moment the task is posted. At this time it was already morning. When the girl woke up, she said that her head hurt. The main character asked her if she woke up. She replied that she didn't remember what happened yesterday. The main character said that, well, of course, it couldn't be otherwise. After that he just fell down, and she started asking what was wrong. The main character said that it was nothing, there was just something. The guy didn't understand. His eyesight had deteriorated. Why does she seem so small? The Demon Queen said she was not small. The main character asked if she had grown younger, and if she thought he was too rude. The main character asked why she had suddenly changed so much, and he got scared. The girl said that she didn't look any younger. She continued to beat him, and the protagonist begged her to stop. What happened yesterday is her second version, so that pathetic people don't laugh. And this is her first appearance. The protagonist asked if she was in her true form now. She said yes, but then added that it was not so. She asked what was wrong with his face. Had he eaten during the night? Well, in general, transformation, the magic of projecting your future. That is, when she grows up, she will be as cool as in the second version. Swallow said he understood everything. Then, in a rage, she asked him if he understood everything, and he said that he seemed to. But the Demon Queen was sure that he didn't understand anything, and became furious about it. Swallow said that it seemed that she needed new clothes first. She told him not to treat her like a little girl. Swallow said, okay, he won't do that. She was still furious with him and said she would not forgive him. House of Count Hasten. At that moment the horses arrived at the house. They arrived to see the Count. The man shouted for them to open the gates immediately and meet the raiding party. They came from the capital of the empire to conquer its labor, antiquity. Someone asked who sent this document. They answered him that he came yesterday from the Third Eye. The man was furious at the Third Eye, those damned mongrels of the emperor. It was Hasten's master, Count Etarch. To raid a dungeon higher up, you first need the approval of the owners of the lands of a higher rank, but they simply decided everything among themselves. And a man can't even refuse, because it was almost an imperial order. The man asked the woman what she thought this time, and whether they would be able to pass the core of antiquity, or what. She just shook her head no. She thinks so too, because they are too weak to pass through the core of antiquity, and he has never heard of the group's leader, Nifrim, the Third Eye. What are they even thinking? If they fail, his land will suffer again. Maybe he should send a stronger group first. But for this, you need a proven group. The girl turned to him and said that the answer could be right under his nose. He couldn't understand what it meant to be right under his nose, and he thought about Wing Tower, and realized that they could handle it just fine. They got high-class stones from somewhere, of course. It is naive to think that this contributed to the rapid sensation of the tower, and it would be madness to raid the core of antiquity with an A-class tower. But what if the rumors are true after all? The man smiled as he came to this conclusion. Well, if they are behind the polluted path, only Swallow remained, who fought with the hero Byrne and his team. Now let them go to the tower in Denmark. Let them promise them huge money and glory. The main thing is to let them pass the dungeon first. At that moment, someone was telling someone else that they weren't allowed to go there. The Count didn't understand who it was at all. At that moment, people came to them and began to ask if it was he, Count Etarch. The man started asking who he was. The guy replied that he was Nifrim. He called for a long time, but no one answered. He had to go in himself. What is he even doing here? They arrived without warning. After all, he received documents from the Empire. And what? Are there any arguments according to which they shouldn't be here? Or what? This little guy looks like he's about to pounce on him. The girl began to say that they were guests. Let him come back, and by the way, let him bring some goodies, cookies, tea, and of course, chocolate. Then the man told the girl to hurry up. After some time, the man asked what they were doing there. Nifrim asked what it meant that they forgot, the attack on the core of antiquity. He said that after receiving the documents, they are not quick when they are going to move. The guy said that they actually wanted to today. They just made plans. He thinks they'll start tomorrow. What does he think? The man didn't understand what tomorrow meant. Weren't they in too much of a hurry? It was hard work. Maybe they should rest a little more and gain strength. He promised them shelter and welcomed the party. No, let them not worry. First they will look into the wing tower. The Count asked why to see friends or what. Nifrim said not at all. With a complicated expression on his face, he said that he just wanted to finish off everyone there. The man, of course, asked what he was doing. The guy explained that the Count's security was too weak, and the mansion could easily be bugged with magic. They know everything. He wanted to send the tower's task like this. They came all this way for one dungeon, so that they could be remade, which is somehow unfair. He doesn't think so. Small pawns need to be eliminated. He only benefits from this, because the strongest of them will go to the raid of the ancient core. He asks for forgiveness for what he did. They will not redirect tasks to anyone. Let them send him on a raid whenever they want. The guy asked if he really thought so. He thanked them to the generous Count. At this moment, Patrick was training in the dungeon. He understood that time was running out. Swallow and the Demon Queen were walking down the street. The guy realized that this reminded him of something. The girl said he was watching. Swallow asked if the teleportation center was far from here. The man replied that the center was still a bit far. Swallow couldn't understand what far meant. They explained to him that they were just at the exit at the fourth wall. This center is located near the Empire far away. They still have 3 walls to go through. The guy was wondering how long it would take. The man replied that if they were going to walk, it would take about a week, which of course greatly surprised the main character. The guy couldn't believe what a week meant with the girl. Swallow knew it was taking too long. At this rate, Patrick would run away after Renee. The girl started asking him if they couldn't just fly, but that was also not possible. The main character said that if they were to emit mana, people would get wind of it, and it was unclear what could happen if he used mana. At that moment, someone appeared behind them, started laughing and saying that he saw that they had problems. He apologized for overhearing, but they were not heading to the center, so the girl answered something and asked who he was. The man introduced himself as the coachman, Chanma Velbeer. Chanma can be translated as Pegasus or flying horse. The girl couldn't understand what this meant. He said yes, a homunculus obtained through alchemy. This is Chonik, which can be translated as Heaven's Wing, an abandoned 4th-generation homunculus, the result of the artificial angel production project carried out by the Empire. Swallow shared. The girl said it looked terrible. The man said that he was strong, obedient, and knew how to give, but he was asked because he could not achieve the original goal, the destruction of orthodoxy. The girl asked if the research on the homunculi had ended there, but the man answered that, if only. The Empire couldn't leave such a workforce. Even now there will be rumors that they are producing oil somewhere through a large-scale process. Swallow wondered about the large-scale process. Wouldn't they be cultured in giant flasks? The man asked if he was joking. About 150 years ago, they created the first generation of homuncles. 150 years. That's how long it's been since Renee was born. The girl started saying that the carriage looked sturdy. It seemed he wasn't lying. She asked how long it would take to get to the center. The man replied that the flight was 3 hours. The check was an hour, a total of about 4 hours. Even if they didn't fly, the check would have to be done every time they passed through the walls. Swallow asked how much it was worth. 8 ounces of gold for the two of them. 8 gold is 800 silver. Last night I paid 8 silver, which means it's 100 times more than yesterday. The queen apologized and said that she did not have that amount of money. The main character asked if she thought he did. At that moment, something jingled in his pocket. Swallow got this one. Patrick at this point said that it was awkward. The boss would thank him someday, because he gave him the money. It was at that very moment that they were flying over the city. The queen asked the guy, then he gave him such a sum. Swallow said that comrade is a beast. What does comrade mean? He is a monster from underground. How can he move so freely? Swallow said he was kicked out and asked if that was an answer she would accept. The demon queen asked if the comrade he was currently looking for was also kicked out, or what. Swallow of course didn't tell the real reason, and said something like that. The girl envies people who take care of each other, even after they were kicked out. She would like to have such comrades too. The girl also wanted the same life. When someone cares about her, and he does it in return, how wonderful. Swallow realized that he now understood what her wishes were. They flew over the street full of gold and pleasure. Survey rose. Swallow asked, so they can't use the center right now. The man replied that everything changed because of the inconvenience associated with it. The girl said that she didn't expect this, and apologized to the guy. The man said that if they were not in a hurry, they could come back tomorrow at 8 p.m. The center was closed, and after the auction, VIP guests would be able to use it. Most likely they would be allowed to use it. The protagonist was surprised that the center was closed only because of one auction. The man confirmed that, yes, this time they put up an important item. Dandu's missing teeth, all to prevent an attack on the auction with the help of the center. The queen said the drawing was good, and Swallow realized it looked familiar. The guy realized that it was the same thing that his friend had used. The man asked if he was imagining it, but Swallow confirmed that it was exactly like that. The thing gives power, it turns into a blade, and then a raw process happens. But the man wasn't fully aware of the details. Most likely the guy was wrong. Because Dandu's teeth are unique in their kind. Swallow realized that this was definitely Renee's weapon. He didn't understand why it ended up with people. Could it be that people killed the girl? But no, even the bosses of the other families in the dungeon couldn't just touch Renee. No matter what kind of scum of nature they were, they couldn't kill her. She was a hayseed, not a simple maid with blades. Yes, with blades, Swallow wondered if the girl had used them as weapons when she ran away. But no. She had luxurious clothes. There was nowhere to hide weapons. Moreover, she threw one of the daggers at him when she considered him an enemy, which means how many of them were left in the end. When confronted with people, the girl always had at least 5 clicks with her, and Patrick was already unmatched with the ball. Now, if you take the blade from the maid, what will happen then? At this moment, the demon queen began to address the boy. The protagonist realized that perhaps the girl was with people, and she probably died at their hands. Swallow was furious. The guy started saying that if the girl died at the hands of people, he would not leave it unanswered. The man was horrified. He said that he was a monster and that one should not approach him. Swallow wondered if he should destroy them all himself. The demon queen tried to stop him and calm him down, asking him to come to his senses. She grabbed his hand, trying to bring him back to his senses. The girl did not understand what had happened and asked for an explanation. Swallow asked which of the 36 masterpieces were Dandu's teeth. Swallow asked the only thing in the world that interested him. The queen replied that, as far as she knew, yes they were. She asked why he was suddenly so angry, to which the protagonist explained that it was the thing of his friend, whom he was looking for, and he needed to return it. She had already helped enough, and now she could go. He thanked her for her help. He found a way to get to Haston, and he can handle the rest on his own. Therefore, it is better to leave here as quickly as possible. The girl started shouting at the guy. She asked if she was the one he was looking for. The girl said that he was looking for a dungeon monster with silver hair that uses Dandu's teeth, one of the 36 masterpieces. Swallow realized that the girl was beginning to suspect. The demon queen then said that he was looking for a blade maid named Renee. Judging by her reaction, she was right. The guy said that she was wrong to provoke him. The protagonist asked how much more she wanted to know. The girl replied that there was nothing else, and she was not afraid, even when he spoke in that tone. The Demon Queen already knew who he was. Renee is the gatekeeper who protects the great core of antiquity, the higher consciousness. Since he calls her comrade, everything becomes clear. Fedya, we are talking about the great ruler of the ancient core, Swallow. Swallow started to say that he was Swallow, but at that moment the girl interrupted him. As it turned out, the Demon Queen didn't understand anything and said that the guy was simply a subordinate of the Dungeon Master. After this, the main character's expression changed. The girl started laughing and saying that she had figured it out because she had a very well-developed mind. Besides, the girl understands what dangerous things he is thinking about now, so she will help him. No objections are accepted. Swallow said that he was the queen of demons. How could he just walk around wherever he wanted, following such logic? And she said that she would simply be rational in order to become queen, because what the Demon Queen says is restored by logic. Swallow realized that her excuses were not very convincing. The girl noticed a familiar expression on his face. At that moment, the girl said that the Swallow she knew had returned. He was very scary, and something was cut out behind his back. She was glad that he was back to normal, and didn't worry about anything anymore, because now she would be by his side. And let him promise that he will no longer speak in such a scary voice, and she promises. Main entrance, auction day. Meanwhile, at the back entrance, the scary one was saying that, as it turned out, no one even showed up. He didn't understand why he was guarding something here, and at that moment someone greeted him. It was the Demon Queen who said that they would like to participate in the auction. He asked if he could go out. The man started saying that they could go there, but they needed to go through a check, and he asked their names. She replied that her name was Melju of the Agria clan, and this was her servant Swallow. The man said okay, let them wait 1 minute, he will check. The man then said that her name was not on the list, but she replied that this was impossible, and laughed. The woman asked if the main character had an invitation with him. The man was surprised that they had an invitation. Swallow said yes, here it was, but they should wait, as there were no invitations issued for this auction. It was at this moment that he received a blow to the face. Swallow said it was his invitation to the wider world. Swallow noticed that her appearance had changed a little. She asked if he was afraid of falling in love or something like that. Swallow said that she was like a child. Of course, she became furious, demanding that he stop calling her that. Swallow asked her to go easy, and the girl told him to apologize to her immediately. Chait Castle at this time. Renee now. She will not be able to return to the core of antiquity. 80 years ago, summer in Grafenia. Someone told Grandma that he was very sorry. He didn't think that people would dare to do something like that. And all the iron will quickly be restored, and he will be happy. Right? After all, she owned that coin, yes, the mistress of the forest, and also a witch, the spirit of the land of Grafenia. It serves as a natural fortress around the core of antiquity. He must behave with dignity in front of it. Swallow could understand that she had killed all the people who had started the fire, but her anger must slowly subside. Then someone came to him, and Swallow realized who it was. Apparently, she has no connection with the arsonists. The longer he looked at her, the more amazing she seemed to him, like what they call homunculi, creatures created by people who are not people. Swallow thought about it and realized that she needed to be killed too, because there was nothing good about witnesses. At that moment the voice began to say that this was the master's last will, and now she was free and could go. Swallow realized that for some reason he wanted to do things his way, but that didn't mean he would help her get out of here. He didn't care whether she died here or outside. The choice was still hers, and he named her Rel. Swallow said that her master was looking for a maid named Relov. There were no other maids here, so it must be her. The guy said that his mercy ended there. At that moment the girl started to say something. She just remained silent and looked into the distance. Relov is the name of the maid who assisted the head of the family, and her service can be considered outstanding. The Rels of this generation were middle-aged maids. Homunculi had no right to treat things like that, because that's not how they treat things. However, she decided. The girl started crying at that moment. In the castle of Cheat, someone approached the girl and addressed her. She heard that the Imperial Ambassador's team was heading to the ancient core. Even though they talk about it, Renee still can't go back there. But the woman does not ask to come back. Her happiness is important to her, but freedom of choice remains a priority. However, is it worth burning all bridges right away? The two of them have traveled all over the continent to find her, to let her know that she was deceived by people, as she thinks Patrick will do, not to mention the Dungeon Master. If she really plans to live in hiding, then let her erase her traces forever. It didn't have to be perfect. When Patrick figured it out, he'd make the right choice. Within a few days, the attack on the ancient core would begin. They'd be busy. So if she wants to end this, now is the time. The girl turned to Bathory. She said that she would go for a walk and get some fresh air. The woman told her to wait because her right eye was a little cloudy and asked if she wanted to come with her. The girl said that it was not necessary, thanked him for his concern, and asked where her blades were. Swallow asked the man to repeat everything he knew about Dandu's teeth. The man said that they were exhibited by the Tower of the Vinga Magicians, but he knows nothing more and asks to visit him. The protagonist asked if he was talking about the Wing Mage Tower. Swallow thanked him for his honesty and promised to spare his life. After this, the guy and the girl started to go out. The man thought he was not crazy, he thought he would die because he was just busy, but why would he be blamed? At that moment Swallow appeared and said that he was really not guilty of anything. He just happened to catch his eye. Whenever they come to foreign territory, at least once they called it a massacre or genocide. But no, they use words like subjugation and conquest. The protagonist asked if they felt remorse for killing monsters, what they did wrong to deserve destruction. But no, he plays by the rules because they were enemies. The rate reached 3.5 billion units of gold, then 8.4 billion, 3.9 billion, then 5 billion, 6.7 billion, 7 billion, and already 7 billion. The man asked if they would be higher. The girl said she was bored and offered to make a bet for fun, but let Miss Win come to her senses. Luna does not provide security. This was received by a member of the knightly order named Black Wolf. Her name was the hero Win Historia. She said that you can't even joke with him. Next to her was a member of the knightly order Black Wolf named Ranger Garrot, so the girl would not forget about the goal. She didn't know anything, and she wanted it to end quickly or to be given something tasty. The man asked if there would be more bets. The girl at that moment wanted salmon sandwiches, pumpkin pie, and pudding. The man said that the lot would be sold in 3 bills, and at that moment, someone asked why all of a sudden. Then blood could be seen. Swallow appeared and said that the right to end the auction belonged to him and everyone present. The girl turned to Garrett. Swallow asked if they had come to buy Dan's teeth, and he was right. There are only 3 heroes in the Empire. One of them is Bern Heistalt. After he died in the core of antiquity, they were criticized by the public, who claimed that he died because of his pride, although the main task of heroes is to protect the people. The anger that was initially directed at the dead hero naturally shifted to the remaining 2 heroes. Win, one of the 2, had to regain the trust of the people of the Empire. Therefore, her fighting spirit was suppressed by the instinct of self-preservation. She was told that she had stopped. They tried to explain to her that nothing could be done now. The woman said they couldn't interfere, because Swallow was too dangerous. At this point, Swallow continued to approach them. Then he noticed something. Swallow came closer and said he didn't believe the blade was real. It seemed like a fake, but Renee's marks were too obvious. If she really died, then many people died too. Swallow thinks he'll have a hard time explaining the whole situation. But this weapon has an owner, so it needs to be returned. It's a pity that they weren't going to pay such a fabulous amount of money for it. At that moment, looking at their faces, one of the men began to ask the guards what they were doing and ordered them to immediately grab the bastard. The main character realized that they would not let him go, just like that. The guy said he didn't want this, but there was no way out. Swallow declared that he would tear them all to pieces and bury them in the ground along with this knowledge. Someone asked him if he really thought everything would go according to his plan. The main character looked up at that moment. It was at this moment that Win attacked him. The protagonist couldn't figure out what kind of flying squirrel was in front of him, but its movements with the weapon were not bad. He noticed that she was too clumsy and easily dodged her blow. The gloves were all she had to attack. The girl was ready to attack again. The main character decided to simply break her gloves, and to break her arms if necessary. For a human, she was pretty good. At this moment, the girl used the environment for her maneuvers. The protagonist grabbed her hand and stopped the attack. Suddenly, he found himself very surprised. In his confusion, he did not have time to react, and the girl hit him with great force. She stood there, surprised, breathing heavily and looking into the distance. The main character asked her if she was not as simple as she seemed. The girl was amazed that he was still alive. She couldn't believe it. This technique, which usually destroys most dungeon bosses, had no effect on him. The replica of the Apocalypse, which usually withstood 3 blows, fell apart after 1. After that, her glove just fell off. Win couldn't figure out what this black liquid was, but it turned out to be gas. He wasn't a human, but he couldn't be called an ordinary monster either. The girl didn't understand who she had run into. The main character said that he was sorry. At that moment, he began to transform into his true form. Someone called her at that moment. She saw Garrot in front of her, running towards her. Garrot called her, telling Tanya to come over. Garrett looked at her with surprise at that moment. The Demon Queen appeared and started asking the protagonist what happened. She was worried, but he replied that everything was fine. The girl asked if she really thought he was dead, and the queen reassured her that he was alive and well. It's not something an ordinary person could do if she got into his heart. Out of fear, he could transform. If this had happened, Patrick would have been scared to death. It would have been better for the main character to die than for this to happen. By the way, there was something else important. The guy let her go free. It turned out that there were 2 of these flying squirrels. The pink-haired one distracted him, while the blue-haired one evacuated everyone and cast several layers of protective magic. The protagonist chuckled evilly, saying that it was very interesting. At that moment, someone started saying that something had collapsed on the other side and asked what was going on. The man, noticing that there was a person there, asked if he was playing hide-and-seek. They noticed that the girl was badly injured and advised her to contact security or a doctor. She thought about how, being a hero, she fell at the hands of monsters she didn't even know. She was wondering if the people from the auction were okay, and how Garot was. She was asked to get up carefully. At that moment, someone asked if she really thought she would hear if they called her so quietly. It was at that moment that Garot appeared in front of her. Of course, the girl was glad that Garot was alive. At that moment, she told the girl to thank her, because if it weren't for her, they would have already started preparing for her funeral. The girl thanked her after that. She noticed that her hand was actually missing, but continued to reassure Win that her life was not in danger. The girl began to apologize, saying that she had made the hero's task more difficult and continued to ask for forgiveness more and more. At that moment, the woman raised her voice at her. The woman urged her to come to her senses, reminding her that she was a hero of the empire, and if she acted weak, how would people perceive it? She noted that the loss of one arm was a small sacrifice and asked if the girl knew who her opponent was. It was Swallow, the master of the ancient core. Win couldn't understand what they were talking about. It didn't sound funny at all, and why would such a powerful being come here? The reason was unknown to her, but she knew it was true. It was definitely him, the Black Catastrophe, the ancient monster Swallow. At his feet there were traces of the hero Burn Histalt, and they were fresh, no older than a month. The woman stressed that the situation turned out to be much worse than they thought. If things continue like this, the Empire may be in danger of ending. If it really is Swallow, they'll have a lot more work to do, but they're on home soil and they have advantages. The woman said that it was their problem, which they could solve themselves, although the girl felt fear. They have no chance of winning yet, but the woman decided to go to the Joint Raid Command Center and request reinforcements, and then report what was happening to the Imperial family. In her current state, teleporting the two would be difficult, so she told the girl to stay put while she healed her with a whisper of light. She warned that she would not be able to cure her completely, and asked to quietly wait for her return. Win disagreed, insisting that the monster could appear at any moment, but she was again told to wait. No matter the circumstances, she had to stay put. Immediately after this, the woman teleported and disappeared. The protagonist was wondering whether to leave those who had escaped and go to Haston, or to catch up with those who posed a danger and eliminate them. He began to think about what he should do next. In principle, he had already accomplished one task by returning Dan's teeth, but he still had another goal, to find Renee, or at least traces of her. He told Melch to get ready. The girl agreed, upset, and the hero asked what was wrong with her. She replied that everything was fine. The protagonist reminded her that she had said this before. However, her face betrayed her true feelings. The girl admitted that she realized a lot back when she saw him in her castle, but with each day, her doubts only grew stronger. Although he called himself Renee's comrade, the girl understood that he was much more powerful than her, or Renee was much stronger than she thought. She continued to think, and the protagonist answered her. She asked him who he really was. He just chuckled. He playfully hit her on the head and called her stupid. The protagonist asked why she was so upset. He said he was just Svald. Once they sort everything out, he will tell her the truth. He suggested that we negotiate about it. The protagonist told her to clean up the place and show him her power as the Demon Queen. The girl took on a different form and replied that she understood everything. She then activated the reconstruction skill. Shortly after, a powerful explosion occurred. No one could understand what it was, although everyone knew it was an explosion. Win realized that the explosion occurred at auctions in another country. She said that it happened in the very center of the capital, and everyone began to worry about their loved ones. She realized how many people were in the capital. She didn't understand what to do now. She remembered Gatori's words, advising her to stay put and wait quietly for her, despite everything that was happening. This made her furious, because she couldn't do anything. At that moment, someone came up to her and took her hand. It was a little girl who was crying, saying that her father was there. After that, Win clenched her fist tightly. Then she started screaming that everything was okay and asked the girl not to worry. Win said she would handle it. She reminded him that she was a hero, Win Historia, and she wasn't going to lose to some monster. At this point, a lot of destruction remained after the explosion. The main character turned to the girl. The guy asked what kind of magic it was, to which the girl replied that it was reconstruction, the highest magic associated with the earth. She asked if everything had become cleaner, and the protagonist reproached her for not finding a more suitable spell for this case, although he did not blame her. He reminded her that when he asked her to clean up, he didn't hint at using the most powerful spell. She replied that he should have been explained in detail what to do, and now he should not complain. The main character realized that she did not fully understand him, and therefore did not clarify. The guy realized that the situation was only getting worse. The protagonist asked Melju if she remembered the way to the teleport. She replied that she remembered it perfectly well. Then he told her to go and guard the teleport, since people would soon start running here, and let him prepare everything necessary so that they can go to Haston immediately upon his return. The girl asked where this Haston was. The main character asked if she knew the coordinates of the ancient core, to which the girl answered in the affirmative. She added that the ancient core is her favorite dungeon, and the protagonist explained that Haston is the closest city to this place. The girl admitted that she knew about the ancient core only from books, and the hero said that he had already understood this and told her to go. She promised him that she would protect the teleporter and try to do everything as quickly as possible. The main character continued to move forward. At this point, he noticed that people had already started to arrive. He asked how many there were approximately. They told him that they belonged to one of the 9 pillars of the empire, the punitive detachment of the Ronagro family, the Blue Crane. The man introduced himself as Casper, the leader of the squad, and asked the boy who he was. The protagonist noted that they were all dressed neatly, like needles, and wondered why people were always like this. He even became a little nervous, feeling the strange crowd of people around the auction house, and wondered which of them were soldiers. The protagonist asked if Casper wanted to know who he was, and whether he had to answer. He then began to transform into his true form, and stated that he was their enemy. The main character watched them during the battle. Meanwhile, in the core of antiquity, Nifrim was told that no one who entered this cave returned alive, and that the souls of those who died here would wander the world until the end of time. He was asked if he wanted to go back because it was scary, but he told Sylvia not to joke about such things. She laughed that she wanted to joke because he was too boring. She asked him if he found the place strange. The first room they passed through was full of monster corpses, but here everything was clean. It's like someone cleaned up. Nifrim asked the others what they thought. It was strange, because Histalt's team wouldn't clean up while going through the dungeon. Maybe there was a monster with intelligence, but the dungeon was protected until the 5th room, excluding only the boss room, so there shouldn't be any monsters left that could clean up. But still, why would monsters clean up the corpses of their fellow creatures? At that moment, he turned around abruptly. He screamed for them to stop making fun of him, and asked if someone was trying to drive him crazy. Someone said that his voice was too loud, and that it made everyone's bones shake. In any case, no one was deceiving them, because the truth is that someone really cleaned up because he didn't like the dirt. It would be a shame if they started swearing at each other for cleaning up. The guy asked the girl to light his way. The girl used light magic. The light was so bright that they couldn't even realize that they had arrived in such a precious place. Patrick expressed his joy at their meeting. Nifrim was surprised to see a skeleton in front of him, and asked if it was the Death Knight Patrick. He replied that he had tried very hard to introduce himself properly, but apparently in vain, since it had taken the whole day. He thanked them profusely. Then he said that they seemed too bloodthirsty, and suggested that they calm down and lower their weapons. Miss Sorceress could put away her staff, and the warriors their swords. Patrick asked if that sounded weird. Nifrim became furious, and told him to stop talking nonsense, and immediately began to attack him. Patrick said that he has no manners at all. He doesn't even let you catch your breath. After that, he used magic that caused rain and ice spikes. Then there was an explosion. Patrick noticed that he didn't like fighting alone against the crowd, but he was confident that victory would still be his. The guy continued to attack him. Then Patrick decided to use his weapon. He stated that the development of events was amazing and impressive for a person. The guy at that moment used several spells: body enhancement, mind reading, light movement, silent step, boiling blood, and ashes of famous warriors. Patrick asked if that was too many buffs, and if it was absurd since those spells didn't last long. He knew he had to hold out for at least a minute. The boy then began to use the rigor mortis spell repeatedly. The guy asked him to repeat it. He asked which of them would win in the end. Patrick lay on the ground and said that it was amazing. He never would have thought that magic could stump him. He didn't understand whether this was the end or not, because the core of antiquity was not as terrible as they said. Maybe they should have gotten rid of that green-eyed sorceress first. The guy told Patrick to shut up. Nifrim screamed in rage for him to die. Patrick started laughing and stopped his sword with ease. He said it was fun, and this time he really got into character. He apologized and explained that he hadn't originally intended to make a joke, but the last few years had been so boring that he wanted to try something new and try acting. He thanked the guy for playing along with him. Nifrim screamed in fear. He fell to the ground and couldn't understand what had happened. Patrick asked if he had come to his senses. It all ended in a few seconds, while he was unconscious. He thought it would be easier to convince himself. Of all the people who have met the Death Knight Patrick, none have yet managed to return alive. He thought that since he knew Patrick's name, his fate was sealed, but it seems he was wrong. However, the green-haired sorceress found it difficult to understand anything. Who would have thought that she possessed sacred magic, because Patrick's bones were still itching? So his name is Nifrim, and just before she died, the sorceress loudly cried out his name. She repeated his name many times. That's what she called him. The guy expected a more violent reaction, but it didn't come. Patrick said that the guy turned out to be heartless. He added that it was time to question the survivor, because Pymore, even as a club, would not have sent 30 men against such a small force. Let him tell what they are hiding. Patrick, being a kind and polite skeleton, offered the guy a choice. If he answered honestly, he could raise his right hand. If not, he could raise his left hand. The boy raised his right hand, and Patrick praised him for his wise decision, adding that if he told everything, he would kill him painlessly. However, at that moment, the guy showed him the middle finger. Patrick said that even now the guy was behaving rudely and promised to kill him slowly. Then he asked when he would have time to clean it all up. But I thought that this time it would be easier to put things in order than last time. Nifrim couldn't tell if Patrick had left, but it turned out he was still there. At that moment he looked down. Sylvia lay dead right in front of him. He turned to her at that moment. He apologized to her. He said he had to survive. This impressed Patrick to the depths of his soul, because nothing is impossible. He ate corpses to regenerate and become stronger. Perhaps each time he consumed them, his strength grew. Although it is unknown if this only affected humans, he wondered how this related to the source of his power, magic or alchemy. There were enough dead people that it was possible to watch this for some time. He was also curious where their boss was. He just hoped that he wouldn't do anything strange in unfamiliar places. At this moment, the main character was fighting with people. The protagonist asked if Liana had also come to die. Wynne replied that it was not at all. She introduced herself as the hero Wynne Crestonia. The protagonist noted that he didn't care about her name, but her fighting spirit impressed him, although she still couldn't win. She replied that even if that was the case, she had to stop him. After this, Wynne was determined to confront him, no matter what the odds. After this, Wynne began to attack the protagonist, deciding not to retreat despite realizing her weakness. The guy apologized and said that he would not allow her to hit him again. He grabbed her hand, mockingly, and suggested that she try to escape again, if she could, of course. Wynne, of course, looked at him in fear at this moment, not believing that she could cope. She understood that she could not defeat him, that the gap in strength was too great. However, the thought flashed through her mind that perhaps she had managed to buy at least a little time. Her mind still told her that a hero must act in accordance with his status and fulfill his duty, regardless of fear. She couldn't understand whether her fight was over or not. Despite her doubts, Wynne repeated her name again, reminding herself of her heroic duty. She said she couldn't afford to lose like that. She also couldn't let the main character go, so that he could continue to cause chaos in the capital. Moreover, she could not allow him to reach the civilians of the Empire. In rage, Wynne clenched her fist, ready to strike again, her determination sky-high. After a while, she attacked again, firmly declaring that she was a hero, and it is her duty to protect innocent people, no matter what the circumstances. The protagonist noted with some respect that he congratulated Wynne, since her death would not be in vain. He added that he would remember her name, although he doubted it would last long. In deference to her persistence and courage, he expressed his intention. He promised that he would kill her quickly and painlessly. However, at that moment, someone suddenly hit him from behind, interrupting his thoughts. The main character turned around to see who had decided to take such a daring step. He couldn't figure out who it was, and he thought with irritation why everyone was attacking him one by one, and not all at once. At this point, a group of people began to explain themselves, saying that they had been forced to use drastic measures to save Miss Wynne, and apologized for their rudeness. The protagonist chuckled and sarcastically asked if they really thought that throwing something at him would earn his forgiveness so easily. The stranger asked permission to introduce himself before continuing. Before him stood a member of the Edelbrace Knightly Order known as the Black Wolf, named R. Edelbrace Gall Riveston, who had requested an audience with the Great Swallow. Swallow asked with interest whether Riveston had called him Swallow, and how he had even figured out who it was. R explained that under his leadership, there was a man with a special ability that helped him recognize his true essence. Swallow noticed that R was too pleased with himself, but decided to listen and asked if he knew that he was in a very bad mood right now. He also noted that he did not intend to waste time, and if they were going to attack, then let them do it quickly. R assured that there was a misunderstanding, since they did not intend to fight him, but came with an offer of a deal. Swallow asked if they were coming to make a deal. What did they want to offer? R asked if he really looked like he was lacking something, and suggested that he take a more sober look at the situation. R also warned that ridicule could lead to an extremely painful death, as this was all a gamble for the safety of the Empire. Initially, the owner of Dandu's teeth was alive, which made their mission more difficult. R assured that he had come a long way, not just to take the unique weapon, and that they were ready to provide him with the necessary assistance. However, the protagonist replied that he didn't need anything from them. R began to come closer, showing his determination. He continued, suggesting that perhaps Swallow took Dan's teeth simply out of boredom, as his true goal was to exterminate humans. He wondered what he should do now. The guy noted that if he was going to destroy everything anyway, why not try? And Swallow agreed, adding that he also wouldn't mind avoiding unnecessary casualties. After this, he asked to show where the owner of the Dandu teeth was. He agreed and called Garot. They had already met this girl. She explained that, in order to determine the location, she would need to study the item, and if Swallow didn't mind, she would like to examine the Dandu teeth. Swallow warned her that if she did something stupid, the consequences would be severe. The girl assured that she understood everything. She said that she felt the predominant traces of one person, but the distance was too great to pinpoint the location. However, that person was located to the west of the Riaz Imperial Palace. Swallow realized what this meant to Hasten and decided that was enough. He realized that Renee was still alive. Swallow laughed and offered some advice. He noted that he would remember the two of them, to which the guy replied that it was an honor for them to help him. Swallow ordered the main participants to move out of the way. At that moment, someone called Svald. The Demon Queen said he was late. Swallow stood silently and watched what was happening. She reminded him that she kept her promise by protecting Teleport with all her might. This turned out to be enough. Swallow agreed that this would be enough to pay for the service rendered. He praised her for her efforts and thanked her for the work she had done. Swallow asked if the mechanism needed to be pressed. Hasten's coordinates were supposed to be entered at the same time as the mana flow. But at that moment, the shell began to rapidly collapse. Soon it cracked completely and fell apart. Swallow felt that the mana was too powerful for her, although he himself was confident in the stability of his transformation. If the bracelet was made to suppress mana, why didn't the teleportation work? Swallow realized that he would have to use his true form, but then everyone would know his secret. He already understood that everything had gone too far and it was a complete failure. Despite this, Swallow began to remove the bracelet, deciding not to hide the truth any longer. Inwardly, he apologized to Patrick, regretting the upcoming step. After that, everything around began to collapse at an incredible speed. The debris fell down and then began to rise into the air, as if obeying an invisible force. Swallow quickly entered the coordinates of Hasten and the Wing Mage Tower, hoping for a successful completion. Meanwhile in the tower, the man reminded them in a welcoming tone that identity verification was required to enter the Wing Mage Tower. Renee asked if it was possible to use movement magic here. The man replied that the tower was covered with a barrier and that access inside was impossible without identification. Renee realized that he would not be able to escape from here. Without thinking, she killed him. I remembered the first time I came here and thought that the tower resembled a dungeon. It wasn't exactly a dungeon, but she felt the same cold atmosphere in it. The Tower of the Mages was like a dungeon, but inside there were people, not monsters. She destroyed everyone who stood in her way, meeting only weak opponents. After that, she continued moving inside without stopping. She dealt with each floor, starting from the very first, methodically and without delay. In the end, only one floor remained, the top floor of the tower. There, a woman was waiting for her, who admitted that she had been preparing for this meeting for a long time, wondering who would become her opponent. It turned out that it was the same girl who had come here a few days ago. It turns out that her opponent was something between human and non-human. Renee started asking where her Dandu teeth were. The woman explained to Renee that the Dandu teeth were now hers, so she didn't have to explain anything, but she was curious about something. Renee watched her carefully, ready to hear what she had to say. The woman asked why Renee was still alive. After this, Renee immediately assumed a fighting stance, preparing to attack. The woman chuckled, stating that pretty girls like her weren't meant to use weapons. She sarcastically asked if Renee was going to attack the guildmaster with her pathetic knives, and at the same time, she activated a magic shield. The woman was confident that with such a weapon, Renee would not be able to cause her any harm. But what amazed her was that Renee had destroyed her magical shield with just one blow. The woman suddenly realized that in front of her was not just a person, but a real monster. Wondering how strong Renee was, she realized that the tower was built right over a mana source, and that it could give her an advantage if she used the energy flow correctly. Renee continued to insistently demand information about the Dandu teeth. She made it clear that the woman should answer her question immediately. The woman regretfully admitted that she no longer had the teeth, as she had sold them long ago, using the resources of the Magic Kingdom. At that moment, something appeared above them, as if summoned by magic. The woman noted to herself that Renee was indeed very strong. That's why she decided to no longer hold back and summoned the Spear of Longinus. She then began to use magical techniques, separation, pursuit, acceleration, attribute change, and holy light corruption. Renee tried to dodge the attack, but the woman continued to act methodically. At this time, a powerful explosion occurred in the tower, causing everything around to shake. Through the smoke, the incredible force of the explosion became visible. It was what happened when a monster tried to pretend to be human, but its true nature still came out. The magic the woman used was at a level that even the strongest dungeon bosses couldn't withstand, but the attack wasn't fatal to Renee. Suddenly something happened that greatly surprised the woman. She suddenly lost her arms and began to fall, without realizing how it happened. In horror, she felt unbearable pain and did not understand what had happened to her. Renee calmly noted that she had merely chopped off her hands, advising her not to make a fuss over such trifles. The woman, overcome with fear, began to beg that she did not want to die and had to survive. With tears in her eyes, she tried to get closer to Renee, begging him to save her. Renee, remaining cool, simply stepped on her head, depriving her of any last hope. This was the end of her, and Renee, wasting no time, quickly erased all traces of herself. Now Renee wondered what to do next. She wondered what she had left after all this. She felt very tired, but she knew that if she fell asleep now, she might lose control of the situation. At this moment, the body of the dead woman was noticed by her subordinates. One of the men ran up to her, alarmed, and began asking what had happened, asking her to come to her senses. The woman, despite her terror, weakly said that she was in great pain, asking Haim to help her hold on a little longer. She demanded that he heal her quickly, but first asked him to kill the girl who had caused her all this suffering. Renee looked at the man at that moment, her gaze full of ominous foreboding. The man, noticing her reaction, tried to calm the woman down, saying that she had lost too much blood. He showed her the magic stone, holding it in his hand, and asked if she could see it. The woman, exhausted, replied that she could not see anything, which surprised Haim. The stone was a high-class magical artifact that could allow them to escape, but Haim did not have enough mana to activate it. The man asked the woman to help him activate the stone because he did not have enough mana. Renee noticed that the stone was the same as the one she had once given her, and she remembered the terrible energy that emanated from it. The woman, thinking that her salvation was near, thanked Haim, assuring him that now she would be able to live. However, a moment later, she realized that something had gone wrong. An unbearable pain pierced her body, and she began to scream loudly. Haim coldly stated that she had made too many enemies for Miss Wren to come here for revenge. He recalled that even the Graumitz family ordered her to be eliminated at the slightest suspicion. Turning to Renee, he asked if this was not how things were. He then added that, in essence, Renee had done his job for him. But if he continues, then most likely they will come for him, right? It was for this reason that it would be a kind of insurance that would give him some time to escape, so he said goodbye. Then the guy started turning into some kind of monster. Renee realized that her right eye was completely blinded. This was not an opponent that could be defeated with a wounded body and without the proper weapons. But she had had enough. She would pay for her sins here. Renee said she was. She wanted to erase her mistakes forever, but even so, let him not touch it with his dirty hands. Overpowering Mr. Swallow's scent, she said that if they died, they would die together, and plunged her sword into his chest. Of course, he felt unbearable pain and immediately threw it away after that. When he learns of her death, will the master be sad at all? That was the only thing that interested her. It was at this moment that Swallow appeared. He started asking the girl if she was okay, just like the time he saved her for the first time. When her mind was empty, she saw no meaning in life. He appeared before her, Mr. Swallow. The girl was extremely surprised to see the gentleman in front of her. Swallow lowered her to the ground. The girl couldn't understand why he was there. Swallow told her to wait a little. Renee even wondered if it was a hallucination. It was at this moment that Swallow moved towards the enemy. The guy said that it was very brave. He clearly didn't understand who he was risking touching. Swallow began to show his true form. Then he began to attack the enemy. Swallow told him to know his place. Then Swallow just stopped. The enemy only laughed at the moment of surprise. Swallow looked at him in surprise. Then Swallow grabbed him and lifted him into the air. After that, he hit him straight on the ground, but he continued to laugh. Then he made his last sound. Swallow picked it up again. At that moment, the enemy tried to touch him. Swallow changed. Anger filled him. After that, he said that it was an abomination, and again hit him hard on the ground. The impact was so powerful that it caused an explosion. The guy said that's it. Now everything was clear to him, but he was wondering why he kept coming back to life. He realized that it was all about mana. The mana of this tower was his source of power. Well, then he had a way out. The guy started screaming, and it became even easier for him. After that, he literally swallowed his opponent. When it was all over, he said it was some kind of crap. Then he looked at the girl. He turned to her. Then he sat down next to her and said that he had wanted to tell her so much when they met, but now it had all flown out of his head, and he should have written it down on a piece of paper. The guy asked her if she had ever met a guy with green hair. He killed him on the way here. There weren't even any problems. At that moment, Renee simply remained silent and did not answer. The protagonist turned to her again. He apologized to her for what happened a couple of days ago. Renee said that he shouldn't apologize, but she didn't deserve to see the gentleman. The protagonist said that the work of jealousy needed a gatekeeper like her. He needs her too. The girl asked if the gentleman was offended by her. The main character answered that he was not. Then she asked him if he hated her. He said no. The main character said that he had something for her. After that, he held Dunda's teeth in his hands. He said that she left it. The girl, with tears in her eyes, began to reach for her weapon. Then she took it and just started crying. Her tears fell on her own weapon. The girl began to say that she was so scared. She was afraid that he would hate her and leave her. The main character replied that this would definitely not happen. He suggested that she return to the core of antiquity. Patrick asked if the girl was homunculus. The protagonist replied that they met when he was dealing with the arson of the Griffenian forest. Patrick said that this time he saw her in the laboratory. He thought it was fate, so he took her with him. So this little body contains all the research of the homunculi, or something. Moreover, the ancient core is so overcrowded with energy that it is called the refuge of demons. She is not afraid even when she is in the room of the strongest boss, which means she has enough mental and physical abilities to cope with the pressure. Patrick asked the boss what to do with this child. The protagonist sighed and said that she lived here. It seems she is capable, so first he will teach her to fight. If she doesn't want to study, then she will live as she wants. Besides, she has experience as a maid. Maybe they will make her a cook. At this point, Patrick asked him to wait. He asked the boss if he was serious now and who would do the training anyway. The protagonist pointed at him and said that he would take care of her training. The main character wished him luck, and Patrick couldn't understand why. He told him not to refuse. He was bored because he had nothing to do. Well, since she was a homunculus, her physical abilities must be outstanding, and perhaps there was still hatred for humans in her subconscious. He asked what this child's name was. The main character said that he heard something at their first meeting. Patrick couldn't tell if she could talk. The girl said her name was Rello. Patrick asked if that was the full name or not. She in turn asked if it was necessary. Patrick said that the boss was the owner here, so maybe he would give her a new one. The main character thought about her name. Then he asked her what her name was. Renee. Patrick said he would go. Then her name would be Renee Rello. Patrick noticed that the owner had fallen asleep again. Well, he began to say goodbye to her. He said that first they would teach her to smile, and he forced a smile on her face. At this point, Patrick was asking someone why they were smiling, what they had done in Haston, the Ryeland that had reached here, danced like crazy in the center of the village, or what. The main character told him that, in life, monsters are always an exception. Patrick asked, so this is also an exception? The protagonist said that it is a long story, holding the demon queen on his hand. Patrick asked if he had kidnapped the child. The protagonist asked if he looked like the type who could finish later. Patrick asked where Renee was, whom he was supposed to return, and why he brought it here. The main character just wanted to tell. He said that he met Renee in the human village. Patrick began to listen to him attentively. Patrick asked if she was injured. The protagonist replied that she looked exhausted. Maybe they've been restricting her all this time. Patrick remained silent, but then said that not at all. Let him just say that nothing worked out for her. Why is he creating drama? The main character simply agreed with him. Now he will wear a maid costume and rule the dungeon. Patrick said his resignation letter was already prepared. Then he asked with interest what their future plans were. The protagonist calmly replied that they would wait. Perhaps she would appear again. Patrick chuckled and said that now everything became clear to him. When the boss is in this state, it is better to leave him alone. Now he is hard and sad, but with time it will pass. At that moment the door creaked, and someone entered, casting a quick glance at them and asking what had happened. All eyes turned to the boss. Patrick, with a sly smile, announced that he had an unexpected guest and asked who it was. He said that before him stood the one he had been waiting for most of all, after which the girl, looking at him with slight embarrassment, asked if the gentleman was hungry and offered to cook him dinner. She looked at him in surprise, her eyes expressing more than words could say. Patrick couldn't understand what that strange look meant. He noticed how the main character looked intently into her eyes. There was something special in that look, conscious, filled with depth. The main character quietly said that her right eye had become really bad. If she could see well, she would have immediately spotted that stone. He reminded her that if her feelings, which she spoke about so confidently, were still alive, then it meant a lot. The main character thoughtfully said, next time. Let her bring him the real stone of love, and then he will give her his eye. The girl whispered with a trembling voice that she would now truly belong to Mr. Swallow. A drop of water fell down like a tiny tear from the sky. She fell right on top of the demon queen. Her eyelids fluttered and she slowly came to her senses, not understanding where she was or what had happened. Patrick sat in front of her, sharpening his weapon, his movements measured, dangerously calm. She asked anxiously if she was dead and he was a reaper, and this was hell, to which he merely snorted and replied that this was complete nonsense. He said they are in the core of antiquity. He explained that he was not a reaper, but Mr. Patrick, after which he noted that she was quick on the uptake. Patrick muttered irritably. How much longer was the boss going to lie there, motionless? Then he knocked on it decisively and ordered him to get up. The main character grimaced with displeasure, saying that he had slept so well, and asked why he had been woken up at all, but immediately noticed that the girl had come to her senses. At that moment, it dawned on her that the lord of the dungeon himself was standing in front of her. In a panic, she began to shower him with titles, calling him the Lord of all things, the ruler of the ancient core, the divine guardian who punished the intimidated, the ancient monster who stood at the top of everything and everyone, Mr. Swallow. She immediately began to apologize, and then, barely able to cope with her excitement, introduced herself as the 17th generation demon queen, Asmodeus, Melju de Rimphagrea. Swallow just chuckled, as if this scene was familiar to him for a long time. Then he calmly said that he had known her name for a long time. The demon queen froze in bewilderment, not understanding how Mr. Swallow could know this. She wondered if Svald had told him. Then her thoughts took a different direction. She didn't understand where he was at all, but she clearly remembered how he took Dunn's teeth and went to punish people. At that moment, Swallow uttered the simple but shocking phrase that it was him. She jerked her head up, not believing her ears. Swallow confirmed that Swallow was him. There was a look of profound shock in her eyes. The Demon Queen suddenly realized that she had been acting too carelessly in front of Mr. Swallow all this time. Patrick, crossing his arms over his chest, thoughtfully noted that he had one question. He wanted to know what she meant when she said she went to punish people and asked her to explain her words. Swallow frowned silently, realizing that the girl had just set him up in front of Patrick. Patrick said that since Swallow went after her, it meant he agreed to answer. Graffin Forest, Haston border. People said that it was better not to go here, but nothing strange happened. Useful herbs and mushrooms grew in this forest. At that moment there was a crack from above, and someone fell down. They saw a man who was injured, but it was unclear how badly, or whether he was even alive. One of them rushed towards him, taking out medicinal herbs. But Nifrim, as soon as he saw the guy, immediately became furious. And then, without hesitation, he simply killed him. The dungeon is a battlefield, and there are certain principles that he must adhere to in order to survive. If he calls himself the Queen of Demons, then he should behave more quietly. One of the main principles is minimum tension. Renee irritably reminded him how many times she had to tell him that there had to be silence in Mr. Swallow's room. She doesn't want wine. She refuses. We are surrounded by free monsters from the dungeons. And now she is not just the Queen of Demons, but their guest. She needs to talk to the Lord, but now it is his time to sleep. That's why she's here. While the master is fast asleep, she'll cuddle up to him, giving him her warmth. Miss Renee is too strict in this regard. She behaves like an old grandmother. Naturally, Renee was furious when she heard this, and asked with a threatening voice if she had just been called a granny. In anger, she began to scream that she would finish her off, crush her into dust, that she was just a snake. Renee was still seething with rage, repeating the same thing over and over again, that she would kill her, kill her. The Demon Queen just laughed, calmly stating that she had no such desire. With minimal stress, Patrick realized that to hell with the rules. Swallow tiredly told Patrick that they were too noisy, he couldn't sleep, to which Patrick was indignant, saying that there was also unrest outside, and because of someone. He asked if it was really that serious, and Patrick asked if he still hadn't read the newspapers he'd given him. According to rumors, the number of troops in Riaz has increased, the defense has been strengthened, and in addition, because of the monsters, the villages on the outskirts are emptying. The ruler of Haston committed suicide, so now the village is in dire straits. Swallow realized that the situation was indeed serious. Patrick noted that in 3 weeks of searching through all the human newspapers, he found only 3 articles that were in any way related to Haston. He asked if Swallow even understood what that meant. He honestly admitted that he didn't understand anything. Patrick asked him irritably if he ever thought before he answered, and offered to quit if he continued in the same spirit, to which the protagonist immediately began to apologize. Swallow frowned, trying to understand what he meant. Patrick just sighed and said that there was little information, so it was too early to draw conclusions. However, the situation is such that Haston is completely cut off from the outside world. And all because it was he who destroyed the village. Does he even remember how much he destroyed? It's not good that he doesn't receive news from the destroyed settlement. After all, the core of antiquity needs Haston, and by observing only him, one could determine when and in what size the next conquering detachment would arrive. Patrick said that was why they needed to go there as soon as possible. If they were delayed any longer, who knew what might happen? The main character wished him good luck on the road, but advised him not to overdo it. He expected Patrick to go alone. To his surprise, Patrick actually said that he would then try to return as soon as possible. Swallow couldn't understand whether he was just going to up and leave, so he could get some sleep. At that moment, Patrick thoughtfully said that, if you think about it, it was somehow unreasonable to go alone. It would be great if someone else went with him. Swallow jumped up abruptly, asking irritably if he meant him. He looked at the supposed number 1 candidate. The Demon Queen stood in front of him. Swallow thought that Melju was literally a walking bomb. If she used the same spell as in the capital, then there would be no stone left standing of Haston. He then looked at the second candidate and wondered if he should send her. The Demon Queen politely asked Renee to let go of her collar. Swallow said that everything is fine, but Renee is even more dangerous. She better stay where she is. He urges her not to go anywhere. Patrick suggested that since they didn't know how long it would take, why not have Swallow go with him? Swallow seemed to be caught in a trap, and he couldn't escape. He looked thoughtfully into the distance, as if looking for a way out of the situation. The guy sighed heavily, and said that it looked like he would have to go, but the problem was that last time he destroyed Demuoa's bracelet, so he couldn't use the transformation. Patrick nodded, as if to say, yes, indeed, he couldn't go without him. Swallow was glad to finally realize that he was free, and could now get some normal sleep. But after some time he reluctantly rose, and glancing at Patrick, said that his death would be painful. Patrick chuckled, noticing that he was even cursing him, but alas, this matter was already dead. However, he was the first to say that he couldn't go without a bracelet. Does this mean that if the bracelet had been intact, he would have left with it that very second? Swallow shouted furiously that no, he had meant something completely different. Patrick told his boss with a grin that he had not only arrived, but had also made a mess. He then explained that there are 4 simple ways to determine how active a village is. The first was the bustle of the market. Swallow looked around and noticed that there was no one there, then asked Leni if they could go back already. The second way is the amount of smoke rising from the chimneys of houses, but it is worth checking this before dinner. Now it is too late. The main character nodded and asked sarcastically, well, since it is already late, now we can go back or what? The third is how many mercenaries and squads are in the center of the mission, but this has nothing to do with Haston, so they move on. And finally, hotels and taverns. Patrick said they were here today. Swallow asked him why he stood up and let him follow him. Patrick said there weren't too many people, let him wait. Swallow greeted someone and asked the owner if there were any free seats, but then he realized that everything there was destroyed. Patrick said that everything was very bad. This village could soon become abandoned. At that moment, there were many dead people lying everywhere. Someone said they put in a lot of effort. They passed Haston, and now they will go to the heart, to the capital of the empire, Riaz. Because of the Black Disaster, humans are weaker than ever. So now is the best time to destroy the empire. Patrick said it was serious. The hotel was completely empty. Apparently, Haston was truly completely abandoned by people. At that moment, someone asked them who they were. A man came out to them and said that he was the owner of this place. What business did he even come for? At that moment, he was holding the weapon behind his back. Patrick said he was a knight from Pitariog's punitive squad, the Black Dogs, who came from Nitrenze. Of course, the man thought they might be invaders. Patrick said that he would like to spend the night and have a bite to eat here. The man realized that they were guests. He apologizes for his behavior. But the man said that he had no food for them, and it was unlikely that they would be able to find it in the entire village. Patrick asked if this was related to the Black Catastrophe. The man said that it was already known, then they should understand it. He asks for forgiveness, but there are no rooms ready for occupancy either. Let them understand him. Patrick realized that in this situation, even the price of water would be higher than at the beginning. Patrick told him to take the money, and the man couldn't understand what he was talking about. Patrick asked what he thought anyway. Is the room still not finished or what? The man immediately changed and began telling them to go upstairs. At that moment, something surprised him. Well, I told Patrick that this man was following them. Patrick said it was his slave. Even though it is his slave, he helps him a lot, so he treats his slave accordingly, so the slave must sleep with him in the same room, if he can tell where it is. Swallow walked into the room and said it wasn't that bad. He jumped onto the first bed he came across and said that it was his bed, much better than the one in the capital of the empire. Patrick said it was a nice room. Swallow asked if it was necessary to call him a slave. Of course, he is wearing the most comfortable clothes, but they are too shabby and make him look more like a beggar, so this approach to him would be the best option. You never know who will react to a simple person and how, but if he is with the owner, then no one will touch him so easily. Does he not think that this is already a reasonable decision, since he did not even bother to change his clothes? And there was one more thing. Didn't he want to move as little as possible? The main character said that, of course, in the next life, he will definitely become a stone. Patrick said that he listened to him then, but the protagonist found the fur and said that he was so wise. Patrick said that he will go out for a short time, let the protagonist rest. The protagonist advises him not to reincarnate like that on the first day. At that moment, Patrick thought about something. He said that the boss was not worried because there are places where you can move freely at night. After the Black Catastrophe struck Haston, the imperial family expressed their anger at the attack, and someone had to take responsibility for the failed attempts to conquer the ancient core. Patrick said that leaving such craters behind was an art in itself, but before the imperial hand touched these places, Count Atarke, the ruler of Haston, died. Patrick was wondering who was running this place now. He was extremely curious. It is obvious that their family will be sent to her, the emperor, but it is unknown whether the count's successors inherited the title. It's worth going to see the new count. Patrick said that was a problem. The security was stronger than he expected. He may kill or stun them, but when the sun rises, there will be a commotion. He realized that it was better for him not to rush, because there was a place here that caught his attention. Apparently people can't sense him, but he's not human. There was a strong smell of corpses coming from this place, so he headed there first. It's cool in the dungeon, it's better to sleep, but it's not bad here either. The main character just lay there and remained silent. The guy didn't understand if he would ever be allowed to sleep peacefully. At that moment, someone started knocking on the door, calling the knight and asking if he was here. The protagonist began to say that Patrick, but suddenly realized that he needed to correct himself and called him the master, said that he had gone on a night outing. The man asked if he wanted to have dinner. The food was simple, but he had prepared it. As an innkeeper, he cannot allow his guests to go hungry, and besides, the knight has paid him generously, and he would like to repay in kind. That's right, he didn't even introduce himself. His name is Novan Hedeker, but you can just call him Novan. The guy introduced himself as Svald. The man said that he hoped he wouldn't be disappointed when he got down. There weren't many supplies, so there wasn't much to cook. The protagonist asked if things were that bad in the village. The man said that it was obvious, because there was a disaster. Many residents lost consciousness after seeing it with their own eyes. After this, the count committed suicide. Then the traffic in the village was blocked. Now behind the wall lie the corpses of people who died of hunger. He doesn't know what business they came here for, but he'd better leave quickly. He'll be leaving this village soon too. He must know this well. How do people behave in general when cornered? Just at that moment, some girl sneaked into the room. She landed and said it was great. If the village is in such a state, and he decided to stay here, then he must not be a local, and besides, this is the most expensive room in the hotel, which means he is very rich. The girl decided that she would take everything that could be of value. When she picked up the things, she couldn't understand what kind of rags they were, but there was a strong smell, as if someone had moved in here. But at least there will be something to wrap valuables in. When she opened the chest, she couldn't understand why it was empty. It can't be that he carries all his things with him. Then the girl quickly began to check all the corners of the room. She thought that, of course, he couldn't take everything with him. She started to worry when she saw something and couldn't understand what it was. Patrick told the boss that he came to see the ruler, what he was doing anyway. Patrick said that he wanted to take the ruler, but the guards were stronger than he expected, so he decided to return today without results. He asked if the protagonist found out anything. The protagonist asked if he knew who he was asking this question to. Patrick said that he was asking out of politeness. The main character said that the connection with the outside world in the village was cut off, and the innkeeper didn't know anything else besides that. The protagonist could understand why Patrick was reacting that way, but he was surprised that the boss was actually doing something. Everything was correct. The connection with the outside world was interrupted. He suggested discussing it sensibly tomorrow. The main character said that he could handle it himself. Patrick said that the main character tried to keep the windows closed. He only opened one, and now both are wide open. They can be robbed. The main character could not understand what he was talking about. He did not open the window. Patrick said he was joking to justify himself, but the window didn't open by itself, or he wanted to say that a ghost did it. The main character said that he didn't know whether it was a thief or a ghost. At that moment, Patrick noticed something. The main character realized that his clothes were missing because Renee had sewn them for him. Patrick said he didn't have anything either. Had he seen the thing he put in the dresser? The main character asked what had been stolen from him. Patrick began to think about how to explain this and answered that his ribs had been stolen. At that moment, the girl was running down the street. She sighed heavily and said that it seemed like no one was chasing her. At that moment, someone stood in front of Rosalina and addressed her. A man asked her why she was walking around in the middle of the night. He seems to have already told us not to walk around after dark. The girl said that she came out without means, all for his sake. She spent her energy for them, which only made her hunger worse, but at the same time, she asked him to listen to her. At that moment, a man appeared and told Totu not to press her. The girl realized that the head was in front of her, and the man asked if he had come to his senses. Thieves shouldn't be afraid of the dark, but that's not what's causing his anger. Her mistake was that she left without telling anyone. She was used to doing whatever she wanted, but in such difficult circumstances, she should have first thought about what harm her actions could cause to others. This is no longer the kind of house where she would have been accepted with a diploma. Rosalina agreed that she would be more careful, and the man said that he hoped she understood everything and asked what she had come to them for. The girl asked to give her a second. After that, she dumped out everything she had stolen and invited them to look. She admitted that she had indeed stolen it, as she wanted to contribute as well, and when asked where she got it from, she replied that it was from a hotel on the main street. There was a nice room there. This little thing was lying in the chest of drawers and in perfect cleanliness, which means it must be expensive. The man, of course, immediately understood what it was. He said these were human ribs. The girl was very surprised and began to justify herself, saying that she really didn't know, and he asked if she had really dug up someone's grave. The man noted that she would not have desecrated the grave, otherwise she would not have bragged so. Either someone has an unusual hobby, or these ribs are used for magic, or maybe they are simply collected. The world is full of trash that uses the amputated limbs of its slaves as decoration. He couldn't tell if this was the bone of a man or someone who had once been one. If these bones belong to a necromancer or someone who studies black magic, the situation becomes even more dangerous. It's all too suspicious. The clothes look like rags, nothing special. Although it is made of the highest quality material. Rosalina was so absent-minded that she didn't even check her pockets, but there was so much gold there. He said that this amount was quite sufficient. The man shouted that now was not the time to rejoice, and at that moment someone noticed that it was quite difficult for her to find it. Patrick told the boss that they had come to the right place. The bones were left in the most expensive room of the hotel in the destroyed village. He should have been more careful. Patrick noticed that his jewelry seemed to be in good order. Human ribs, clothes made of high-quality material, and a lot of gold. They weren't supposed to touch it, but Patrick still greeted the thieves and said they had come for their things. He was glad they were found. It looks like everything is safe and sound. Patrick recognized the cloak that Renee had given him. If he broke her heart again, he wouldn't even know what would happen. It was a great relief. The man asked if they were not going to come over to their side, but then ordered no one to move. Patrick asked if he was in charge here, and the man asked how he found them. Patrick replied that, who knows, maybe the thing itself desperately wanted to find its owner. The chief noticed that he had guessed everything and ordered them to return. This time he will endure the boss's complaints, but only because he has already run around enough today. Patrick said that the chief thieves had chosen the wrong things to steal and was not going to return them. The man asked what guarantee there was that they would leave if their things were returned to them. Patrick thought about it and admitted that, indeed, even if Rosalina had left tracks, they had been found too quickly, and it was night. Only some monsters could do something like this. Just at that moment, he felt black magic emanating from those ribs. The man began to ask if they were the ones who lived in the dark, but Patrick only replied that it was indeed very dark in the cave. The man realized that they were definitely black magicians, and said that it seemed that these bones were important to him, to which Patrick replied that of course, since this was his body. Important as the whole body, but no, it's just a part of his body, and he asked not to waste his time. At that moment, the man threw his ribs into the air. He shouted to Toth and Rosalind to first save those who could not move on their own. Naturally, Patrick immediately rushed to catch his ribs, but luckily for Patrick, he managed to catch his ribs. At that moment, a man appeared from around the corner, but he was not ready to hit him. Then he actually struck. Of course, Patrick gave him a cold look. The man realized that this blow did not even touch Patrick. As always, he just yawned. He couldn't tell if he had been hit by a rock or not, but it seemed like things were really bad here. At that moment, the sword broke against his body. Then Patrick struck. After that, he walked around him and noticed that although they had normal weapons, he had nothing to do with them. Patrick told the boss that it might be time to stop these games, and the protagonist told him not to twitch. Patrick suggested that they just knock everyone out first. He asked if he wanted to leave them alive. No, not in that sense. He simply suggested dealing with everyone at once because he was so tired that he couldn't even calculate his strength properly. Patrick started killing them and said that we had to try hard. Renee was wondering if everything was okay with the gentleman, and the girl replied that of course it was, since half a day had already passed since he left. Renee asked if something had happened to him because she didn't even know if she could just enjoy her vacation when the gentleman was probably starving there. The Demon Queen told her not to worry so much. It was impossible for a great consciousness to miss a meal, no matter how many times she would bring this up. Renee admitted that she was right. Perhaps she was worrying too much, since it was unlikely that Mr. Patrick would get into trouble in some human village. The Demon Queen said that of course, since he was an ancient monster who stood at the top of everyone and everything, and a Death Knight who had power over death. Patrick said at that moment that they had taken some effort. It's amazing that the man was able to distract attention even for a moment, by the way. He thought that they would have a map of the settlement, since they were thieves, but no, they would have to sort through everything here as quickly as possible. There was no time to waste. Patrick said that's why. He became furious and ordered the protagonist to stop lying around, but noted that he could lie down too, since it was more comfortable here than it seemed. At that moment, someone appeared in front of them and began to ask for forgiveness. It was Rosalina. She apologized and said that she stole it. She cried and insisted that the others had nothing to do with it, so it would be better for him to kill her. At that moment, Thoth ordered her to get up. He asked if she thought that he would leave them alone, because they would not be let go just like that. The protagonist asked if it had finally dawned on them. The guy said that Patrick had dealt with them, and he replied that it would be done. At that moment, the two of them were scared to death. He began to defend the girl and said that if he came closer, he would kill him, and he meant it. At that moment, the girl was holding something in her hands. She started to pray, as if, and something started to happen. Patrick, of course, took notice. Then he walked right up to her with ease. He looked at her intently at that moment. Patrick asked her where she got it from. A cross in the shape of an inverted phoenix, and the mana emanating from it, tracking mana. Why even bother installing surveillance magic on the poor? Patrick then turned to the boss. He said that someone was watching the villagers. When this girl started praying, tracking mana flowed out from the cross, meaning it only activates in certain situations. If you find out the conditions, you can find out what the one who gave this cross is planning. The main character said that the village doesn't even catch magic. Last time there was a magic stone, and now there is some kind of cross with mana. Patrick said that first he needed to get people on his side, so let him help him. The protagonist asked why and how he was going to do it. Patrick replied that it was very easy. A brilliant plan has just been hatched here. They asked for forgiveness, but they did not do so because they stole things. Patrick said that the thing was that they were following the Imperial Order to leave no trace of Drake behind, but they couldn't figure out what the Imperial Order was. Patrick began to explain that they were actually creating secret organizations directly subordinate to the Emperor, called the Luno Mist Shadow Knights. He couldn't figure out whether he should really believe him. Patrick said that yes, they could be sure that they did not want to harm them now, but they also did not understand what the knights had forgotten in the village. He said they came here to do something. They came to save this village. They spared his life not on the orders of the Emperor, but because they needed information. All this is done to quickly understand the situation and provide financial support for the village. Patrick asked what they thought. If they wanted to rebuild the village together, they needed their strength. The knights, who reported directly to the emperor, came to save the village, and his majesty did not forget about them. They decided that they would help the king, and finally, this life would end. Patrick said he thought he had convinced them that people were not so easily manipulated. After all, few were as tolerant of self-justification as the lower class. The protagonist in turn asked if they could go back now. Patrick said no. This is just the beginning. With every minute he notices more and more suspicious things. The main character, of course, appreciates his efforts, but the work has only increased. He doesn't care about this or anything. So that's what it means when they say the enemy is always behind your back. Patrick asked what he just said. The main character said nothing. In general, let him get up. Since the situation has turned out this way, he will also have to work. The main character said that he was so inspired today, maybe he would do all this himself. Patrick asked if he was serious about what he just said. He will keep an eye on their leader, who still distrusts them, and he, the boss, should try to get closer to the people. The main character could not understand what it meant that he needed to get closer to people. But nothing can be done if you take a knight in armor and a ragged man who looks like a beggar, who, in his opinion, looks closer to ordinary people. The protagonist couldn't understand, he just called him a poor boss. Just for example, he should make friends with them before he comes back, and that's it, let him try to act like a human. The main character could not understand what it meant to be a human being. Firstly, they don't sleep for most of the day, even those who wake up are still sleepy. And in most cases they shirk work, they never have the desire to do anything. So he should just behave as usual. Patrick didn't know what he was thinking to say that, but it wouldn't be that easy. And let him not forget to find out about the church that gave the girl the cross. We need to get every drop of information out of them. If we deal with it quickly, then they will return home sooner and rest. He also says that people are cautious just in case, so he should be more patient. Getting closer to them will not be easy. Stolpa asked, is he also a knight from the fog of Luno? Since he listens to the emperor, it means he came from the capital. They asked if it was true that milk and honey flowed like a river there. They said that his comrade was in armor, why he was dressed like that. They explained to him that this was just a disguise, that in everyday life they don't wear things like that, but that's how it is. The main character is so fed up with this that he can't even catch his breath. I wish I could just eat them all. The guy realized that he just needed to get closer to them. The main character asked the boy if he was interested in something. The boy began to ask if he had ever met Sir Byrne and Miss Wynne. The protagonist replied that, no, who were they anyway? But it seemed that he had heard these names somewhere. Rosalina came up behind him at that moment. She started apologizing for stealing his things. The main character said that it was okay. They got them back. The man introduced himself, said that his name was Tot, that he was in charge here in the absence of the chief, and that he would help him in any way he could. The man asked, because he came to an empty village, right? The main character said yes. Since he wants to know about the situation in the settlement, it would be easier to see everything for himself. If he doesn't mind, Toth can show him the surroundings right now. The main character couldn't understand why now. Although if he stays here, he will be bombarded with questions again. The guy replied that it was a reasonable proposal, and agreed. To begin with, they will inspect residential buildings. The main character asked where all the people were, because the streets were completely empty. The man said that when he opened this door, he would understand everything. The man began to slowly open the door. Then the door opened. He said that they died of hunger. The man said that there was no food left in the area to steal, and the survivors did not know when they would die of starvation. The protagonist realized that they died of hunger. The guy himself began to wonder, when there was not enough food in the settlement, the residents directed their anger at the ruler. Enraged, they grabbed their weapons, like a black catastrophe during a period of famine. Why are the villagers dying so helplessly from lack of food? He said that about a month had passed since the black catastrophe had befallen them. The main character asked why it was so quiet in the village, why they didn't take hoes and pitchforks. The man asked if he was really curious to know. The girls continued to sit at the table. The demon queen said that she really wanted to go to the village with the master. The dungeon was so boring. Renee said that there was no need to think like that. The master entrusted them with the protection of the dungeon. What could be more important than that? This is proof that the gentleman trusts them. Naturally, he trusts Renee, and not Melge. But everything was true. How could she not immediately understand the master's plan? The thieves, that is, the Melge, based on this, should not constantly remain on guard. You never know when these people might invade. Let her not worry. She checks the violators whenever possible. She already checked 10 minutes ago, but since they already talked about it, she will check again. She used mid-level magic called the Eye of the Observer. Renee said okay, and she would clean it up then. At that moment the girl said, "Speak of the devil. Someone has invaded the dungeon, since only one eye responded. Most likely there is only one intruder." The girl said that she was ready. Just at that moment, everything started to shake. Renee said it was coming. At that moment, someone appeared and asked why they were so upset. Renee looked in surprise. The demon queen didn't understand what was happening. It was the mistress of the dungeon of great evil, the castle of Chete, Elizabeth Bathory, who asked how Renee was doing. She apologized. She couldn't give them anything else. If they had informed them of their visit in advance, Renee would have prepared something. But it's okay. Let him not worry about it. After all, it was she who showed up without warning. If she was going to offer her something, then she wouldn't mind tasting Renee's blood, but she can't offer that. What a pity, by the way. Who is this new girl anyway? The Demon Queen asked if she was interested. Since she insists so, she is the Demon Queen, the one who rules over all monsters, the 17th generation descendant of Asmodeus, Melju. She forgot to introduce her. Melju, this is Bathory, the boss of the castle of Cheat. The woman began to ask if they really had a young Demon Queen now. Now it was clear why her aura seemed unusual to her. The girl began to say that if she stayed here to live, she would be able to meet everyone in the dungeon of great evil or something. Renee started laughing and saying that she was saying such funny things. How could she so brazenly declare that she would stay here, to live like a parasite? Well, what does it mean to be a parasite? It means that she is not part of the core of antiquity. Where did that slacker and Patrick go? She was told that they had gone away for a while. She couldn't understand why they had to leave now. Renee asked if something was wrong. The villages around the castle of Chait were destroyed. They were literally covered in blood, meaning people had died, but there were no bodies. They had all disappeared. People clearly couldn't do such a thing. The traces of blood on the ground led in a certain direction, as if forming a path. And this path leads to Haston. What could that even mean? That all the bodies disappeared at once. Maybe they were undead. The woman replied that it was quite possible, but few of them were capable of such a thing. Most undead are not intelligent. Only its higher species, which have the special title of Elder, are intelligent. If the army of the dead was moving in one direction, it meant that someone was leading it. The Lord of the Dead, the immortal king Erebos, she thinks it was most likely him. Erebos is an ancient god of darkness and the abyss in ancient Greek mythology. There is no more material evidence of this, but they still have to notify the slacker. They have monsters here that can pass on a message. The girl replied that, no, at the moment, the dungeon is empty. Then do they have some other method of communication? There is none. But Renee does not doubt the master's decision. Fortunately, Patrick is with him. At least, he is smart. She felt nervous about reporting this, but the question of what to do next remained open. The Demon Queen realized that she, the greatest, would have to take full control of the situation. There was no other way out. It all started with a black catastrophe, and soon after it hit Haston, someone set fire to the fields. The rapidly spreading fire destroyed the entire harvest in an instant, leaving only ashes behind, while at the same time bad rumors began to spread throughout the village. They said that all the crops in the places where the black catastrophe had occurred were infected, and any touch to them would result in a painful disease, so the village turned into a cursed land. Then a rumor spread that even His Majesty the Emperor had abandoned the village, and the inhabitants finally lost hope. However, even in the midst of the chaos, there remained a tiny ray of hope. A wealthy couple of ordinary people decided to take care of the residents. They managed to save enough of the harvest, which, fortunately, was not damaged in the fire. They did not hide their reserves and began to distribute them to those who were in trouble. A group of people began to form around them, deciding to unite for the sake of survival, but at the moment when everyone had their first hope, the couple were found murdered in their home. Someone, eager to get more food, took their lives, after which trust in the village completely disappeared. No one tried to unite anymore. People simply locked themselves in their houses, hoping to save their supplies, and died of hunger. Because of rumors about contaminated grain, no one touched it, and those who stored it managed to avoid starvation. The protagonist noted that, despite all the rumors, none of them had been poisoned, not yet. The only thing that really matters now is to understand whether the grain could be contaminated. If he didn't even touch it, someone was deliberately spreading this rumor, pursuing their own goals. They had to move on. At that moment, the guards were watching them closely. The man continued to say that at first, many believed that they could quickly overcome this disaster, but the result of such complacency turned out to be disastrous. The bodies left on the street began to decompose due to insects, so they were put into pits. The main character asked why they were not burned. The man explained that the families of the victims are still grieving for their loved ones, but the main problem is that no one wants to take responsibility for burning the bodies. The protagonist asked why they couldn't do it themselves, but the man admitted that he hadn't talked about it before. The murdered couple had a daughter. The man mentioned that Rosalina's parents were also among the dead. The protagonist concluded that now everything became clear. The guy asked if the soldiers were still guarding the place. There were guards at the doors in 2 shifts, but it seemed their goal was not protection, but control. The protagonist wondered whether this meant that such measures were being taken on the direct order of the ruler. As expected, the ruler seemed too suspicious. In such circumstances, a face-to-face meeting is best suited to finding out the truth. It is impossible to reveal his true intentions by ordinary methods. Patrick decided to steal the harpy egg, because if they live as one family, they will definitely come for him, and then he will get rid of them and get an audience with the ruler. He was convinced that this was a brilliant idea, a real genius plan. He would like to think so. But at that moment, a realization came to him. He didn't expect that they would have such a big family. At that moment the girl called her brother. He responded to her call, calling his sister by the name Lara. Coming closer, he told her to live. She had to remember this. She was obliged to live. At that moment the girl suddenly woke up. Almost immediately after waking up, she was overcome with tears. A woman entered the room and asked if she had had the nightmare again. The girl, barely holding back her tears, assured that everything was fine. She was the daughter of the ruler of Hastin, Lara Sineviere Etarke. She was asked if she was going to go back to bed, but she replied that she wanted to get some fresh air, then began to get out of bed. Several weeks had passed since she had inherited the title, but the day of her brother's death was still vividly etched in her memory. The family fled with all their belongings, and the village still could not recover. There was only one way to survive in this situation. She realized that she had to return Hastin to his former appearance. She reminded someone of the promise he made to save her. She swore that she would protect her land. Her interlocutor confirmed that everything was correct. He invited her to look out the window, assuring her that this was the salvation he was talking about. The man insisted that he had not broken his promise, and that soon all the problems the villagers were facing would be resolved, so she should not worry so much. The girl understood that this man never revealed the details of his plans, but at the moment she had no choice but to trust him. The man assured her that everything was going according to plan, and that she should just continue living her comfortable life. The man assured that soon all worries would disappear. The girl believed him, said that she would trust him and wait a little longer. At that moment, someone burst in on them, saying that it was necessary to report news concerning the safety of the lands. The girl asked what was going on, and was told that according to the guard's report, the Harpy family had attacked from the northern gate, but a knight suddenly appeared and single-handedly repelled their attack. The girl was surprised that someone could deal with them alone, wondering who this knight was and who he served. The guards also tried to get answers from him, but he only remained silent. The girl said that she wanted to meet him in person, asked where he was at the moment, and learned that he was being taken to the castle's reception room. The man asked her to think more carefully about her decisions, suggesting that this knight might be a skilled killer. The girl noticed that his suspiciousness did not cancel out his services to the village, and it was natural for a ruler to pay attention to such feats, and ordered the knight to be brought. Patrick entered the hall, announcing that a wandering knight wished to greet the ruler of Hastin. The road here had not been easy. He looked tired, but standing before such a noble ruler, he felt that his hard work had been rewarded. The girl noted that he had protected the village with his bravery and valor, and the entire village would certainly like to express its gratitude to him. Patrick replied that it was an honor for him, but noted that the ruler did not look much like him, assuming, based on her age, that she was the younger sister of the former ruler. The girl asked what clan he belonged to. After these words, Patrick remained silent, and there was silence. The girl, without wasting time, asked the next question, asking his name, but he replied that, unfortunately, he could not name it, asking for understanding of his situation. Realizing that he had reasons for hiding his name, she assumed that if she asked him to remove his helmet, he would refuse as well. Patrick explained that his face was disfigured by battle wounds. Half of his skin was burned, which made him look unattractive, but if the ruler wished, he would submit. The girl said it didn't matter, told him to leave the question, and then noted that she couldn't offer much, but wanted to thank him, and asked what he wanted. Patrick replied that he needed food, because the most valuable thing in the village now is food. From her answer, he will be able to understand the current state of the castle. The girl agreed to provide him with food, instructing her to prepare everything, and he thanked her for her generosity. She answered without hesitation, which meant that there was plenty of food in the castle. Then why did the ruler allow the village to reach such a state? Also, since he was undead, he could sense energy, but the person in front of him gave off a strange feeling of closeness. Patrick asked if he could ask a question, and the girl asked what he wanted to know. He said that something had been bothering him for a while. He asked the man standing next to him to tell him who he was. At that moment, Patrick replied that, in general, everything was like this. The main character asked if the ruler was just watching what was happening. He said that he asked out of pure curiosity, after which he was released. The guy was surprised that everything turned out so easily. The protagonist wondered if he felt some kind of closeness, then it was the undead or someone else, and simply ignored him, while Patrick noted that a feeling of kinship does not mean that he is definitely the undead. A similar aura is sometimes emitted by necromancers, as well as magicians who practice black magic. It all depends on how much of this energy they have absorbed. The main character asked when he was going to check everything, and noted that if he were in his place, he would have already sorted it out. Patrick, furious, said they were there to find out what the boss had done, not to make things worse, and asked if he wanted to quit if he was so eager to take action. Patrick asked if he had found out anything himself. The protagonist replied that the locals believed that the grown grains were infected with some disease. He became curious why there was such silence in the village. It turned out that people refused to eat the supposedly poisoned food and died of hunger. The thief Rosalina avoided contact and tried to escape at every opportunity. It would be useful to have control magic. Perhaps it would be worth taking Melza with you. The main character could not understand why they took him along then. However, this did not mean that they had no other options. Let him look at the food that the ruler handed over. The protagonist thought that perhaps they would not be able to think on an empty stomach. However, Patrick objected that he first needed to win Rosalind's favor. At that moment, the girl was extremely frightened. The main character asked why she was so scared. He noticed that what he was holding in his hand was sharing with her. At that moment, the girl was amazed. She realized that in front of her was the prosphora that the bishop was distributing. Swallow realized that Patrick had given it to him, but he did not know who the bishop was. Rosalina asked the guy if he believed too. She was glad that there was a person nearby who shared her faith, because no one around believed in him. Wasn't it strange? Because they were offered a way to salvation, all that was required was sincere faith. The girl asked if Swallow agreed with her. Then she announced that they had arrived. It was strange, but every time she came here, she was overcome by a feeling of cottony heaviness. It was very dark here, so Swallow had to be careful not to trip. The disaster that befell the village is a test given to people for their evil deeds, and he, the omnipotent consciousness, is able to help them overcome these tests. A man said that all those who found faith in him were chosen and noble people. The girl told the knight to sit down here. The bishop reminded them to always remember the gifts they had received from him, and today he does so again. Share the daily bread that he sent them. The protagonist realized that there was nothing special about it, just ordinary brainwashing. Then everyone suddenly stood up and he noticed it. The girl laughed joyfully and said that it was not the right time. The Eucharistic liturgy was taking place right now, and the guy asked what it was. The girl explained that this is the moment when the bishop distributes prosphora to them. Swallow couldn't understand how what Patrick had received ended up in the castle. The girl said that she would tell him everything, but only when he saved the village, because everyone who sincerely believes in him will find eternal happiness. Swallow did not understand what eternal happiness meant. She replied that they would become closer to him and receive a more noble gift. So said the man. The guy asked what kind of gift it was. The girl replied that she didn't know, but perhaps it was something better than prosphora, for example meat. At that moment the bishop approached them and noticed that Rosalina had appeared here again today. He said that here is today's gift, let her take it carefully. She thanked him. He then pointed his finger at the guy and said that he was seeing him for the first time, but hoped that he would continue to come here. Swallow replied that they would look. The man said that he was sure he would be pleased to see a confident person. At that moment, Swallow asked him what had just happened. After this, he simply threw away the prosphora that the bishop had given him. Swallow mused that perhaps this manna did not harm people, but it was not suitable for him. The horse hero asked him what he was going to do about it. Swallow said the bishop was brainwashing them. The guy warned him not to even dare to stick his nose into his body. The man at that moment said that he was not a human. He had a bad memory, but he would definitely remember this. The girl started asking the guy what was going on. Swallow replied that nothing, he just thanked him from the bottom of his heart and suggested that they leave. At parting, the girl thanked him, and Swallow said goodbye to her. The guy realized that after everything he had seen, he didn't even need proof. In an isolated village, a bishop appeared with his pseudo-religion that brainwashes people, monitors them using unknown manna, and this guy next to the ruler, who gives off an aura of undead, even he can't help but notice how organized all this is. There is definitely someone behind this, and he was sure of it. At that moment, the Demon Queen became happy and began to ask how he was able to understand all of this, as expected of Mr. Swallow. Swallow looked at her in surprise. She asked what was wrong with him. He replied that the number of annoying things had simply increased. She was interested to see what a mess he had made here. She noted that there was a nice view from here. Swallow said that she was clearly not there out of curiosity, so why did she come? The girl began to explain that Lady Bathory had gone down into the dungeon and had conveyed that the undead were moving towards the village. She also said that she had discovered strange tracks near the Chait Castle leading to this village, and she added that there was most likely some sinister creature behind this. In particular, she believed that Erebos was behind this. Swallow said that the Erebos theory does fit, but it's just a guess. The girl thought about it. When the undead attacked a village, they usually came with numerical superiority, right? She noted that the current village can hardly resist her. But why didn't they invade in a similar way? If her guess is correct, they will use the mana flow. And at that moment, she used low mana detection magic and hit the mark, as she expected. At this time, near the mountain of corpses from the village, the bishop stood looking straight ahead. Then he suddenly fell to his knees. As it turned out, he was the gatekeeper of a dungeon of great evil, a place of rotting corpses known as the Lich Simon Magus. At that moment, an ominous force began to thicken around him. And at that moment, someone appeared, declaring that he was his faithful servant, Simon Magus. The man reported to Erebos, the lord of all the dead. He said that he had come to give a final report before leaving for the village. Erebos said he would not forget his hard work. The man noted that he was simply doing his duty for a great purpose and asked what he needed to report. He said that the intruder suddenly intervened. The man noted the coincidence. Uhamel informed him of the intruder, who was said to be wearing armor and emitting an undead aura. The man explained that he did not feel the aura of the undead, and there was no armor, but inside he felt a deep darkness. Erebos thought about the creature with deep darkness. The man asked if he had any guesses, to which Erebos replied that he would not interfere in this matter. Erebos reminded him that in order to conquer an empire, he must first capture a village, advised him not to forget where he was, and to always be careful when executing a great plan. The man said he had been entrusted with a great task, and he regretted that he had not been able to fully cope with it. Amel requested reinforcements to the castle, so he sent Masham to the underground dungeon. The man asked if reinforcements were needed due to the intruder. The man said that everything was fine, and that he would let us know if necessary. Erebos agreed, and said that the decision was his. He was sure that soon the undead would rule everything on Earth. He believed that no one could stop them unless this monster intervened. Swallow asked the girl where the one who cast the spell was. She couldn't answer, but she noted that most wizards use the mana flows on the surface to constantly maintain such magic. Swallow noted that if a mage needed to maintain a spell, then he had to be somewhere nearby. The girl said that this was possible, but not always the case, since some used a conduit. It was just her guess, but in order to maintain such a spell, a huge amount of mana would be needed to cover the entire village. Some force the flow of mana, you can't just take it and bury it. In general, the most likely places where they could hide the conductor are there. She pointed to the ruler's castle and said that this building aroused the most suspicion. However, she clarified that this was just her guess and she wasn't 100% sure. Swallow didn't know what they were planning, but if they turned everything upside down here, it would force them to act covertly. The guy realized that Patrick must be on the other side. He asked the girl if she was busy, to which she replied that she was not at all. Swallow suggested going to the castle together. The girl, to my surprise, was very scared. Swallow said it was time to destroy one of the 7 dungeons of evil. At this point, Patrick and the castle noticed that the place looked suspicious. The smell of the poor slums from the lower floors became even stronger. This smell was extremely suspicious. Besides, at such a time there is no use in prison. There was some sound coming from inside. At that moment, someone appeared in front of him. Patrick realized that it was no wonder there was such a terrible smell in here. He hadn't seen Tessak for a long time. Patrick apologized for distracting him, but did not understand who his master was. The creature looked at him. After that, it turned on Patrick. Patrick noted that the blow was too strong for his build. However, he won't be hit by such a slow attack. Even with both hands he couldn't draw his weapon, which disappointed him a little. He realized that he was acting openly in the castle. He wondered whether the ruler was the right person or not. Either way, he no longer had any reason to act covertly. Now that he was convinced of everything, it could have been eliminated. Patrick said it was disgusting. At that moment, someone attacked him. His helmet immediately flew off from the impact. Patrick was amazed. Then he began to laugh sinisterly. He said that Dullahan himself was here and whether he had something in mind. At that moment, Patrick began to call out to the enemy standing in front of him. He demanded to know who ordered this place to be guarded. In response, he heard only silence. After that, he collected his thoughts again. Suddenly, Patrick realized that the sword of evil was in front of him. This weapon corroded the blades of opponents, making the fight more difficult. In addition, the enemy itself had considerable strength, which was not like the Dullahan. He wondered if perhaps he should try to talk peacefully, as befits a rational undead. The elder undead usually entered into a dialogue, and all that was left for him to do was figure out why this enemy was here. Patrick assumed that the ruler probably knew the answers to all the questions. After these words, he touched the ground. Then he used lower magic, a sliding panel. However, his sword was already broken. Naturally, the enemy immediately went on the defensive. Patrick used a weak sword, making a powerful cut. He noted that since the enemy does not like talking, then he won't drag it out and will immediately get to the point. At that moment, the enemy showed obvious surprise. Patrick said he would borrow his sword since he wasn't using it. At that moment, a bright white glow could be seen. After that, he took the heavy sword, performed a perfect blow, and destroyed the enemy. At that very moment, in the ruler's castle, the girl woke up from the cold. At that moment, someone asked if she had slept well. It was Patrick. She couldn't figure out how he got inside. She jumped up and began to scream, outraged by his lack of ceremony. Patrick calmly replied that he obviously came on business. Then he said her name, Lara, to make sure he remembered it correctly. He gave her exactly 5 minutes, ordering her to bring the man who had been with her earlier. Patrick apologized for the late visit, but noted that he had found something interesting during his walk. After this, he threw the head of the defeated enemy in front of her. The girl asked in horror what it was. Patrick, smiling, asked if she really didn't understand. It was the Dullahan's helmet. He turned to her with a question. Patrick wanted to know why they were conspiring with the undead. The girl clearly did not understand what was being discussed, but he noted with irritation that she continued to pretend. If this is not a pretense, then she really is not aware of what is happening, and therefore is an incompetent ruler who does not know what is happening on his own land. At that moment, one of the men standing nearby advised the lady not to listen to him anymore, but to immediately call the guards and seize the impudent man, but Patrick declared that he personally destroyed Dullahan in the underground dungeon. The girl asked if he was talking about the dungeon located under her castle. Patrick confirmed, adding that her dungeons were littered with corpses, then offered to hear her out. He pointed to the man standing next to him and declared that he was also undead. The girl shook her head in confusion, not believing his words. This man promised her to save the village. She accused Patrick of threatening the safety of the village. In response, he only laughed. Then he asked if she wanted to tell him that she knew who was really threatening the village. The man standing next to them tried to calm them both down, reminding them that the knight had previously claimed that it was a Dullahan's helmet, but such creatures were extremely rare. Patrick admitted that he too was surprised by the appearance of such a high-level undead in this place, but something about this Dullahan seemed strange. Although he was an elder undead capable of intelligent behavior, he was silent. Also, his fighting style seemed unnatural, so after destroying his soul, Patrick did some investigating. Let them just look. There is a mind control magic circle engraved on the inside of the armor. The name of the owner of the armor is also indicated there, Dullahan Masham. That was the name of the deputy leader of the elite squad of brothers Masham and Hard, formed 30 years ago to suppress the evil undead that attacked human villages. It was said that he was an artificial knight, but after the raid he suddenly disappeared. Now the question arises, who was this evil undead that they were going to suppress? Patrick said he would ask the question differently. It would be great if this time he answered him personally. Where is the evil undead Erebos now? The girl could not understand who they were talking about. She vaguely remembered that this was the name of the boss of one of the evil dungeons. At that moment the man burst into a sinister laugh. The girl didn't understand what all this meant. The girl began to scream, reminding the man that he had told her that the earth would save her. He turned around, smiled at the elephant, and said that it was so. At that moment, the girl looked at him in surprise. He said the plan had changed a little, but nothing could be done. It will no longer be possible to achieve this peacefully. At that moment, he extended his hand forward. Immediately after this, Patrick swung his weapon and cut off a part of the sofa in front of him. He warned both of them not to make any sudden movements. The man just looked at him silently. The girl couldn't understand if he was really undead. The man introduced himself as Ukmel. He declared that he would kill her and all the people in this village, turning them into undead, because for people like her, mortals, to be awarded such a fate is a real salvation. After all this, it was the fulfillment of the will of the servant of death, the lord of the dead, Erebos. Patrick said that, to be honest, he couldn't even imagine such a thing. Usually, undead are understood to mean a race that attacks with numerical superiority. He admitted that he did not expect such a planned and organized invasion. From the very first meeting he stood out, attracted attention, and then exceeded expectations by defeating Masham. He was truly worthy. It was the first time Patrick had seen a member of one species take pride in killing an ally. This only increased his curiosity, because in front of him stood the same undead, but for some reason she did not serve Erebos. The girl couldn't figure out what was happening. Everything seemed chaotic and incomprehensible. Gradually the realization dawned on her. The knight was also undead. In terms of managing the land and establishing cooperation, he needed a ruler, so he was in no hurry to kill her. Suddenly, the situation changed. The whole mood deteriorated sharply. Without thinking, he rushed into the attack. Patrick demanded that from now on he follow only his instructions. The man mockingly asked if he really expected to intimidate the undead, but the answer was obvious, because he had something to lose. If he had understood the situation even a little, he would have realized that his companion, with whom he came here, was much stronger than it seemed. So much stronger that his intervention could completely ruin their plans, but then people would suffer too. Patrick said he didn't want to disappoint him, but they weren't on the human's side, so he shouldn't waste time on empty talk and explain what they were up to here. And at the same time, he will tell you what his boss, Erebos, has planned. The man nodded, agreeing to answer his questions. He asked if he knew how the elder undead were created. Patrick cut him off, demanding that he get to the point without further questions. For an ordinary human or fae to become an elder undead, it takes a combination of specific conditions, events, and a massive amount of hatred that goes beyond the ordinary. The power accumulated in such a creature is capable of infecting dozens or even hundreds of zombies, turning them into the same. And Erebos is an all-powerful consciousness capable of creating such undead with magic alone. Patrick finally realized why they isolated the village and created a religion in it. The man confirmed that to create an elder undead, a living person with a weakened soul is needed. Haston is the perfect place to gather such people. Isolation has driven them to the brink, and hunger has only further broken their spirit. The final blow for them was the religion that was created. Patrick began to guess, but then why such a pile of corpses in the underground dungeon? He received the answer, for the mass creation of the elder undead. Their goal is to destroy the Empire. Patrick realized that this was extremely serious. If the Empire falls and most of the people turn into undead, the next targets of Erebos, having gained immense power, will be Dungeons of Greatest Evil. The truth always comes too late. He began to use high magic, spreading a black curse. The girl began to slowly move back. What did he even think? Tying his hands would prevent him from using magic, or how naive it was. Patrick knew he could cast spells using only words. The man sarcastically asked if he really expected to tell the whole truth right away. There is no creature that could stand against Lord Erebos. The only one capable of this is an ancient monster, immersed in a long sleep after the migration. This means that nothing can interfere with the master's plans, Patrick said thoughtfully, taking in what he had heard. Then he asked if he could ask one more question. The man grinned, challenging Patrick to break through with his bare hands. Patrick summed up everything he had said earlier. No matter how great their plans are, if the ancient monsters appear, it will be the end for both him and his boss. The man could not believe these words, considering them complete nonsense. After that, Patrick took action without further ado. At that moment, a powerful explosion thundered in the ruler's castle. Amidst the chaos, a voice full of surprise was heard. He came at the perfect moment. The girl was coming to after being hit by the blast wave. Someone screamed hysterically, demanding his head. It was the Demon Queen, irritatedly noticing that it was a fragile building. Patrick chuckled, agreeing that his timing was good. Swallow couldn't understand what this was about, but Patrick just waved it off, then asked if he had managed to find out anything, and the answer was affirmative, about almost everything. The girl watched their conversation in surprise, not understanding the whole situation. Patrick looked up at the sky. It was at that moment that the attack fell upon him. Swallow easily parried the blow and warned them not to even hope. The man didn't understand what was going on. Swallow then activated his power. He dealt the man a series of crushing blows. He began to realize that he was familiar with this power, but he refused to believe it. Patrick warned him. His companion was much stronger than he seemed. Swallow looked at him expectantly, because there couldn't be any combat information about the ancient monster here, so how did it end up here? However, this was not the only thing that worried him. The man no longer felt the energy of the crystal above. He couldn't tell if it was the girl's doing, but judging by the amount of mana she had, she was the Demon Queen. Realizing the danger, he decided to stall for time until he could pass the information on to Lord Erebos. To distract him, he asked what the ancient monster was doing here. According to him, they disappeared after the invasion of Riaz. At that very moment, a bright light flashed, and then another powerful explosion thundered. The man lay lifeless and barely made any sounds. Then he said that they were already late. Melzu said in a rage that he was talking too much. At that moment, Swallow, as always, yawned. The guy told them to look at him. How stubborn, probably because he is undead. At that moment, the man began to tell them to bow down. After all, their master has arrived on this land. Patrick turned to the boss, and Swallow immediately replied that he could see it himself. Swallow said he clearly tried hard to make an impressive entrance. At that moment, people on the street were asking each other if they thought the sky looked strange. Then they all looked up at the sky and were surprised. The sky really was getting darker and darker with every passing second. There was silence in the street. At that moment, someone was running quickly down the street. It was Rosalina. At that moment, someone called her. He asked in surprise if she had been asleep, although in fact it was he who should have asked this question, since the girl was always running away at night, and he wanted to know where she had been this time. She replied that she felt uneasy, so she decided to go out for some fresh air and walked around Jabet Square, as if it was a normal place for a night stroll. He noted irritably that it was a contaminated area that no one went to because it was too dangerous. She immediately realized that Toth was angry again and tried to speak, hoping to calm him down. But to her surprise, all she heard in response was silence, which made her feel uneasy. He only said that she was incorrigible, and the girl was surprised that he was not angry, because usually he reacted much more emotionally. He then explained that the chief and the others had discussed the situation and made a decision. She immediately asked what it was and heard that they would all leave the village tomorrow evening. He said he didn't know what she thought of those nights, but the chief didn't trust her. Let her follow him, he will explain everything along the way. Then they went to the cemetery. This is where the girl's parents were buried. He said that if she left the village, she would not be able to return here anytime soon. Of course, she has the right to do whatever she wants. Just let her listen to her heart. The girl spoke up, admitting that she didn't quite understand why the chief was so eager to leave the village. After all, she would be saved. Couldn't they just wait a little longer? He replied that he had nothing against her faith. It was entirely her choice. But did she want to wait for salvation that might not come? While her parents remain trapped in this dark place, she can be saved not only by the God she believes in, but also by her own actions. The girl thought about the fact that her own actions could save her. Then she clenched her fist tightly. She admitted that the man was completely right. He looked at her in surprise after these words. He then handed her the torch and asked if she could do it. She replied that she would at least try. After that, she slowly approached the mountain of corpses. At that moment, her gaze was directed straight at that ominous pile. Then she was ready to let go of the torch. Suddenly, someone grabbed her hand and spoke, wondering who else could be there at such an hour. He couldn't understand where this man came from. The stranger began to ask the girl what she was doing in this place. As it turned out, a bishop was standing in front of them. The girl was stunned when she saw him. She started to struggle, but the grip was too strong. It hurt. She tried to understand what he was doing. Suddenly, she noticed that his clothes were starting to burn. He turned to him, saying that it would be better for him to let the girl go. Then he caught a familiar scent. Rosalina spoke up, urging him to put out the fire. After that, she was still able to escape. He managed to catch her so that she wouldn't fall. But then the two of them fell to the ground. He squeezed out through clenched teeth that this man was a real bastard. At that moment, the bishop began to throw off his clothes. After this, the undead revealed their true form. They were both shocked by this unexpected turn of events. The creature spoke, calling for everyone to be silent, for silence is the only song in its kingdom. However, what surprised Rosalind most about this situation was something else, the tree that towered behind him. At that moment, the corpses piled up in a heap began to move. One by one, their eyes opened. The girl was overcome with horror at the sight of what was happening. None of them could comprehend what was happening now. He called out to her sharply, demanding that she not stand there like a pillar. He needed to run. He grabbed the girl's hand, forcing her to move. Then the two of them rushed away from the revived crowd of undead. After some time, they managed to run into some house. The man quickly propped the door with furniture, hoping that this would at least delay his pursuers for a little while. Rosalina collapsed to the floor, barely catching her breath, and admitted that she could no longer walk. The man understood this, but firmly stated that he would have to move on. Of course, it was better here than on the street, but it was dangerous to stay on the first floor. You had to go higher, but she complained that her legs could no longer support her. He crouched down in front of her and told her to climb on his back because they had to hurry. After that, they started to climb up to the second floor. The girl, breathing heavily, noticed that he was also very tired and sincerely thanked him. As they climbed up, they could see a frightening number of undead gathered outside. He himself did not know whether they both could survive. If not, then the girl quietly addressed him. He suddenly felt an unbearable stench and could not understand where this smell was coming from. After some time they got somewhere. The girl asked hopefully if it was safe here now, but the man just shook his head. He explained that the danger was still there, and that if she wanted to survive she had to remain calm, but the girl didn't understand what he was getting at. Just at that moment, the man came closer to one of the corpses. He slowly began to take off his scarf. The girl asked in fear what he was going to do anyway. In response, he only looked at her. Then a homemade weapon appeared in his hands. He swung it sharply. Rosalina was at this moment ready to accept her death and closed her eyes. However, a moment later she realized that nothing had happened, and trembling, with tears in her eyes, she opened her eyes. He didn't tell her about it, but every time he saw something like that, he felt uneasy. From now on, let him believe only in what is truly trustworthy. But why did he do it so suddenly? He scared her. Suddenly they felt the ground beneath them shake. Rosalina realized that it seemed like the pursuers had broken through the door, but what to do now? He only asked what other options they had. The girl said that she also needed to find at least some kind of weapon. At that moment, the man suddenly began to walk away, and she immediately asked where he was going. He continued walking silently, not deigning to answer her, which only increased her anxiety. Suddenly he stopped, slowly turned to her with a slight smile on his face, and looked straight into her eyes. Rosalina looked at him, clenching her fists, feeling fear for her friend. The girl tried to stop the man. After that, he simply slammed the doors and ran away. The man began to lock the doors so that they could not break through to the girl. He knew that if he did that, they wouldn't be able to find Rosalina by scent. The girl began to ask what he was doing, begged him not to leave, said that she was scared, asked him not to leave her. He asked how long she would live relying on others and told her to finally stop creating problems. The undead were getting closer and closer. The man told the girl to listen to him carefully, not to react, and not to make a sound. He ordered her not to dare utter a sound and not to do anything stupid. Rosalina deliberately covered her mouth with her hands so as not to give herself away with a single sound. The man asked her to listen to him for once, saying that it was better than if they both died. The undead were already almost next to the man. Of course, they were aggressively opposed to him. The man turned to the girl. He began to apologize for being too strict with her. Rosalina fell to her knees, realizing that she had lost her friend. Of course, after this she began to cry bitterly. At this time, there was silence on the streets of the village. The undead walked around everywhere as if nothing had happened. At that moment, there was a cross lying on the floor, which the girl also had. The undead looked into every house they could. The bishop hovered above them at that moment. He addressed all the troops. He raised his hand up. After this, he ordered not to move forward. The crowd was sure that all this was because of the new ruler. Because of her, the sky was painted in an ominous bloody color. It was strange, because she had not appeared in public for several weeks. Not everyone rushed to the ruler's castle. That is why the heavens were angry with them. Of course, they were furious and ready to fight. At that moment, someone appeared in front of them. The guy warned that it was dangerous there, and they started asking him what was wrong with him, whether he was injured. One of them moved forward and asked to be allowed to examine it. They asked him if they were from the Tower of Magicians, but he was an intern at the Wing Tower of Magicians. They noticed that he was not bleeding. Then they wondered whose blood it was, because it seemed like it didn't belong to him. The man saw someone else approaching. Everyone who was able to move had already gathered, so who could it be? Then someone grabbed his arm. The guy screamed about the undead, but they tried to calm him down. Then he screamed again that the undead were coming here, and soon everyone really saw a crowd of undead. At that moment, the undead appeared in front of them. She was looking straight at them at that moment. Then he immediately rushed away from the people. At that moment, a knight appeared and saved them. He said that the undead are not as scary as they seem, so let them choose whether to run or stay and fight together. People began to respond that they would fight. The man stepped forward and said that they were former trainees of the Wing Mage Tower, and on the day the Black Disaster happened, their tower saved their lives, so now they wanted to help too. One of the men raised his hand and declared that he would fight. Everyone started to respond that they were also ready and supported him. The knight began to say that it was excellent. He began to command and said that those who had strength and who could hold a weapon should come forward, and the rest should try to quickly create a line of defense. The crowd declared that they would defend the village to the end. The undead were getting closer with every second. The knight reported that they were already here. The undead were getting closer and closer. The knight told them to prepare to use magic. After that, they cast a defensive spell. Then an explosion rocked the battlefield. The chief couldn't understand what the hell was going on there. He didn't know where Tot and Rosalina had gone at such a time. At that moment he noticed Rosalina sitting nearby. He was very surprised to see that it was really her. At that moment the girl raised her head and looked at him. The man began to ask what had happened. The girl explained that he had told her to stay where she was, and the man asked where he was. She replied that he told her to keep her head down, but she had to come anyway because she was so scared, and because of her he died. The man immediately realized. He asked if he would blame her for his death. Of course not, he would never do that, so there is no need to say that he died because of her. She should thank Thoth, because thanks to him, she is alive. The girl said that the undead were not like everyone else, and they needed help. The man asked what she was talking about. The girl tried to explain. She said they needed the help of the knights. The man explained that they were most likely in the ruler's castle. The girl didn't understand what he was going to do, and he explained that she probably didn't have the strength to even get up right now, so she should drink this and go. It must be safer inside the castle than here. He can't leave his comrades while they fight. He promised Thoth that he wouldn't let Rosalina, for whose salvation he sacrificed his life, be in danger again. He asked the girl to bring the knights, and they would hold back the evil spirits for now. At that moment, there was chaos on the street in the village. Patrick noticed the chaos and told the boss that he should see the real madness. The Demon Queen was surprised that people were actually fighting back. Swallow asked why he should watch it if it didn't concern them. Patrick replied that it did. He didn't see why he would give up when he could just work a little harder. Patrick noted that it seemed like the humans were winning and things weren't that bad for them. The main character became interested in how long they could hold out. Patrick thought for a moment and said that it wouldn't be long. They had enough weapons, but their defense was very weak because it was built in a hurry. If this continues, they will quickly become tired and be pushed back by the 1,000-strong army of the undead. If Umel's words are to be believed, there should also be elders among the ordinary undead. Patrick said that in any case, Erebos had prepared seriously, and they should respond in kind. The protagonist agreed, but noted that he needed to do something before that. Patrick asked what exactly. He had not approved of his actions beforehand, but he did not want Swallow to remain inactive. The girl was looking at him at that moment. The main character turned to her and asked her name. The girl replied that her name was Lara Sinevier Etarke. The guy said that he would remember. The main character also introduced himself. After that, he lifted her chin. The protagonist asked her if she wanted to live. Patrick exclaimed that he was talking nonsense because she needed to be killed. The main character said that at first he thought so too, but changed his mind. Patrick did not understand what he was going to do because the village could no longer be saved. The protagonist suggested thinking about whether it wasn't because of the undead that they were now on the verge of surrendering Hastin. Patrick agreed that he was right. The protagonist said that if all the undead disappeared and the ruler was at their disposal, then they would not have to create a new village. The girl looked at him with tears in her eyes. Patrick said that at first he wanted to say something stupid, but perhaps he should think about it and use the ruler instead of killing her. It was not a bad idea. However, can people keep their mouths shut? The Demon Queen assured that if people knew the truth, they would never keep it a secret. The protagonist thought that they were all like that. The guy said that this man seemed to have reasons to live. The very fact that she didn't take her eyes off him despite her fear proved it. Even his true form didn't affect her in any way. She could be useful. Patrick said it was really amazing that she was just an ordinary person. But the guy understood that she also had some kind of peculiarity. Among all the people he met, he came across heroes who were distinguished by their nature. They possessed a talent that could not be developed by simple diligence. The ruler had such mental fortitude that she did not go crazy even after seeing him. The girl began to say that she had to live. The protagonist asked Patrick if such a person could refuse the opportunity to avoid death, and wondered if it was worth relying only on this reasoning. However, the protagonist explained that he decided to trust his intuition. Patrick asked if it wouldn't be better to stick to logic. He knew it all sounded unreliable, but since the boss had decided so, he couldn't object. However, if suddenly the plan goes to hell, he will have to deal with everyone. The main character said okay, and asked if she understood everything. Let her choose. If she just said that she was asking to save her, it would not be enough. It was important to understand what would happen next. That was what interested her. The main character said that everything is simple. They will drive out the undead, and until the village is restored, Patrick will try to help in any way he can. Patrick was furious and couldn't understand what kind of a setup this was. Laura asked what she needed to do in return. The main character advised to choose something simple. He said that she could give them everything. Let her just give everything she has. Lara, of course, wanted to object. However, she understood that if she refused this offer, she would die either at the hands of monsters or at the hands of the undead. On the other hand, if she agreed, she would survive, but lose everything. If it weren't for the black disaster, her brother would be alive. If he hadn't died, she would have become the ruler of the village. If she hadn't been the ruler, she would have found herself in this situation. Patrick said it was time to end all this, and asked where he put that sword. At that moment, someone or something was rapidly approaching them. The main character could not understand who was rushing here. The Demon Queen asked if there was anything she could do. She could block the door with magic, but the guy replied that it would be better to just open it. The girl said she understood. At that moment, a girl burst into the room. Rosalina was glad that they were really there, but asked them for help. She explained that the village was invaded by the undead. Everyone was fighting with all their might, but there were too many of them. They needed help. One person was already dead, and the head said that she would wait for her. Everyone was holding on with all their might, so she asks them. She begged them to help, because they promised to save Haston. The girl looked at the guy with hope. However, at that moment, she saw a skeleton in front of her. Patrick said that he was just a skeleton, and, unfortunately, the right to make decisions now belongs to another person. Rosalina couldn't understand what he meant, and looked at Lara. The girl asked if the residents were really dying. Patrick said that if you think about it, now is the time when they should start to exterminate them little by little. Then he turned to Melch and asked if he could ask her for a favor. She replied that of course, because she herself was curious. After that, some kind of eye appeared right in front of them. The main character asked what kind of monster this was. The Demon Queen said that he wouldn't have time to dodge unless he took a step to the side. At that moment, the creature rose into the air and began to examine the village. Rosalina stood motionless and watched this with surprise. They could see how the undead were killing civilians. Rosalina couldn't remain indifferent when she saw this. Now there were also ghouls. Patrick couldn't stand them. Not only did they smell terribly, but they also made their situation even more dangerous. Getting out of here alive would not be easy. Rosalina cried as she watched what was happening. She remembered how the residents mocked her, and now they also begged not to be touched. They said it was better to just kill them than to continue the abuse. Rosalina asked with despair in her voice why they were doing nothing if they had the opportunity to save the village. They were strong. Let them destroy all the undead and save them. Then the girl looked at Lara. She started saying that people were dying and asked if she had done anything. She was already furious and began to ask again if she had done anything. Lara began to turn to the guy and ask him. She started asking to save them. Lara begged to save everyone who was still left in the village. At that moment, the guy started going somewhere. The main character simply calmly said that he would save them. He replied that the matter was not particularly complicated after all. He told his team that they would go save the village. At that moment, a man fell to the floor. He couldn't understand who had ever said that the undead were weak. He didn't even think that everyone would die so easily. The man understood that this was the end for him. Just at that moment, someone literally stepped on the creature. It was Melju who said it was disgusting. She wanted to land on the roof, but she landed right on him. It was disgusting for her. The undead immediately noticed her and began to run towards her. She turned to them and said that they were too noisy. One could see some purple moths suddenly appear. Immediately after that, she began to use magic against them. Then they literally began to burn alive. After that, she just smiled and looked at them. The man asked her with a smile on his face if she was an angel. Naturally, she began to ask in a rage what kind of nonsense he had just blurted out, the talentless brat. After that, she hit him with her knee. Then she told him to get out of there if he valued his life. She was furious, not understanding how this damn man dared to confuse her with an angel. Of course, she would never have thought that she would help people. At that moment, someone started to approach her. He said that she is not a monster, and in human form with so much mana, so she is either a demon queen or a dragon. But why is she on the side of people? She replied irritably that she was doing what she wanted and that an undead like him had no right to interrogate the queen. He laughed and said that he would find out the truth when he stripped her flesh. She was too confident in her powers. Why doesn't she give up her humanity and become an undead? She would definitely become a strong species. She didn't understand what he was talking about, but she could tell he was the most talkative undead she had ever met. He laughed and said that he was one of those who serve the great Lord of the Dead, the darkness of 10 evils. He thought that Simon Magus would lose to some demon queen. Immediately after this, an even more powerful undead appeared nearby. Melju said that, she had no idea what he was talking about. His opponent is not her. The man was surprised after this. Just at that moment, the main character appeared above him. The main character put his hand on his shoulder and said that he had finally been found. He did say that he remembered it. The man did not believe at all how this was possible. Just at that moment, the main character hit him in the face. The impact was so strong that he was thrown back several meters. The main character stood and looked at the enemy. The main character said that it was a very pleasant feeling. If his guess was correct, then this is the gatekeeper of the undead army, as if he is even the gatekeeper of one of the 7 dungeons of great evil. The main character said that he couldn't die after one blow. Let him get up. Melju couldn't understand whether he killed him with one blow, whether he was holding back, or whether she imagined it. She started saying that it seemed like he held a grudge against him, and asked if he knew him. A few hours ago, this jerk tried to brainwash him by pouring his mana without his permission, but the protagonist actually said that he just didn't like him, and it would be nice to hit him a couple more times. In any case, the situation won't be resolved if they just stand here, as the girl wonders if Erebos is in the village now. She said probably not. This barrier is created to lock those inside. The protagonist realized that it was a barrier, and he just thought the sky was so red. She explained that the caster was probably somewhere outside, but she had no idea what he was planning, and unfortunately, her power was unlikely to be enough to dispel the barrier. The protagonist said, well, okay, he was going to deal with it himself anyway. He asked if she could handle all the small stuff for now. She asked if he was talking about the undead behind them. The main character said that yes, he wants to reduce the loss of people to a minimum. The village is almost extinct, and for it to continue to exist, at least a small handful of people are needed. The girl said that if this is all, then maybe it is not ideal, but she can handle it. The protagonist said that he would then clean up here a bit and go straight to meet Erebos. Melju said that he could rely on her. At this moment, the undead were just standing somewhere and making sounds. The girl asked the gentleman how long it would take, and the main character said that maybe 15 minutes, or maybe 20. Since it's only 20 minutes, she should be able to hold out quite well. Then let the gentleman be careful. And now we need to finish the whole thing. The man admitted this, of course, but he asked if the boy was an ancient monster. The main character said that how could he explain it to him? It was close to the truth, but not quite. The man asked, then who the hell is he? He suggested that maybe he was Patrick's slave. The guy asked what kind of nonsense this was, an ancient monster. Simon began to ask if he really thought that he would just lie there like a fool, doing nothing. He was Simon Magus, who had taken on a share of the debt of the great Lord of Erebos, and had never let him down. The wave from the attack was very strong. He realized that he needed to go to the master. At that moment, he looked somewhere in surprise. The protagonist said in a rage that he was a bastard. He said that it was starting to irritate him more and more. After this, the guy began to turn into his true form. Simon Magus just stood there and waited for something. He realized that it was real. Simon was in a state of panic at that moment. The boss of one of the dungeons is a huge evil named Swallow. This was becoming quite dangerous. He understood that he needed to go to the master quickly. He started running as fast as he could. He needed to run faster and faster. Just at that moment, the main character was ready to meet him. After that, the guy literally swallowed it. The main character was thinking about something. As it turned out, Simon survived, and the guy realized that he was a nimble bastard. Just at that moment, the enemy began to move. The main character said that he tried to eat it in one sitting, but it ran away. He was too lazy to bother with searching for him, but he couldn't let him go either. He remembered the girl asking how long it would take, and he replied that it would take about 15 minutes, maybe 20, and she replied that since it was only 20 minutes, she could easily hold out. The main character was worried about Melja. He decided not to waste time. That bastard must have run to his mommy since this is Erebos, which should be outside the village. He had to move to the castle walls. Just at that moment, Simon noticed what was behind him. Immediately after this, an explosion occurred. The protagonist realized that he would simply hit the side where the bug had run off to and end it. He noticed that the appearance of the village had not changed much. The guy was walking through the village at that moment. He thought he heard Patrick's voice. He hoped he was just imagining it. At that moment, he noticed someone. The main character wondered whether the undead could be called a corpse. He asked how he was going to fix the complete mess in the village if it happened because of him. The main character did not understand whether this man was guilty. If he were alive, he could be accused of injustice, but now he would have to tell Patrick everything. At that moment, a barrier appeared in front of him. He remembered what Melju had said. Her powers were not enough to destroy him. Then this barrier is very strong, but will he be able to break through it? At that moment, something started to happen to his hand. The main character immediately began to pull her out. He looked at his hand and noticed that it impressed him. The guy thought that he could get through the barrier. The main thing was that Demura could withstand it. If it breaks and he transforms, Patrick will definitely scold him. However, if something goes wrong, he will blame it all on him. He is counting on him. The main character looked around. He noticed that there were no people around. After that, he began to move back. Then the guy stopped. The main character was ready to move beyond the barrier. Then he began to transform into his true form. He pushed off and ran straight towards the barrier. Then he jumped, hoping to break through. From a distance, one could see him trying to get through the barrier. At some point, we were able to see a hole form in the barrier. All the undead took notice. The main character found himself on the other side. He noticed that the place was literally teeming with undead. The undead looked at him with fury. Everyone immediately reached out to him. The main character decided to get rid of them all at once, and a powerful explosion occurred. He noticed that there was a very hospitable welcome here. However, the undead continued to advance. Their hospitality left much to be desired. The opponents were getting closer and closer. There were a lot of them, and they didn't stop for a single step. The main character said that it was right, so it should have been done right away. They kept coming closer. In the distance, a dark creature with brightly glowing blue eyes could be seen watching the guy. The protagonist extended his hand and told it to hold the gift. The creature remained silent. The main character said that they had something to talk about. As it turned out, this creature was Erebos himself. Erebos began to address the ancient monster. He asked him if he thought it was right that people oppress many races. The main character remained silent. Erebos continued that humans are pathetic, arrogant, and selfish. Even having good living conditions, they constantly invade the territories of other races. The main character told him to stop dragging things out and get straight to the point. Erebos claimed that humans must disappear, and his power is more than enough to destroy the empire. He thought that this was completely impossible because of the impregnable fortress of Riaz. Until the black catastrophe befell him, all he had to do was say that he was going to exterminate people, and all the monsters were ready to give up their lives. Swallow said too much had already been said and urged him to stop stalling, asking him to say what he wanted. If he hadn't stood by, many monsters wouldn't have had to die. They would not have been able to destroy the vile people. The main character said that he understands him correctly, that everything that he did here is on his conscience. Is this true? Erebos said that everything was correct. It all started with him, and without finishing his sentence, Swallow said that it was refused. Swallow finished for him, saying that he wanted to express the idea of not stopping them from exterminating people, and asked if that wasn't what he wanted to say. Erebos said he was sorry. He really felt sorry about the whole situation. At that moment, some kind of magic circle appeared above the main character. Erebos ordered something to appear. The main character was curious about what it was. Erebos summoned the rotting tapir. Swallow seemed to be starting to get worried. Immediately after this, he began to take off his bracelet. The creature had already landed completely. As soon as it landed, the ground beneath it shook. At that moment, Melju couldn't understand why there were so many of them. She fought with all her might. She used magic against her at that moment. They lined up so tightly that she had to spend a lot of effort on them. By the way, the barrier that blocked the sky was created by divine-level magic, as expected from Mr. Swallow. Swallow said he was going to meet Erebos, and it wasn't even 3 minutes after he said it, and he just left. At that moment, someone appeared behind her. The man addressed her as a sorceress and asked if everyone else was safe. She asked if he was talking about other people, then they were burning there now. He began to ask if she was a comrade of those knights, but she could not understand which knights he was talking about. He began to explain that one was dressed in huge armor and the other in black, like a beggar. He wanted to say this, but quickly corrected himself and said, that is, like a wanderer. She said how could she be their comrade? She is just an errand girl and does not even come close to their greatness. He realized that since she knew these knights, it meant that it was their help. Thank the gods, Rosalina arrived just in time. At least Tot's death was not in vain, and perhaps the village could be saved. He began to tell her that he too would become undead. Melzu replied that she knew it. He asked her if it was not too much trouble if she could fulfill one of his requests. The man realized that she was not human. However, it didn't matter anymore. He said if there were any weapons nearby, could she please bring them? The girl simply remained silent and looked at him. The man sat and waited for his weapon. Then the girl brought him a spear. She said he was a real warrior. The man grabbed the spear. Melzu realized that there was a faint energy coming from right where she was looking. There was real chaos there at that moment. The creature was looking into the distance. This was another strange dead man. Swallow, in a wolf suit, attacked him. Erebos least expected this. This power is truly worthy of the greatness of the ancient monster. He thought about something at that moment. He couldn't tell if it was an undead creature with an ancient slug inside. The main character was very surprised by this. Then he began to look closely. After this, the main character came to a realization. The divine magic of the fangs of evil was used against him. Erebos said that this is the most powerful and final spell among divine magic. Even an ancient monster cannot survive it. The magic continued to approach Swallow. Erebos said to make the ancient monster tremble in pain. The undead watched this entire process closely. The protagonist held on with all his might. Swallow, of course, had no intention of giving up. Erebos said that it was finally the end. He was confident that he would finally kill the ancient monster and will turn the entire continent into undead. He wanted to become a supreme being, truly ruling over the dead. He addressed the ancient monster. He said that the end of his 1,000-year wanderings was death, which he must accept with honor. The main character continued to be attacked. Swallow decided to defend himself and respond in kind. Immediately after this, a powerful explosion occurred. All of Erebos' attacks instantly broke and crumbled. All he could do was watch it. The main character noticed that he was in damn pain. He couldn't stand the pain anymore and decided that he had had enough. Erebos could not understand what it meant to endure. Could he really stand it? Then Swallow decided to attack himself. Everyone was extremely surprised. Erebos continued to stand and look at his opponent. Swallow asked him what the tree had to do with it. Regardless, this was his most powerful spell. He asked if there was anything even stronger. Erebos realized that Swallow had deliberately allowed himself to be damaged in order to learn how dangerous divine magic was. He had no chance of winning. It would be better to retreat now. He was too hasty. He realized that he needed to increase the distance and leave. At this point, Swallow said that he was talking to Erebos and asking him to pay attention. The guy told him to stop fussing. Erebos continued to look at him. Swallow said that if there was something stronger, let him use it. Swallow asked why he had suddenly stopped talking. So, the truth is, there is nothing stronger. Erebos remained silent, but also used his power. After that, he attacked. Swallow asked how this even happened. How is it that they all fall for the same bait? Swallow began to destroy everyone he saw in his path. He actually killed a huge number of undead in one fell swoop. At that moment his gaze fell on Erebos. Swallow was bound with some kind of chain. Swallow said he couldn't stand that kind of magic. Erebos tried his best to exert all his strength. Swallow couldn't tell if she was also a divine magician because she was quite strong. Swallow looked around and noticed something. At that moment, the creature appeared, and he said it was an abomination. Swallow said it was a nasty creature, since she has become bigger. Then perhaps he should take this a little more seriously. The creature turned its attention to the main character. At this moment, a bright white glow could be seen again. Erebos continued to stand nearby and watch this. Swallow was right in front of him in his true form. Erebos simply remained silent. The smart hero began to say that it was time already. He began to transform back into human form. Erebos was expecting his attack. Swallow asked if it was time to destroy one of the 7 dungeons of evil. At this time in the village, Patrick didn't understand what the boss was thinking, how much stubbornness there was in him, but someday he will understand that he is a walking disaster. He understands that he is the boss and he can do anything, but it wouldn't hurt to know when to stop. He has no strength, and then he will have to clean everything up. He still wondered if he should quit. He called Erebos a damn skeleton, but then he remembered that he himself was a skeleton. Lara asked what was going on there. Patrick said that the boss was creating new problems for him, that is, destroying the army of the undead. Lara asked if he was in the village now, because that was what he meant. Patrick said that everything would work out somehow. There was no need to worry. This formality was making his bones nervous, so let her talk to him like before. Fortunately, there are no more undead creatures in the village, as expected from the Demon Queen. At that moment, Melju said that she was dying and fell down. Patrick said that if you remember the sun, there is a ray. She replied that the job was done. She hadn't spent all her mana to the last drop for a long time. Patrick said that she had done a good job and that he didn't even know what he would do here without her. She asked how Mr. Swallow was, and he replied that she had done a tremendous job compared to him. She asked if Mr. Swallow had returned. Patrick said that she heard he was still fighting. What incredible power he has. If you think about the collateral damage, it's fantastic. He is amazed that wherever he goes, something always happens. Patrick feels like a lot of work is about to fall on his shoulders. He wondered why he was dragging his feet when he could just put everything back in its place. It seemed like he didn't appreciate him cleaning up after him. At that moment, he asked Rosalind if he was right. She turned and looked at him. Patrick said that they decided to leave only the ruler alive. We should finally sort this out too. Patrick said there was no reason to leave anyone alive except the ruler. Lara began to defend her and told him to wait because she was one of those who was under her power. Patrick simply remained silent after that. He said that this was indeed a good reason not to kill her. All the people from the alleys were killed by the undead. This girl alone can't do anything. Bayana is in such a broken state that there is simply no point in killing her, and its elimination will cause emotional shock to the already weakened ruler. Patrick knew it would be a great loss. Patrick decided that this was what they would do and walked towards the girl. He asked if she could put someone to sleep, to which she easily answered in the affirmative and, curiously, asked who exactly. Patrick noted that he would like to have a private conversation with the ruler, emphasizing the importance of this meeting. Melju was quite surprised when she heard this statement, her gaze reflecting genuine surprise. After that, she put the girl to sleep and with a quiet smile said that it was time for her to rest. Patrick asked if they were ready to begin, his voice full of anticipation. She noted that he had already begun fulfilling his part of the deal to save the village, and it was time to fulfill his promise, but she still did not understand what was required of her. Patrick said he didn't intend to divulge everything she saw, but he believed that obvious things shouldn't be hidden, so he decided to simply leave out some points. He said that he would now tell a story, and asked to listen carefully, because it would be about a heroic ruler who endured many insults to save his village. The ruler's parents noticed that their land was under threat of an undead invasion, so they decided to protect their village for the sake of its inhabitants. But what to do when the ruler is being watched by the undead, and local troops cannot resist them? The only way out is to ask for help from outside. While help was on its way, the people turned their anger on the ruler, blaming him for all their troubles, and the situation only worsened when the undead killed many people who were waiting for rescue. And yet the ruler endured all the accusations and suffering. After what seemed like an eternity, reinforcements from the empire arrived, and they routed the undead hordes. The village was saved, and it became a real miracle story. From then on, she ceased to be a cowardly ruler hiding from fear. Now she was the savior who knew from the very beginning what awaited her and sacrificed herself to save the people, and the girl asked if he was trying to deceive the villagers. At that moment, he pointed his finger somewhere, making her think. Patrick reminded her that she herself said that she wanted to live, putting her in front of a difficult choice. Lara realized that she had no other choice, and the choice had already been made for her. Patrick said that all the food in the castle was now under her control, and she had to feed the remaining people, as food aid would soon arrive from other villages. The girl, not believing what she heard, asked how he knew that help would come, to which he calmly replied that it was not just knowledge, but a carefully planned operation, and they would take care of everything to turn the young ruler of Hastina into a real heroine. Lara, of course, became interested in this, amazed at the plans that were unfolding before her eyes. Patrick noticed that it had become too quiet, and assumed that the boss had already finished his business. He asked Melia to teleport them to the boss, adding that time was of the essence. But Meltu explained that she could not use the teleport because her magical energy had run out. Lara asked Ilya to ask her one question, her voice sounding insistent. She asked why they were willing to go so far to save Hastin, what was behind it. After all, they are dungeon monsters and cannot be so friendly to people. This clearly hides something more. Patrick noted that if she really wanted to live, she shouldn't ask too many questions, reserving the right to keep the secret. It was time to destroy one of the 7 dungeons of great evil, for it was the next step on their path. Swallow noted that he did feel sorry for his opponent, but it was inevitable. He could have avoided his fate if he had simply stayed where he was and not interfered. The blows he had received had left him no peace. His back was so badly damaged that it now felt as if everything was itching. Erebos noted that he had always admired the strength of the ancient monster, his gaze full of respect. Swallow waved him off irritably, saying that he didn't need his admiration, it was too much for him. He allowed Erebos to ask one question, why Hastin was the target of their invasion. If Erebos hadn't invaded this place, he wouldn't have to face him now. Erebos explained that the route through Hastin was the most suitable for invading the Empire, but Swallow noted that this was not the case at all. So this enemy knew it was his territory, but he still came here, which made Swallow angry. Erebos asked him why he thought this was done, trying to probe his motives. After this, Erebos began to use his powers in preparation for battle. Swallow tensed, sensing the approaching threat, his body instinctively preparing to attack. Swallow then suddenly attacked, determined to kill his enemy without giving him a chance. Erebos began to cough heavily, his strength leaving him due to the blows he had received. But even in this state he began to laugh. His laughter was full of bitterness and strength. After this, there was a powerful explosion that shook everything around. Erebos fell to the ground, and the hero, without wasting time, approached him, asking if he had tried to use movement magic at the last moment. But it didn't matter anymore, because he was going to kill him anyway, and that was the end. Swallow looked away and into the distance, as if something had caught his attention. He noticed that there were no traces of undead corpses around, which made him feel uneasy. Swallow realized what he had done, and the guilt began to weigh on him. He didn't know what to do with the destroyed place now, because it had become uninhabitable unless it was restored. Then Swallow turned around and felt something, like danger or a familiar presence approaching. He saw Patrick and Melju approaching him with determined steps. Patrick, without holding back, immediately began to shout at him, disappointment and anger in his voice. He told the boss to stay put and not move, because he himself wanted to approach, noting sarcastically that they must have missed each other. Swallow knew that Patrick clearly didn't expect anything good from him, and the feeling was getting worse. At this time, something alarming was happening in the village. Someone was walking right through the center of the village, leaving footprints in the wet ground. Suddenly, a stone from the roof fell into a puddle, splashing dirty water. Rosalina sat under the shelter, trying to hide from the rain, lost in her own thoughts. She said quietly that there was nothing left now, her voice sounding like an echo of emptiness. She asked if this was salvation, since she was left completely alone. The girl continued to sit in her hiding place, unable to move. Her voice sounded hollow as she said that she hated everything around her. She hated everyone, every soul that left her. Rosalina asked herself whose fault it was that everything ended so tragically. Her expression changed dramatically, and her eyes glowed a bright red, something dangerous flashing in them. Renee greeted her with a smile, as if she were welcoming a returning master. Swallow, in a bad mood, nodded slightly, as if greeting himself. The girl patiently explained that she had been waiting for him for a long time, ready to carry out any order. At that moment, another stone broke off from above, threatening to fall. Renee instantly fought it off to protect her master, and proudly noted that while she waited, she had managed to put everything in order. Swallow stroked her head gently, acknowledging her efforts. He said that she had worked hard and that her performance was excellent. Melzu collapsed from exhaustion, declaring that her strength had finally left her. Patrick, in turn, also said that he felt on the verge of death. Renee noticed that the gentleman must be very tired too. Her gaze was full of concern. She asked if he would like to have dinner or take a bath first, to which Swallow replied that he would prefer to start with dinner and a bath. At this time, Patrick could not understand what was happening around him. Everything seemed strange and absurd to him. Patrick asked Bathory what she had managed to teach Lara during their absence. Her knowledge had clearly increased. Bathory, slightly embarrassed, asked how everything went between them, but added that the main thing for her was that she just left. Patrick, in turn, sarcastically noted that if you don't take into account the 3,000 losses from hunger and attacks by the undead, and also the destruction of almost the entire village, everything went just fine. Bathory asked what he had done, and the protagonist replied with a grin that he had been protecting the undead. She asked him to clarify whether he was sure that his purge had only affected the undead, to which Swallow replied that he had done everything clean, leaving no enemy behind. To confirm his words, Swallow showed her the head of Erebos and said that he now intended to go to bed, asking not to disturb him. Bathory was deeply surprised when the head of Erebos appeared before her. It seemed incredible to her. She couldn't take her eyes off the head for a long time, as if trying to comprehend what she saw. Bathory stopped him halfway and asked what else he could be hiding from her. She asked Eli if the head was just a shell, her suspicions growing. Everyone around, including Patrick, was stunned by her words and looked at her in surprise. Swallow confirmed that this was true, as Erebos had used magic at the very last moment. Patrick said with irritation that this was complete nonsense and admitted that the cleanup had been a failure. He added that things were already bad, because the truth about the government's actions had come to light, and then it turned out that Erebos had been alive all this time, which cast doubt on all their work in the village. The protagonist noted that, despite this, Erebos lost at least 70% of his life, and this was an important achievement. Patrick agreed, adding that the conflict between the two dungeons was still unresolved, and now he had to be especially careful. He stressed that at the moment Erebos does not pose a threat, as it will not be able to do anything in the near future, but it is time to start taking what is happening seriously. As he had said, the aftermath in the village had to be dealt with, but recruiting dungeon monsters was still the boss's task. Patrick asked Swallow if he understood this and was willing to accept the responsibility. But Swallow had already fallen asleep, despite the serious conversation. Patrick muttered irritably that he had enough and decided to leave the boss alone. At that moment, Rosalina approached the tree on which the bodies were hung. A gloomy silence enveloped the place. She looked at them for a long time, realizing all the pain and injustice of what had happened. People said that they had been given rations for 3 days already, but what was the point of filling their bellies if their wives and children were dead, and the ruler seemed to think that everything was fine since they were well fed. One man said that he would rather follow his loved ones into oblivion than live like this, not being satisfied and continuing to drag out this existence. The man, surprised, asked Rosalina if she was going to give up and suggested that she at least eat something before leaving. Rosalina, holding back her anger, asked why she needed to go somewhere. Of course, she was in pain too, so much so that she wanted to run away. But why should they die? Did they deserve such a fate? She told them to think about whose fault it was, who killed them all, and why they had to suffer. The girl was furious, considering what had happened a terrible injustice, her eyes blazing with anger. She said that people should not direct their anger at the innocent, because the real culprits are hiding. Senseless death has no meaning, she continued. Action is necessary. If they are destined to die, then they must take revenge on the one who brought them to this state. People started asking what they should do, but it seemed they already knew the answer. Rosalina said that they must destroy all the undead, and this will be their retribution. At this time, in some castle, a young guy was kneeling, his gaze directed downwards. The guards watched closely what was happening, ready to intervene at any moment. The boy knelt before the king, awaiting his orders. The king addressed him by name, Ar Edelbreis Gal Riviston, his voice commanding. Ar answered him, his voice calm and confident. The king was surprised that there was no weariness or uncertainty in R's voice, despite everything that had just happened. He said that the fate of the central raids depended on R's words and actions. This was the key moment. The king had high hopes for him, and R replied that he would strengthen his resolve and carry out the task. At that time, a creature was flying over the capital, and it was the same creature on which Swallow and the girl were flying. It was then that a girl asked Swallow if he had been given full control of the raid center. He confirmed that Paymore was wanted and that he was being chased. However, as an aristocrat with a huge fortune, he had many assistants, so catching him would not be so easy. Swallow said that it was enough that he was put on the wanted list, and further events would take their course. The girl looked at him in surprise, her eyes expressing bewilderment. It has been a month since the Black Catastrophe struck the capital, and its aftermath has greatly affected the Empire's power. Accusations rained down on everyone, and those who could not cope with the consequences faced a terrible fate. Many were swept out of the political arena. Then they arrived at the castle where they were heading. The girl reminded Swallow that he had a meeting in 2 hours and asked what would happen if he was late. He replied that they would wait until he arrived. He then asked her if she was already at the meeting place. The girl replied that she should have been there already. They noticed the massive doors of the castle, which were slowly opening. Swallow walked inside with his head held high. A girl, sitting at the table, was eating and looked at him. Her gaze was wary. He asked if she had rested well, his voice sounding calm. It turned out that it was Win Historia, one of the key figures. He reminded everyone that if they even sensed the presence of the monster, they should retreat immediately. He told them to keep their ears open, because they had only just approached the core of antiquity, and the first rooms were still ahead. The man said they hoped the information they had received earlier was accurate. They hoped that their information about the location would be true and would lead to success. The man looked up and confirmed that what they had learned was indeed true. He noted that the information that monsters had not appeared here since Histalt's raid 2 months ago turned out to be correct. He was sure that something valuable could be found here, and suggested that they continue searching in the same spirit, to which the man replied that they would soon become rich. The second room did not bring anything new. The same thing happened in the third room. They couldn't find anything. Everyone was puzzled, not understanding how it was possible that there was nothing left here. They began to wonder if everyone knew about this information before. Maybe other squads had already cleared the place out and taken all the valuables, but that seemed unlikely. They were asked if they were sure that this was indeed an ancient core, since if they had not found anything in deeper places, there was no point in continuing the search. Further on, there was a fifth room, in which grew the ancient plant Anthropophago, which caused fear and apprehension. It was a plant-type monster with numerous thorny leaves and stems, rumored to be able to turn into a solid mineral-like substance after special processing, a material that was worth a lot of money. They hoped they could at least take that to cover all the costs, but what if there was nothing in the fifth room either? Or worse, if there's a monster there, since they're only a C-rank unit, even the weakest monster here can silently kill them with one hit. One man asked another if he wanted to go back empty-handed. The decision was up to them. If they wanted, they could return. He would not hold them back, but if there was something valuable there, they should not even hope for their share. The man was asked if he saw anything ahead. He replied that it all seemed suspicious. Another man said it was good that they had not turned back and suggested that they quickly pack everything and leave. At that moment, he carefully examined his weapon, as if sensing something was wrong. Then he noticed that drops of water were dripping right on top of him. The man turned to Jim, who asked in fear what was going on. He said they had to run immediately. Of course, soon they were no longer alive. Patrick said that these guys had nothing of value, and Renee noted that they could have stayed alive if they had parted with their illusions in time and left. There is no limit to human egoism and greed. She confessed how much she hated people, to which Patrick asked if this could teach her anything. Patrick asked the boss what he thought of their catch, and he replied that they were 100 times tastier than the undead. Patrick noted that these people were not from the Empire at all. Judging by the coat of arms on their clothes, they were from the western kingdom of Krantko. Renee said they came from far away, but that doesn't make them any less enemies. Swallow was surprised that anyone would think such delicacies would be delivered directly to them, and asked if this was really the case. However, there was no more time to strengthen the dungeon. Rumors that there were no monsters in the ancient core spread too quickly. Patrick asked how Swallow could be so irresponsible when it came to his dungeon, and if he didn't care anymore. But then Patrick changed his tone and said that Swallow really thought he was so serious, and told him to get down before he quit. Swallow took the hint and said without delay that he was already coming down. Luckily, their guest, Melju, was with them in this situation. Thanks to her observation magic, she quickly noticed the uninvited guests. Swallow praised her, saying that she could always be relied upon. Renee, a little upset, pointed out that she could use magic too, to which Swallow, reassuring her, petted her, and said that she was amazing too. Melju modestly replied that she was glad to help the great hero of antiquity, at least a little. Patrick, in turn, said that, of course, it was all thanks to Melch, and they owed a lot to her. She began to speak, but her voice sounded excited. She asked how much longer they could stay as guests, her gaze full of anxiety. At this point, someone announced that the preparations were complete. It was time for them to leave for Judecca. All this time, they were addressing one person. It was His Majesty Ubar. The Demon Queen sat on a rock and looked at the moon, lost in her thoughts. She talked about how her future seemed so bleak. No home, no army, no money. What kind of Demon Queen was she? She knew that in a couple of days, she would have to make a decision about who would become the new Demon King. A tear appeared on her face, like a symbol of loss of hope. At that moment, Patrick appeared and remarked that the air was so fresh today. She asked him how he could feel it if he couldn't breathe, and Patrick smiled and said it was a joke about the undead, but she noted that the joke wasn't funny. He then asked her what she was doing, and she replied that she was just going out for some fresh air, and then asked him what he was doing. Patrick said he had no concept of sleep, so he spent his free time training, and asked if she felt the same way. She replied that she realized that a swordsman's hands rusted as soon as he stopped holding the blade, and the conversation died down there. After that, there was an awkward silence between them. Soon they went to talk to Melju alone, and the conversation began to take on an important character. Patrick said that Mr. Tentacle had almost recovered, and Renee was waiting too, so they could go visit him. He noted that the creature had recovered by 40%, which was already very good, since such a speed of regeneration was amazing. Renee counted 68% recovery. She added that the process is ongoing, albeit slowly, but they must be patient. She thought that at most 5 more tentacles would grow. Melzu reminded that she said that she fought with Histalt's squad. Patrick asked Melju if she really had a castle near the capital, because if she didn't know about it, it would be strange. The girl replied that, of course, she knew. After all, it was the quarantine squad led by Bern Histalt, the strongest hero, who killed her father. How brave was Mr. Tentacles to go out into battle with such a terrifying enemy? If it were her, she would repeat her father's fate. Still, her dream of becoming part of the core of antiquity will apparently not come true. Patrick said that now that Mr. Tentacles had recovered a bit, they needed to convince the boss to hire monsters. Renee started to suggest hiring only males, like the golem guarding the 4th room, but Patrick tried to explain to her that this was a bit too much. At this point, Melju suddenly began to scream and turned to Madame Renee and Monsieur Patrick. Both immediately turned their attention to her. She began to say that she was thinking about whether to go to Judecca. At this point, Miss Wynne was asked how her wounds were, to which she replied that there were no traces left of them. It was better to pretend that she was still recovering. In the current situation, it was desirable to hide from the imperial family the fact that she had recovered so quickly, to which she agreed, adding that garrote was sticky like a bath leaf. The guy offered her some snacks and asked if she wanted some tea, since there was a meeting soon. The guy confirmed that there really was a meeting. He asked Miss Wynne if the maid had been there today, to which she replied that she did not know, as she had been away due to complications. The guy said, "So that's how it is," and asked the two of them to go to the meeting first. They asked him what about him, to which he replied that he needed to sign something, and it wouldn't take much time. He would catch up with them, asking them not to be late. After this, the commander was left alone in the room. He couldn't understand what kind of maid was wiping the cups here. Then someone sharply told him that he would find out now, but the commander replied that there was no need to report. There were thousands of confidential documents stored in the office, and the maid who wiped the dishes without his knowledge could have read something. He ordered that this servant be found and eliminated exactly 4 days later at dawn. At this time, in another place, the commander thanked everyone for taking the time out of their busy schedules and gathered them to tell them about the black disaster of Swallow that threatened the empire. The acting Emperor Rose said that the black catastrophe was not an ancient monster, and was the commander really going to refute their words? The commander replied that no, this explanation was only a means to calm the people, but if so, then how would he prove Swallow's involvement? The guy said he saw it with his own eyes. The hero Win Histleria confronted him personally, and the ranger, Gareth Agenelsia, lost his arm. They could not understand what this event was, because no one had heard about this attack. The commander explained that the proof was right in front of them. Everyone looked at the girls at that moment. Win simply remained silent. The man said that it seemed to be true. Just think, even Win was powerless against him. The fact is that the appearance of the black catastrophe was not predicted. So they gathered here to prepare for the sudden and repeated coming of Swallow. Everyone fell silent after these words. They started asking the commander what his plan was, how he was going to stop him. He didn't think there were any flaws in the capital's defenses, but Swallow's attack proved that they were useless against him. The boy said that Duke Roldos was completely right in his question. He stressed the need for the 36 masterpieces that are being actively sought. They are indeed looking for them, but they cannot find them, because the search has been going on for a long time, and even Dandu's teeth, put up for auction, ended up in Swallow's hands. How many of them are capable of engaging in battle with him, because each of those present is a natural force of the Empire, but even they are nothing before his power. Their weak human bodies, with the exception of Win, would not leave a scratch on Swallow's body no matter how much they trained. To make up for this huge gap in power, they desperately need to collect more masterpieces, and to do so, The commander remained silent. He said that the Pope's latest action was suspicious. He spreads rumors among the people that the Black Catastrophe is a divine punishment sent to the Empire by God himself. But others considered it stupid, because what kind of punishment was this? The Empire had suppressed religion since time immemorial. He was reminded to watch his language, as his words could be considered an insult to the Emperor and treason. At this point, the commander just continued to smile and look at them. He was asked if he found it funny. Suddenly, all the curtains began to move under the influence of an unknown wind. The commander said that he was only stating the truth. Besides, he had something else. They seemed to overestimate their strength. The guy objected that he was not taking this lightly. If left to its own devices, the actions of the Pope's faction will split the Empire in two. Damn that Pope. 3 of the 36 masterpieces are kept by him as relics. To get them, you will have to start the Great Holy War. Swallow said that this is how it is. Patrick asked what the boss would say about this. Patrick repeated in a rage that Melju had left. Patrick also said that the Demon Queen was gone. Swallow replied that he heard him and asked what he meant by that. Patrick was furious that the protagonist didn't care about this. Patrick started shouting that he didn't understand. Did his ears just hang down for show? And even 2 pairs. The girl left the dungeon, so there was no need to be surprised. Maybe that's why Renee and Melju left. Apparently they couldn't be reached. Swallow said that he already said that she wanted to go to Judecca. That's the problem. There will be a banquet of the Demon Kings there. It's quite normal for her. Patrick agreed with this, but he added that she might not return at all. The main character noted that she didn't say that she wouldn't return. Patrick said she was free to do as she wished. Swallow replied that that was what worried him, that she was so strong where she was not asked. In truth, her condition had been questionable even before she spoke of Judec. Instead of saying I'll be back, she said I think I should go. Maybe he sees meaning where there is none. But Renee also felt something was wrong. As it turned out, Patrick suggested that she was going to gather an army of monsters for herself again. The main character asked the girl what she had. She replied that she had noticed how depressed he looked and had prepared some porridge for him, soaked in the love mixture. The protagonist did not understand what it meant to be imbued with death, to which Patrick noted that he misheard, but the result would be the same. The girl immediately hit him in a rage. The main character said, well, it's clear that Melju left, but why are you all gathered here? Do you want to say something else? Patrick replied that 2 months had already passed and there was no longer any delay in hiring monsters. Renee agreed, adding that this was exactly how it was. The protagonist asked why he always shifted all the work onto him. Patrick objected, who is shifting the blame onto whom? The main character stated that he was not going to work like a donkey. Besides, Patrick was the gatekeeper, and shouldn't the gatekeeper replace the boss in such matters? Patrick admitted that he was right, to which the protagonist asked again if he was telling the truth, and Patrick answered in the affirmative. But Patrick added that he was unlikely to succeed. Has he forgotten that he has been given full power over Haston, because he must know how much work lies ahead, and there is a lot of work there? The main character asked why he agreed so easily, and who would go then. Patrick replied that, of course, it was Renee. The main character was quite surprised to hear this. Renee asked him not to worry, and to leave the matter to her. The main character began to remember all the moments associated with her. He asked if people had any questions or suspicions about her eyes. Merrick said that he left the matter to her discretion, and now he could enjoy a long-awaited rest. The main character understood that he would have to go again. Patrick said there was something else. The main character, already upset, asked what else. Patrick wanted to say something about Melch, and put forward some assumptions. At this point, the man informed the miss that they had arrived. He advised her to be careful if she wanted to see the world at such a young age. Melzu had heard a lot about this place, but she never thought that she would ever end up here. It was the mercenary city of Connect. It is worth noting that it fully lives up to its name. Everything here looks threatening. The city is located on the border between the Royal Union and the Empire, but neither side interferes in its affairs. Every 4th resident of the city made a career by participating in raids, and it is believed that it is from here that the squads receive the most information about the dungeons, although Melju has not seen any maps of the city or signs. The girls found themselves in such an unfriendly place for the first time. She will need to look at the stars to figure out which direction Jaduka is. At that moment, she noticed something big, just like the Dragon King's castle. Despite this, her mood became gloomy. She felt a very dense concentration of mana. There were about 10 people inside. All of them were mages of the level of those strong men she saw in the capital. There should definitely be a lot of information and requests for raids here. At this point, one man told the other to wait. Then he handed him something, after which he said he could pass. The girl realized that it was an ID. It seemed that she couldn't leave here without it, and perhaps the effort wasn't worth it for the sake of obtaining information. Then she felt some kind of force in front of her and saw it. This surprised her greatly. She began to move along the courtyards. At that moment, there were some monsters in the cage. The girl covered her nose. She wondered what kind of monsters these were. She wondered if they had all been caught. At that moment, someone noticed her. The man asked what such a charming young lady was doing here. The girl remained silent in response. At that moment, there was some dog sitting in the cage. The man asked what brought her to this place. He apologized for not introducing himself and said his name was Pun. He was from the Albright Trade Guild. He asked if she was looking for anything in particular. She looked very young, but since she came here alone, he decided that she was not an ordinary aristocrat. He realized that it was better to be in her good standing. The girl said that she was Melju of the Agria clan and asked what this place was. He replied that it was a warehouse of trophies obtained after raiding dungeons. They're mostly used to make armor or jewelry, but he's just putting them up for sale. After rebuilding the castle, she'll still have to raise an army of monsters, so she might as well look around. The man said that they had everything and invited her to come and have a look. At that moment, the girl noticed a lycanthrope in front of her. A mighty monster who was the only commander in her army. He always won the battles for the castle. She realized that she had to buy it and asked how much this monster cost. The man asked if she wanted to buy it, adding that it was an extremely dangerous creature, and 4 B-rank members had to give their lives to capture it alive. The girl asked to name the price since she insisted so much. The man began to search for information about the cost. Then he named the price, 250 ounces, and the girl realized that this was very expensive. It's not that she didn't have money. After all, Renee gave her a small thank you and thanked her for helping the gentleman. She currently had 500 ounces handed over by Mistress Renee, but she couldn't spend half of that amount on one monster without even starting to rebuild her castle. The girl said she would examine the others, and the man agreed. At that moment she noticed someone again. She asked who it was, and the man replied that he himself knew little about this creature. He heard that it was found after a dungeon raid when they were catching monsters. There was no mother with him, and he did not attack people. It seems he is just a big dog. The girl asked if he was found without his mother. At that moment the dog looked at the girl with hope. She started saying that he was a smart little boy, and extended her hand. The man immediately warned that it could be dangerous. After all, it is a monster. The girl replied that he shouldn't worry. She wouldn't hold him accountable, but the man was still more worried about the client. At that moment the dog looked at the girl in a friendly manner. She answered him with a smile on her face. Melzu asked how much he wanted for her. She bought it, of course. The dog looked at her attentively. She was surprised that it was so big. Apparently, because of the dark cage, he seemed smaller to her. Only his muzzle was visible. Well, from now on, his name will be 2222. She had heard that night fell 30 minutes earlier in Connect than in other places, and in fact, that was true. She noticed how beautiful it was here, just like in ancient tales. Now was not the time to indulge in such thoughts. She needed to get to Jeduka quickly. She ordered the dog to follow her. After some time they arrived somewhere. She said it looked like they had come to the right place. Since she was already there, she decided to show the dog the way. At that moment, an elk began to transform in front of her. She was greeted as the Queen of Demons. She was advised to go to an abandoned monastery behind the hill. Most of the kings were already there. Then the girl and the dog moved on. Melju turned around in surprise and looked at her new friend. She asked him why he was following her. Let him stay and wait for her, as befits a soldier of her army, but it seemed he did not understand. Let him wait until she returns, and if he meets people, let him just quickly hide. He's only been with her for half a day, but she can't take him with her. They're very strict about that in that place. The more she thought about it, the more she realized that the name Dwunsia sounded insincere. She needed to come up with something better. The girl began to think about a new name for him. And then an idea came to her, but she kept thinking about it. At that moment she saw the main character behind her. She said it was decided that from now on, his name would be Svald. She promised to come back as soon as possible, so let him stay here. Now she won't be able to see him again, but she hopes that he will forgive her for this name. The main character said that he would not forgive. He said that he would repeat it again and again, and that he had been cursing her for 100 years. Was he tired yet? The protagonist added that he hopes that her osteoporosis will worsen, as this disease makes bones fragile and brittle. Patrick said he wasn't thinking anything bad. Let her think he was on vacation. The protagonist noticed that Patrick was holding something and asked what it was. The main character could not understand how many of these bracelets he had. Patrick replied that there were about 30 more. The protagonist was surprised when he put it on, and Patrick asked what was the matter. He mentioned that the bracelet was expensive and that the entire dungeon budget was spent on them, but then added that it was just cheap stuff. After that, there was an awkward silence between them. The protagonist said that Patrick lied to him, but he explained that he did it with good intentions, so that the protagonist would be careful with the bracelet. At this moment, Renee asked the gentleman if he was tired of waiting for her. Then she said that they were leaving. She had a feeling that they were not going on a honeymoon at all. She was very excited. For a few days, it will be just her and the master, and they will try different foods together. The protagonist said, okay, they will go tomorrow, and Patrick asked where they were going. He added that he would do without tricks, and was getting ready to go, but let them not forget why they were going. He asked not to cause trouble, and to come back. Svald asked the girl where she was going. She replied that she was going to Knecht, a city of mercenaries, where there was always a lot of news about monsters. Svald thought about it. Patrick watched them silently at that moment. He thought that perhaps it was a mistake to send them together. It could drive you crazy. But while he was not delving into problems, hoping that none would arise, at least he believed in it. At this time in an abandoned church, Melju walked through its halls. It's been so long since she's been here. It was a banquet for the Demon Kings, hosted by Judeka. Everyone present looked at her. The girl lowered her gaze and continued walking forward. Of course, everyone followed her with their eyes. She held a glass with unclear contents in her hands. She hadn't been here for so long that she felt tense. She recalled her childhood. When she came here with her father, she was the center of attention. But now everything was different. She felt like an outsider. At that moment, someone pushed her, and she spilled drink all over herself. She began to get indignant, asking if he could see that she was standing there. She realized that it was not the Demon King. Some demon dared to touch the queen. Fuzer or Fiorho Einchoya Mai, Izekwayin, for this she will behead him. She was surprised when she saw him smirk at her. Then he laughed at her a little. After that, everyone started laughing, asking if this was really the Demon Queen. These scoundrels laughed openly, despising her, thinking that since she had no strength, she could not hold back in her ridicule. The girl told them to wait. She would endure everything, but in the future, she would gather the greatest army. At that moment, someone put a hand on her shoulder. She couldn't understand whether they were touching her again, or whether it seemed too little to him, or what. This someone started asking her if it was true that she was Melzu. The girl recognized her and said her name, Marmalaya. Marmalia immediately hugged her, telling her that she was alive and how worried she was. How many years have passed, but it seems like only yesterday they were studying and playing together as children. Melju told her to let her go, noticing that Marmalia was taking her position as the Demon Queen too lightly, as if it were the manners of the old days. She suggested that she sit somewhere else. City of Mercenaries Knecht. Svald asked to be given a better room. The innkeeper looked at the money in surprise. He immediately started to fuss, saying that he would show everything now. Svald immediately fell asleep. He was glad that he would finally be able to rest, and the owner said that they could make themselves at home, and if they needed anything, they could call at any time. Svald said that everything was better now, but the girl asked if it was too early for him to go to bed. Svald replied that they had walked a long way without rest, but he had heard that there was a board nearby with quests for raiding dungeons. They only need to select a few suitable monsters through her. If they go with Renee, it will end faster. He just needs to get up. They needed to get to it soon, but he looked so tired it was noticeable. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Patrick asked if she wanted to have a good time in the company of her boss. The girl asked if they were talking about a date, but Patrick said no, it wasn't about that. They just needed to tell the boss that she would go looking for monsters alone. The girl asked if they were going on a honeymoon. Patrick replied that it wasn't about a date, but then he realized it was better to say that that's what he meant. Svald realized that he would not get any rest. The girl simply followed Patrick's advice, and now the gentleman himself volunteered to go with her of his own free will, which confirmed that Renee was truly important to him. Now they will definitely sort everything out quickly, and she will become his. And then the perfect honeymoon awaits her. The girl believed that she was a genius. Swallow looked at her in surprise. She heard what happened to her castle. She immediately sent her demons to scout out the area, but all the surrounding areas had already been captured by humans. After all, they were invaders. Everyone thought she had disappeared and wondered where she had been for the past 2 months. The girl said that she was just wandering back and forth, without mentioning her stay in the core of antiquity. At that moment, Marmalia put her hand on her hand. Then she took her hand and said that, at any rate, she was glad that Melzu was alive. Melzu looked at her. She admitted that she expected the same reaction from Marmalia as from the other kings, and asked why it was not so. Marmalia replied that their fathers did not get along with each other, but that was their business. The feud between fathers should remain in the past, and now they were queens, and it did not concern them. The girl agreed with her. She asked if Melju had come for help. That was why she was in Judek. Melju realized that Marmalia already knew everything. Marmalia promised to help her, and she said this not as a friend, but as a demon queen, claiming that if Melju tried, she would help her. Marmalia had matured much more than Melju herself, and suggested returning. Melju thanked her for her help, promising that she would definitely restore her castle. She just looked at Marmalia after that. Then the girl said that she would definitely cope with all the difficulties. At that moment, some creature was watching them. It was a huge spider. As a child, Melzu screamed that her father was stronger because he was a true descendant of Asmodeus. But Marmalia objected that her father was stronger and his horns were steeper. Since childhood, they had a strained relationship, although the difference in their characters did not play a role. It was natural for them. Perhaps it was their fathers who influenced them, although Melju recalls that the fathers got along quite well. Although their relationship was not ideal, the closeness between them was hard to deny. However, there was something else. From that very moment, someone disappeared at that moment. It was from that moment that they began to change. So it seemed to Melj. Marmalia continued speaking, calling for Melja to follow her. It seems like she never grew up. Melju asked why she decided that, but then said it was just a question of where they were going. It will be nearly impossible for her to bring back her demon army alone, but there are kings who share her intentions. Marmalia confirmed this and said that this is exactly why she was here. Melzu looked at her with hope, but then her expression changed. All the kings looked at her with oppression. She asked Marmalia what was the matter, and she replied that she had brought Melja. Melju realized that Marmalia had never grown up, and it hasn't changed at all. She remained just as mean and insidious. Marmalia said that Melju was a loser from the very beginning. At that moment, Melju knelt down in front of someone who had not addressed her. The fourth-generation direct descendant, Demon King Ubar, stated that he was disappointed. Marmalia said that Melju was stupid. She asked if Melju really thought that the Demon Queen, defeated and without her army, would be accepted in Judecca. She knew she shouldn't expect a warm welcome. But I also didn't think that the attitude towards her would be so cold. Ubar looked at her, then at Asmodeus. He gave her time to justify herself, to which the girl asked what he meant by justification. She said it was all a misunderstanding, and she had not lost to people. The girl tried to explain how everything really happened. The kings looked at her in surprise. They asked what it meant that she lost to humans. Did she think that the division of the demons and the remnant of survivors was a victory? Or did she think that her current situation was not a defeat? They said that she should simply be executed. Melju tried to object in every possible way, but she realized that there was nothing to say. The queen was responsible for the death of the demon army. The girl admitted that it was her fault. She was told that she was a disgrace to their race, and that it would take a lot of impudence to calmly show up in Judecca after that, and that in order to preserve their authority, she should be removed from her post as the demon queen. Everyone agreed with this and decided to end it. They suggested simply executing her. But they can't allow the banquet to be ruined by such a non-entity, so someone suggested postponing the decision until the final day of the banquet. But what to do with her until then? The man sighed heavily. He said that she would be put in prison. At this moment, the man stopped the main character. He said that this was a mission center, and that in order to get in, you had to show your ID. He thought that the main character was a beggar, and the girl was his servant, since the guy could barely stand on his feet. Renee showed her ID, and the man was surprised that they were members of an A-rank squad. He greeted them and said that they looked forward to their efforts being used for the benefit of humanity. The protagonist asked where she managed to find this ID, to which she replied that she found it when she was cleaning and chose only the cleanest one. Swallow realized that there must have been plenty of such junk there, and the girl replied that there was certainly no shortage of it. Renee noted that there was a lot of information about the dungeons stored here, to which Swallow asked if they would have time to look through it all. Swallow asked to be reminded what exactly they were looking for. The girl replied that they were looking for a powerful monster that, despite numerous attempts by people, had never been defeated. Swallow suggested simply recruiting monsters from other dungeons of great evil, although he thought that it was still not worth doing. He asked the girl if lower-rank dungeons would suit her. The girl handed him a list of suitable places. A man approached them and asked if they wanted to come back tomorrow as they were closing soon. Renee asked to stay a little longer, but the man replied that they could not stay for the sake of two people and asked if they understood that. She realized that if this dragged on, then plans for a date tomorrow would fall through, or he would have to come here again tomorrow. The girl realized that it would be better if she died. At this point they were asked if they had any more requests for the raid, and the girl showed him the money. Swallow was surprised that they had taken so much and still didn't have enough, and asked what exactly they were interested in. Renee pointed and told him to give them to him. She said that these are not very good. The girl noted that there weren't many worthwhile monsters this time, and the protagonist asked her what about the ancient metal slug. It seems like a good idea, but the dungeon is too far away. Swallow said it was useless. They should just hire Melju. Renee thought about it too, but he knew that Mr. Rulia was in charge of Melju's room. Swallow himself said she was weak. Renee said that to reflect, throwing dungeons of great evil, Melju lasted a maximum of 3 years, perhaps only she can think so. But she feels that the Demon King can only show his true colors by remaining a king. Swallow sighed and admitted that she was right, but still wondered if it was worth doing. Swallow said that she had been very helpful in finding Renee, and perhaps he should have let her go. Swallow realized that, if he thought about it, it was he who had smashed her castle to pieces. He asked how long Judecca would be open, to which the girl replied that, as far as she knew, 2 days. If he had decided to go there, he should make it before the end of the banquets, and he was sure he could manage. Swallow said it was worth a try. If she was too far away, there was nothing to be done. He added that the only way to determine where Judecca was by looking at the stars, and asked if the Demon King was the one who should know. Renee replied that she was not very familiar with that method. Swallow thought about it. Then the boy realized that he could read the stars. The creature that had shown Melch the way stood and looked at the sky, and next to him was a dog. He said it was awkward when, at that moment, someone appeared behind him. He started asking who he was anyway. He knew that this was clearly not the Demon King. Only the Demon King is allowed to set foot on this land, and anyone who dares to approach risks their life. He was surprised that, despite all the warnings, this one continued to move forward. Swallow called him a faithful servant of the great Ubar, Bamut. Now, while he is here, he is a guardian. There is definitely no stopping him. Swallow noticed that it was very loud. At this point, someone asked if it was too quiet here. The girl asked how she was living, whether she was doing well or not. Melju remained silent. She was told that she looked even better than expected. They reminded her that they were friends and asked if she would mind the advice. When discussing the punishment, many wanted to execute her as a warning to others. But she couldn't let that happen. How hard it was to convince everyone. Does she know how difficult it was? What does she think they have come to? Her horns will be sawed off, and her fangs will be pulled out. What a pity. Their dear Melju will be left without her charms. How many demons will mock her? She can't even imagine what Marmalia is like. Long, very painfully long. I've been waiting for this moment. If she loses her horns and fangs, she will no longer be able to claim the role of the Demon King. How does she like this option? To become her servant, she is ready to give her a chance. Who knows? She might even get a job as a boss if she bows down to her and cleans her boots. Melzu remained silent. She was asked if she didn't like it and why she was silent. At that moment, they approached her and informed her that they had ordered her to be brought to trial. Marmalia said she would take care of her. After this, Melza began to be taken away by demons. Marmalia thought it was boring. But she didn't care, because the fun was just beginning. The demon asked for attention, announcing that the trial was beginning. The trial of the future ruler of monsters who betrayed the loyalty of her subjects, and accused of undermining the authority of the demon kings. The court sentences her to have her horns cut off, and her fangs removed. She has the right to appeal the decision, if there is anything to say in her defense. Melju only said that although her stay in the dungeon was short, she had thought about a lot. But she still doesn't understand. The weak are weeded out, the strong survive. An army was assembled to protect her, but they were weak and died, and she was strong and survived, so what's the problem? Don't the demon kings treat their subordinates just as frivolously? But they keep saying that she dumped someone. For her, no relationship connected her with her subordinates. Of course, everyone was furious. The demon asked if she had decided to make a final fuss about the army she had lost, had gone completely mad, or what. Melju said that she was of sound mind, no matter how much she thought. Wasn't it all absurd from the start? To accuse her of something she was not guilty of. The punishment was even determined before the trial. It's also childish, but it's funny to watch the so-called supreme demon go along with this farce. Melju asked if she was wrong. She asked this question to Sir Ubar. At that moment, she, of course, immediately noticed that Melju had called him not master, but sir. Everyone was furious, not understanding what kind of disrespect this was for the master. How dare she address the supreme being like that? She needs to have not only her horns torn off, but also her tongue. But Ubar calmly said that there was no need to worry. The words of those who had lost everything could not hurt him. No matter what she does, her fate will not change. The higher consciousness must meet the real higher. All these demons are so ignorant. It's even funny. This thought only made him feel better. The demon shouted that for such actions the defendant would be given a second punishment, but let the first one be carried out immediately. The demon appeared and said that he would be happy to help them. He warned that it would be very painful and asked the demon queen to enjoy the process. They decided to start with the horns. At that moment, a dog began to bark. No one could figure out where the noise was coming from, and this intrigued them. The demon began to ask where this noise came from. Melju realized that it was Swallow. Could it really be that the dog had run here? Someone asked if they even knew. Then someone said that the barking of a dog is much more pleasant to listen to than their nonsense. Melju couldn't believe that Swallow was here. Maybe it was just a dying hallucination, because even if she looked back, he wasn't there. And yet, maybe if he was here. The girl hoped to see Mr. Swallow. At that moment, Swallow turned to her. He said he saw that she had problems here. Of course, Swallow easily defeated his opponent. He noted that it seemed to be the last one, and that they had resisted in vain, although they were kings, but in reality, they were nothing. When the main character heard the noise, he realized that someone had come out. He said that if someone has horns, it's probably a demon king. I asked how old he was, because it was difficult to tell by the appearance of demons. Let him raise his head. He called him a brat and told him to look him in the eyes. Swallow noted that he had beautiful horns, but still asked his name. The boy began to say his name. It was really just a little boy who looked at the main character with fear. At this moment, the demon king looked at the protagonist. The protagonist turned to Mr. Yubaru. At that moment, the dog came to them. Svald immediately rushed to hug her and run to Melj. She started to say that hadn't she told him to sit quietly and wait. Apparently, he had gone after Mr. Swallow. Marmalia was furious. She asked them who they were, what kind of demons they were, who was their king, had they lost their fear, or what was there to distract them from the sacred judgment. Renee was furious and started asking how she dared to know her place. Swallow told her to calm down, because she was right then. Swallow apologized and said he didn't mean to interrupt them. They didn't actually have a king, they were just passing by. But he became interested. They are ashamed of Melja, because she managed to lose everything. That's why there's so much noise about punishment and other things. It turns out that if he destroys their possessions, following the logic, the same punishment awaits them all, whether he is right or not. Everyone looked at him with apprehension. They began to shout in rage that he was an upstart who had forgotten his place. Not only had he dared to appear in Judecca and insult the kings, but he was also threatening Lord Yubaru. Swallow said he was just asking a question. The demon was furious and told him to shut his mouth, otherwise he would tear him into such pieces that they would never be collected. After that, he immediately began to attack the main character, saying that he would kill him now. Swallow just stood there and watched him at that moment. Then Swallow began to yawn as usual. After this, a powerful explosion occurred, and Swallow began to defend himself. Swallow asked why the others were looking at him, since he had nothing to do with what happened. Swallow was surprised to say that Yubar was to blame for everything. Everyone turned to look at the king. They couldn't understand why he did this. At this point, the man began to get indignant, asking how they dared to show such disrespect to the greatest. Everyone began to justify themselves, claiming that they would personally punish the culprit for his insolence, because he dared to raise his hand against the Great One. Marmolia did not understand why Mr. Jekka had changed his mind so abruptly. The Lion King, kneeling, saluted the supreme consciousness of Mr. Swallow. Everyone was shocked to realize that the person standing in front of them was the same Swallow from the core of jealousy. Of course, after this, not all, but many fell to their knees and began to bow to him. The demon, confused, began to ask the master how this had happened. The king was surprised that he still had not realized what had happened. Swallow noticed that he seemed familiar, and assumed that they had met before, or perhaps something told him so. If he had not acted in this way, the maid would have already beheaded her. Not only she, but all the demon kings who were here would be exterminated. The king turned to the higher consciousness and asked what had brought him to this place. Swallow said he remembered Yubara's name and noted that he had grown so much that he was barely recognizable. The king admitted that all this was possible only thanks to the mercy shown to him 900 years ago. Swallow put his hand on his shoulder. He ordered the king to stand up, explaining that this was not what he had come for. Yubar understood that the fear he had experienced then was impossible to forget, and now everything was happening the same way as then. When he suddenly appeared here, 900 years ago, the main character wondered why he came. It turned out that that same little boy was Yubar. Yubar looked at Swallow with fear in his eyes. Swallow asked him why he thought he was there. He advised him not to worry. Perhaps the fear of the past had not yet left him, but this time he really came for a different reason. The king asked why he was there, to which Swallow replied that he had come for Melja, which surprised even her. Renee also reached out to her. She reported that after lengthy discussions, she came to the conclusion that Mels was needed in their dungeon. So she asked her if she wanted to become a member of the ancient core. After all, Melzu came here to bring back her army, didn't she? If she agrees, she will become the manager of one of the rooms in their glorious dungeon, and of course, she will have monsters at her disposal that will become part of her army. Melju couldn't believe that she was offered such a role. Renee explained that each member of the ancient core would help her with the selection of suitable monsters. Swallow added that, except for him, Renee repeated his words, emphasizing that everyone except the master. The protagonist said that this was the very reason they came. He came closer to Melj. The protagonist asked her for permission to make a request. Of course, Melju gave him her consent. The protagonist extended his hand to her, and she responded in kind. At this point, Marmalia suddenly jumped forward and angrily declared that she was against this. She was indignant, arguing that a non-entity, incapable of even managing her own army, could not become a ruler in the core of antiquity because it was simply ridiculous. Since childhood, she was compared to Melju, constantly told that she was worse, and now she finally had a chance to surpass her rival. She began to appeal to the powerful Mr. Swallow, assuring him that the scoundrel Melju was simply deceiving him. How could he ask such a thing from her, since she was unworthy? And what about Marmolia herself? Unlike Melju, she was a true demon queen, descended from an ancient family. If he allows her to take the place of a rival, then she will give him her body, heart, and soul. The main character just watched her at that moment. After that, Renee cut off her fingers. She asked indignantly how she dared to stretch her vile hands towards Mr. Swallow. Marmolia looked at her in amazement, not understanding what was happening. The demon began to scream in unbearable pain, yelling at her fingers as if she couldn't take it anymore. Melzu looked at Maromlia, and at that moment she felt sorry for her. The king told Swallow that he apologized for being rude, to which the boy replied that it was nothing. The king insisted, adding that if he granted this, she would be punished properly. Naturally, she started screaming to be let go. She called Melia, asking for help. Swallow, as usual, was yawning at this time. Someone asked her if she regretted it. The girl noted that what happened only happened because she was asked, and she would have cut all the kings. Melzu said that there was no benefit to the ancient core in this. Of course, all this was decided because of some happiness. Now the dwarves will tease her, so it is better to leave them alive. It will be more useful. Melju asked how they found Judecca. The girl replied that the gentleman could read the stars. In fact, there was a guard who refused to guide them, but the monster helped, following her scent. Melzu said that he was a good guy, exactly what she expected from the first soldier of her army. Melzu said that she was doing her best to become a worthy member of the ancient corps, but was everything really okay? She was sure that the previous managers were much stronger, now she needs to take their place. Of course, she will work hard, but still a little nervous. Renee said she didn't fit the criteria, and doubted she would last even 3 years, maybe not even tomorrow. She knew it, but hearing it straight to her face was like a knife to the heart. However, they came for her at the will of the master, and she could only try not to disappoint him. Melzu remained silent and looked at her thoughtfully. She then said that she would try her best, to which the girl replied that this was a good attitude and she wanted to warn him in advance. Renee said that the gentleman had already received permission to confess, just let him remember that. Melzu didn't understand what was being discussed, but she agreed. By the way, where did the gentleman himself go? At this time in another place. King Ubar sat right in the middle of the hall. They approached him and addressed him. Björman approached him and, daring, began to speak on behalf of the Northern Demon King. It was known that Swallow was an ancient monster, the strongest among the bosses of the Great Evil Dungeon, but his behavior, despite this, raises questions. This kind of behavior was not entirely acceptable for a supreme demon. He said this with complete respect. Ubar asked what this behavior meant, and added that he would sincerely accept their words, although it seemed to him that they did not fear the authority of kings. They immediately began to explain that this was not the case at all. In some ways, they were right, if this continues. Ubar became furious and called them worthless fools. Then Ubar used the giant's hand. The man asked if he thought that he would accept their difficulties nobly and forgive everything, and that he was not afraid to seek benefit in his actions. If he is so concerned about his tribe, let him try to take this burden on his shoulders if he can. He began to ask the master not to punish him. After all, he will die soon anyway. But the king was indifferent, saying that he must continue to move forward. He then asked who else thought he was bowing his head out of weakness and demanded to voice his opinion. They began to pray, asking him to forgive them for their ignorance, but it was too late. This should have been a lesson to them. By the way, the king did not understand how the child of the Agrea family was connected with the ancient monster. At that moment, the main character appeared and addressed the king, saying that he had finally found him. The king asked him if there was anything else he needed, to which he replied that, having thought about it carefully, he did not want to do it. The king expected everything to be so simple. The protagonist said that he really needed something. He was already bowing his head, and he had nothing to lose if it was for the sake of the demon's survival. The protagonist asked if they were demon kings. The main character asked the king why he was so tense. Then he showed something. At this time, somewhere else. Renee was surprised that they hadn't bothered to call a sudden meeting of the demon kings for other matters. Swallow said he didn't expect such great friends to put in so much effort, and Renee didn't think he'd get so carried away, because she couldn't be happier than she was now. The protagonist said that since she no longer knew what to do, he had nothing else to strive for. How good it was to trust the demon king and not hang around in the hotel and sort through the monsters himself. At that moment, someone turned to them. It was Melju. They asked her if they had finished all their work, to which she replied that now that their journey to antiquity had begun, they had better let her help and she would show them how to do it. The girl replied with a smile on her face that everything was fine, and by the way, had she resolved her affairs? Melzu looked back and said that yes, she was finished. Smiling, she said that her goal had been achieved, and now, as a member of the ancient corps, she would do everything to become a strong demon queen. Melzu asked Yulia if they were going to return to Connect. Renee replied that all he had to do was select the remaining chosen candidates. The main character only asked to let him rest. At this time, the lady was asked if she felt better. At that moment, she said that someone healed her hand with magic. Then she turned her attention to her horns. She realized that it wasn't a dream after all. They told her that she had slept all day and asked if everything was okay, but that didn't matter now. The main thing was what was wrong with Melzu. She was informed that Melzu had left with an ancient monster. They asked her not to worry about the horns, saying that the demon kings would explain their absence. And although the salon was small, many still supported her, and they would continue to follow her, asking her to put aside their differences. At that moment she became furious and shouted at him to shut up. What kind of disagreement was this? Did he really think that this bitch was her friend? How dare he say such a thing? Marmalia said in a rage that she must die. It is useless to count on other kings. They need someone strong who can resist her jealousy, and they have one. The one who can fight this demon in the dungeon. At this point, someone asked what brought them here. The prince said he had a question for the third eye. He said the question was about homunculi. In Knecht, in the hotel, at this time, Melju was surprised by something. Everything was described in such detail. The demon kings did a great job, stylizing all the people's requests for a raid. Renee said that the master noted that the demon kings only selected those who did not fall asleep, and he did it for them, how great he was. Melzu asked her if even such monsters did not suit her. She began to explain that Elizabeth, the queen of the succubi, her race and data speak for themselves, and she knows how to use her tail very well. Renee immediately tore up the piece of paper and told it to roll away. Melju asked what about it. A giant lamia from Undermountain. No way. The description says that it stands out for its grace and beauty. Renee tore up the paper again and said it was no good. Honestly, there are just a bunch of run-of-the-mill monsters here. Melzu remembered the girl's words that she did not fit the criteria. It turns out that her words were true. Is her beauty really that scary? Well, they will continue further. At this time in the city, the guy was surprised that there was nothing here either. He read about Swallow. The protagonist asked what he was going to do, because for the sake of the Empire's safety, he needed to crush him. For this, the guy understood what he needed. At that moment there was a knock on his door, and he was told that it was Garot. She was asked if he had managed to find out anything. The guy said he would like to have a cup of tea first. After this, Garot began to pour him tea with the help of magic. The tea was poured into the cup. She asked if that was enough. The commander noted that of everything found in the book, the most reliable information was only about the ancient core. Despite all the known facts, as he read, he noticed something disturbing. The girl asked what exactly. He replied that it had to do with the identity of the gatekeepers and the purpose of the dungeon's existence. The details may be missed, as many such creatures are of unknown origin, but there are no records of the other two. Even taking into account the various variables, there are still many oddities. Many dungeons strive for power, but the core of antiquity does not. And most importantly, Swallow's goal still remains a mystery. The girl suggested that he listen to her report first. The commander immediately asked why she had come, to which she noted his efficiency. She reported that an urgent message had been received from the Third Eye. The demon queen Marmolia had requested negotiations. The commander arrived for negotiations. She thanked him for responding to such an unexpected challenge. The commander was informed that the demon queen had requested negotiations. It all turned out to be true. The location was chosen by the other side, and it seemed to have been chosen in a hurry. He did not recommend the meeting, because it could be dangerous. At that moment, someone appeared behind them. Someone began to laugh, expecting to see an old man at the head of a human organization. But instead, in front of them was a young and rather handsome man. The young man introduced himself as Commander R. Edelbryce Gal Reveston, recalling that the message had spoken of a meeting without an escort. But it turned out that they did not come alone. It's time to start negotiations. The commander asked if they were ready to get down to business right away. Despite her impatience, she still agreed. Not far from her castle was the village of Rosoid, where about 400 people lived. If something went wrong, her army would destroy the village. The commander clarified what exactly she meant by small change. He warned her that if she continued to resort to such tricks, it would lead to serious consequences. She was surprised. She had previously considered him a simpleton, but now she saw that he was much smarter and more cunning. However, it didn't matter. It was necessary to return to the essence of the matter. One of the demon queens will soon leave Knecht, and she suggested that he kill her. The commander asked if they wanted to drag him into battle against the royal army, considering him cannon fodder. But no, they only needed to kill the demon queen named Melia before she left Knecht, for which he would be generously rewarded. The people in robes needed monsters for biological experiments. The commander politely refused. Marmolia asked what the problem was then, if not the reward. The commander replied that that was not the issue at all. He noted that if the commander-in-chief was in such a hurry to get here, it meant that he also needed something, or maybe she herself was in a hurry. The commander noticed that she had no fangs or horns, as if she was hiding from something, and the negotiations, which had not happened before, looked suspicious. She asked furiously if he was laughing at her. The commander clarified that it was not he who was laughing, but she who was hiding something. They were offered help to get rid of a winged demoness named Melzu. But she does have a patron, doesn't she? Just as he thought. There was no point in interfering with the demon's royal intrigues, and he told Garoth that they were returning. Marmolia, almost in tears, tried to stop them. She spoke of the patronage of the demon queen, but the commander made it clear that he would pretend that these negotiations did not take place. At that moment, she revealed that it was an ancient monster from the Dungeon of Evil. The commander immediately noticed this. Marmolia insisted that there might be a way to kill Melja away from Swallow's eyes, and the commander immediately agreed. She was stunned when she heard that he agreed. The commander turned around abruptly and confirmed his agreement to the deal. He then said that they would eliminate the demon queen Melja de Rif Agrea. Marmolia couldn't understand what this even meant. She didn't say the demon queen's full name. Did he already know about her? The commander asked how he could not know about the demon queen who was next to Riaz. They said that she would soon leave Knecht, so they had to hurry. She found this strange, and when she saw the man smile when he heard the name Svaluk, she suspected that something was wrong. She asked him if he had forgotten that they had 400 people from the village of Rosoid as hostages, and made it clear that she was serious. At that moment he replied that they could kill them. She didn't understand what this meant, but he continued, "Let them die in the name of the great revival of a mighty empire. This will be a special contribution for them." How dare he say such a thing? However, the negotiations had taken place, and now one could count on the reward according to the agreement. She promised to provide monsters for experiments. One of them, by the way, was already standing in front of him at that moment. The Demon Queen would make a fine example, and he motioned for the lady to stand up and follow him. Does this dirty man really not take her seriously? Marmalia, furious, ordered her men to kill them. The commander just looked at her silently. The guy just smiled back at her. At that moment, someone addressed Swallow. The gentleman was informed that it was already morning. Renee, with a smile on her face, said it was time to wake up, but he asked for another 5 minutes, although he had said the same thing 3 hours ago. After all, morning or night, what difference does it make? Renee suggested to Melz to use that same forbidden spell of total destruction. The main character already guessed what they were talking about. At that moment, there was no sign of trouble in the city. Then suddenly there was a blinding flash. Swallow jumped up and began asking what it was and who turned off the light. He asked if demons could use such magic, to which he received the answer, "This magic is called genocide. It is the magic of light." He finally got up and asked for everything to be ready for breakfast. Baked goat with stewed vegetables is a great choice. Swallow asked how the dish came to look like a homunculus. Renee said that, by the way, a response had recently arrived to the letter she had sent Patrick when they were returning from Judecca. There was something interesting in the letter. Swallow saw a strange glass or mirror and asked if it was meant to be admired. Melzu decided that it was a communication device. She explained that if you pour mana into it, it will work. At this point, Patrick started asking if he could be heard. Swallow remarked that Patrick had a very strange nose, and he replied that they had only just established contact, and the authorities were already starting to pick on him. However, the main thing is that he can be heard well, and Renee wrote that Melzu is helping them, so he also decided to help with hiring monsters. Swallow asked where he got the device. Patrick said he had borrowed it. It was a small mirror from Battlery's room, a fragment of it. Swallow asked with a grin if she had given it to him too easily. Patrick explained that she needed blood in exchange, but they agreed on Renee's blood because she was also interested in the homunculus's blood. Patrick asked if Battlery was with them now. At that moment, Battlery appeared with a very angry expression on her face and greeted Patrick. Patrick immediately disappeared, and she began asking where he had gone. Patrick appeared again and asked if he could be heard. The connection was finally established. He learned that Melju was helping them. Renee realized what was going on and said that it was too late, turned to Patrick, hinting that her blades were already sharpened. Melju agreed that time was indeed short. Patrick offered to get down to business, saying that he had looked through the questions Renee had sent but hadn't found any worthy monsters, so he had sent her the information on the ones he had found himself. Renee was surprised. She didn't remember seeing this information in the letter, but then she found it attached to the back. She was amazed, because the monsters that Patrick mentioned were not in her requests, and Patrick noted with a smile that he had to try hard to collect them all. Patrick said that individually they are nothing special, but on sight they can become a real threat. Some are even capable of actively using the advantages of the cave. He has had his eye on them for a long time. Swallow asked what long ago meant. That is, before he and Renee went looking for monsters or whatever. Realization began to dawn on Patrick. Then he suddenly disappeared. Melzu said that it seemed like he really did pass out this time, and the girl thought so too. Swallow said that it was okay, that bastard would still get his thanks. Someone said that the demon wings were indeed unreliable. Who would have thought that they would come here with such an army? To Sir Argeria, decided, I said that this demon is still alive, can she take him? And now they will allow you to receive your well-deserved reward. He was talking about the demon queen Marmolia. She started asking him if he thought that they would get away with it. After another, if he did something to her, other kings, he interrupted her at the moment, started saying that it was probably worth mentioning that he didn't care about it. He said that she was nevertheless given a great deal of help. Thankfully, there was no opportunity to deal with Swallow. She started laughing and asking what it meant to figure it out. He asked what made her laugh. She said that how could one not laugh? What he had just said was funny and absurd, to figure out who would have to figure it out with whom. She assures him that this is absolutely impossible. He has no idea how terrible this ancient monster is. The commander said that there was no need to listen to her any further and thanked her most humbly for such excellent material. Will he be able to do it? The man answered him that he would certainly do so, with the splendor of this demon queen. He will create the best homunculus. In some desert, Swallow and the others were flying on some kind of creature. Patrick said that the most important thing between a subject and his master is loyalty, and to achieve that, the boss should hire monsters himself. Doesn't he think so? Melju said, My God, it looks like they've arrived. Swallow sighed and said it hadn't even been a year. Patrick said that the first candidate on the list is the guardian golem that guards Connect. He instantly regenerates from stones, and the debris around him makes him an ideal guardian for the dungeon. Apparently, this is where the guardian golem Patrick spoke of is located. The girl started asking if it was him. It really does recover instantly, which is quite possible for a magic golem with an internal magic stone. Swallow said, That's how it is. You just need to find and get this stone out of him, right? But even if that's the case, will this giant fit into the cave? Swallow said that if he could get in, then the golem could too. Melju said that he seemed very strong. She will hold him back, so that they don't forget the stone until it regenerates. Swallow told her to relax and be grateful for the delivery, although he said that they wouldn't deal with him quickly. Then, to the protagonist's surprise, he just jumped off, and they couldn't figure out what it meant. Naturally, they immediately began to attack him. Swallow returned with ease. Melju, of course, began to worry about the master. The golem continued to attack him, and Patrick definitely didn't make a mistake with him. After this, an explosion occurred in the air. Swallow said he liked it. After that, he began to recover again. They were very surprised and looked down from above. Renee told Tanya to stand still and let her find the stone. Swallow noticed that he was dirty and asked who was next on the list. At this time, someone asked if anyone had heard about anything. After yesterday's earthquake, a golem disappeared from the quarry, and the flock of silver rollers that controlled the plateau above the gorge was also destroyed. Is this really the work of humans? If so, they could be the next threat, but at this moment, someone stopped them. Someone asked whether it was worth worrying ahead of time, since no one knew where their dungeon was. At that moment, Swallow's team showed up, and Melju pointedly started asking the girl if no one really knew. The Cyclope seemed so huge, and she didn't believe they could have information, but Patrick seemed very impressed. Naturally, they began to ask who they were and how they got here. The girl answered that they were here by invitation, because their dungeon was now in dire need of monsters. Cyclops said that everything became clear. The enemy is exterminating everyone in the area, but how did they end up here at all? Let them not even think that they will leave without a fight. Renee said that words apparently had no effect. They just looked back at them in surprise. At this point, the girl laughed and said that they were not as weak as they thought. She couldn't even imagine that they would be cut apart with one blow. The girl began to ask who was next, and Melju answered that it was a monster named Yaksha, and at that moment, someone was watching them from above. At that moment, someone told them that they had arrived here. The guy heard that they had pushed the Cyclops to that side. Renee was surprised and said that the news reached them so quickly. She is not surprised that people have not discovered them yet, because they have an incredible speed of obtaining information. So they already knew everything, and Renee didn't need to explain the details. Of course, they want to recruit them into the dungeon or something. He agreed, but on one condition, and turned to Swallow. He asked if it was the same Swallow. Renee became furious and asked what kind of disrespect was this. He challenged him to a fight, admitting that he had always wanted to know how strong the ancient monster was. Renee, full of rage, asked how he dared to address the gentleman as you. Even if the gentleman did not agree, she would deal with him herself, but Swallow said that if he wanted, then why not? Now they will see what he is capable of. The guy said it was great and started using his power. He told him to show all his power. Swallow asked if he really wanted him to show his full strength. Then, after some time, they came back, and the protagonist decided that he had enough. He didn't want to continue. Fighting for 2 days straight without a break was not easy, because if something was done hastily, it could end badly, be it a person or a monster. The girl approached him and asked if he wanted to eat first. Unfortunately, she didn't have time to cook herself, so she shopped in the city. Swallow immediately began to eat, and Renee reported that so far they had only managed to hire the golem. The Cyclops and Yaksha eventually went to the next world. No one expected that Yaksha would fall from one blow from Sherban, and Arachne apologized so often for her inexperience that the question of her recruitment was in doubt. However, they have a big catch. The raid was a success. Everyone was destroyed and the trophies were in their hands. Swallow walked past and asked if they were serious. He was curious about what was inside these chests, because they could be trophies from hunting people. They had to look together, because due to the rush, they did not have time to see what was there. As expected, it was full of magical artifacts. The main characters were wondering if there were any artifacts that could punch holes even in Patrick's armor. At that moment, something caught their attention. Swallow was holding a flower in his hands, but he couldn't figure out what it was. The commander was thanked for providing such valuable material. He replied that it all belonged to the Empire. The man said it was excellent, and that he had never expected to get such a quality sample, and asked if it wasn't wonderful. The commander asked what the word beautiful meant. Despite this, he kept a straight face and continued to look at her in the incubator. He said that it was certainly wonderful. However, to be honest, the appearance does not play a special role, because the purpose of the experiment is to test the suitability of the sample. Perhaps this body was created in a hurry, and although it cannot be immediately written off, the possibility of instability cannot be ruled out either. It is unlikely to last more than 2 days. It is enough that it exists at all. In addition to this, there remains the question of the stability of the process of suppression of the personality. It is unclear whether it will be possible to maintain control over the object. The commander said that it was not scary, because if he said so, there was no doubt that he would get the desired result, regardless of how exactly he used it. He thought for a moment about how he intended to use it, but, in any case, this creation had already found its purpose. Swallow asked Melju if this was also a magical artifact. She replied that it seemed so, but from the look of it, it had already been used. Renee suddenly intervened and asked about licorice, saying that it would look cute in her hair. He was very surprised, and she immediately asked what was the matter. After that, he told her to stand still, but she could not understand what he was going to do. Swallow ordered her to remain still. After some time, he reported that everything was ready. Of course, he carefully secured the flower in her hair and remarked that it looked wonderful. Renee had always tried harder than others, but since arriving in Connect, he had increasingly noticed her mood swings. He wasn't quite sure, but it seemed like she was expecting something from him, since he had never given her anything like this before. With a wide smile on her face, she began to ask if it was true that this flower suited her. The protagonist assured her that, of course, this was true, and suggested that she not doubt it, but if she didn't like it, he could buy something better. Then she said that she was very happy. The main character, smiling, asked if this was true. Now that the bodies were gone, she could finally rest, even though her bed was already waiting for her, but the girl replied that no, he still had 2 more places to visit. The protagonist instantly darkened and said that he didn't want to do it. At this time, Win was lying down and complaining that she was bored. She stretched on the sofa. Then she said again that she was literally dying of boredom. In despair, she began to beat herself against the sofa. After that, I just calmed down. She recalled the words that even after her recovery, she would be better off refraining from using force, especially in the presence of the imperial family, and she realized that she was afraid of being on the front lines again. However, it was even more difficult to remain inactive because at that very moment, someone in the Empire could be in danger. She wanted to at least make sure that Riaz was now calm. Then the girl went out onto the balcony. She decided that she would only be out for a short time. No one would even notice, so it was time to move on. It was at this moment that the commander appeared behind her and asked where she was going again. He came closer and asked with a slight smile if they could talk. Frightened, she said he should have been warned before entering. However, he understood that now was the most opportune moment for her to try to escape, so he went in secretly. The girl realized that she had been exposed and hastily began to assure that she had not intended to do this at all. The commander asked again if it was true. She realized that there was no point in lying to him and admitted that she had lied. Turning to him, she said that she had not yet decided what question to ask. He invited her to speak, and she asked how things were going with Gareth now. Ever since the day the Black Catastrophe attacked her and her hand became like this, she had never been able to muster the courage to talk to him. Now she has finally decided to do it. The commander said that there was no point in taking on all the worries of the Empire, although such an attitude was commendable for a hero. However, he asked her to remember, all members of the Knightly Order of the Black Wolves are ready to sacrifice themselves for the Empire, and this also applies to Gareth. Her hand became like this in the name of the Empire. Besides, Garrett himself doesn't attach much importance to this. He thinks that in this way he takes care of her, so let her not reproach herself. Then he asked if he could ask her for one favor. The girl asked what they were talking about. The matter concerned the remnants of artificial consciousnesses that had been developed in the Empire in the past. Recently, there was a report that abnormal phenomena had been recorded in the research laboratory in the mercenary city of Connect. She asked what it meant. It was reported that the creatures remaining at the facility had escaped. Fortunately, the lab was located quite far from the city, so there were no casualties yet. The girl began to worry and said that then it was necessary to immediately report this to Connect. However, if the escape becomes public knowledge, it will bring shame on the Empire. Since the commander enjoys the trust of the Emperor, he must resolve this issue quietly. He explained that the mission required a minimum of participants and absolute secrecy, since it was a classified mission, and besides, she was not in a condition to go to the front lines, and rash actions could arouse suspicion among the imperial family and its entourage. The girl asked what she should do then. The commander said that he had made arrangements with the controller of the teleportation center at the western square of the palace. He would be there soon. The coordinates had already been transmitted, so let her come to him in 3 hours. The girl nodded and hurried to get ready. Then she turned to him. He showed her 3 fingers and told her that she should come in exactly 3 hours. The girl looked at him with an understanding look and said that she understood everything. The commander sighed heavily. He thought that he had 3 hours and realized that he also needed to hurry. Then something really surprised him. At that moment, someone said it was kind of him to open the door. The commander looked at the man who entered without emotion. It was Pope Uranisia III, who said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He asked if he should now be called a commissioner. The commander asked what brought him here. The man who was not serving His Majesty laughed and said that his words were still as sharp as ever. He just wanted to know how the hero, the pillar of the Empire, was feeling. As far as he knew, the hero Win Hyslaria and his dad had never crossed paths. Even so, he thought that the man couldn't have come just to inquire about her condition. He had other things to do and needed to leave. He wondered if he would believe him if he said he had come to meet him. He offered to give him a few minutes of his time. The commander became interested in what was on the mind of the person who entered. He didn't understand why he was suggesting this now. At that moment, he noticed fireworks being launched in the distance. It was Diana Inrock's squad, who congratulated them on their return. Connect was a mercenary town, with a third of the population participating in raids. He was sure that Swallow was hiding somewhere around here. To eliminate the ancient monster, they needed more information, and they took risks to do so. At this moment, someone turned to the commander. He was informed that the preparations were complete, and they were awaiting further instructions. The guy thanked Sir Stormin. They had everything ready. He asked how they were going to find the Demon Queen, who was said to be hiding in Connect. He replied that, as a simple man, he did not have the necessary means and methods, but he would continue to look for her. Someone had already been looking for this demon for much longer and spared no effort. He intended to take advantage of this. He asked Stormin how much time they had. There were 78 minutes left before the hero arrived. Although it was a bit early, he suggested to start. Only demon kings could detect their own kind, so Melzu would easily find her, and then he would appear. The commander said that they were about to see a rare sight. At this time, they were drinking beer in the bar. The dungeon turned out to be extremely dangerous, and it was a miracle that they escaped without casualties. The man asked Burkus where he was going. He replied that he was going to the toilet. After that, he went out. He said his stomach hurt because he drank everything. At that moment, he turned around and noticed that someone had clearly had too much to drink. He asked him how he was feeling. Then he smelled a terrible stench and held his nose. He saw the creature devouring the man, instantly taking out his weapon. He couldn't understand how the monster got into the city. He was shocked and immediately went on the defensive. He noticed that the monster was very strong. The creature watched him closely. The man realized that there were several monsters and could not understand what kind of creatures they were. He was very surprised. He couldn't understand what was happening and thought that even for the Empire, this was too much. The rest of the bar watched in silence. He said that even if it were an order from His Majesty, it would be too much. He was immediately told to watch his language. He said that the Third Eye was conducting experiments, causing massacres in the city center. The commander assured that there was no need to worry. The destruction of the city would not reach the extreme. The man began to ask what this meant. At that moment, an explosion thundered. He asked what it was now, and the commander said that here it was. Some kind of creature appeared. The man was very upset when he saw this. He asked if it was homunculus. That is, he says that complete destruction will not occur. He said that if these creatures started to run amok, Connect would be in danger, and the townspeople would die. It can't be. It was all planned from the very beginning. The man began to look at the commander. He asked if it was planned. The commander told him to calm down. These were just small casualties. Judging by the state of the city, Svalov does not intend to destroy it. The fact that the ancient monster came to this big city and did not destroy it indicates that it has another goal. Situational dependence may prevent the creatures from destroying the city. After this, the commander began to laugh. He invited them to look at the painting. Wasn't it wonderful? The sacrifice of the citizens of the empire for the prosperity of the state. The man was worried, looking at the commander. He understood that this man, but no, this bastard. He was completely out of his mind. He asked if they were heading in the right direction to the hotel. At that moment, he said that it was impossible. The main character was talking about his bed. He noted that the tree here is like in the Graffinian forest. This forest is really very ancient. The protagonist said that now that they had sorted out the search for monsters, they could rest. Renee agreed that it would be good for them to rest before returning. Melju then asked the dog what was happening when it approached her. Something happened, and a figure began to appear right in front of them. Melju covered her face with her hand and began to examine it. They saw a fire in the direction of the city, and began to ask if the road to the hotel was in that direction. At this point, they turned to the master. The main character began to think about his bed. Renee said he could lie on her lap. Melzu felt demonic energy. She suggested that it might be Marmolish. The protagonist asked who the idiot was that was spewing mana into the air, and asked if he could feel it. The protagonist asked what was going on. Melzu turned to the master. She asked if she could go and scout out the situation. At that time, there were many dead people in the city. The homunculi attacked everyone they encountered along the way. Of course, there were those who resisted. The man shouted for the others to run away, and the boy thanked him for saving him. The man looked into the distance. He said that these creatures... At that moment, a guy appeared and said that they were from the Red Ursus. They would not thank for their neighbors, only a man. He thought about this organization, realizing that it was an A-rank squad, where every member was an elite. Their help would be very useful. The guy said that they had almost cleared the area, and asked if he knew anything about the monsters. He replied that he had no idea, and introduced himself as Dayan Unrock Burkus. They looked like artificial creatures, but they were completely different from the homunculi of Chonik, which is the name of those winged homunculi. The man said that at least the main problem was that creature. She was precisely their target. The guy said that they would need to come closer. The man offered to go with them, clarifying that although he was not so visible, he was also an A-rank. The guy replied that for him, it was a one-way trip. Of course, he was not insured either, but he suggested that the man listen to his words. On the way, they heard someone looking for them. The man noticed that his hand was shaking and could not understand why. But soon he realized that it was his own trembling. The guy said that he understood his feelings and wanted to protect the people of the city with all his might, but he should take more care of himself and the people around him. Let the rest be entrusted to the Red Ursus. The man agreed and said that they did not let him down. The guy said he relied on them. After that, the guy went forward. The man simply fell down and started laughing out of despair. At that moment, someone shouted for him to come over. The man said that he had a ringing in his ears. It was annoying him, like it was scraping his eardrums. Is it magic? Nobody understood what this phenomenon was. They had never encountered such monsters before. This is how it protected their city. This creature had a colossal supply of mana. Let them not be deceived. It is much more dangerous than they thought. At that moment, the creature began to use its power. The man started screaming for everyone to step back. Damn, as soon as he said that, the creature was already there. It was a detection magic, not an attack spell, so it was looking for something. If they want to destroy him, they better do it with one powerful blow. Everyone was ordered to open fire, and they immediately began to attack the creature. The guy said it works great, let them keep attacking. He felt the pain he'd carried from the attacks build up. The man realized that something was wrong. He realized that the attacks were causing no damage. The man soon realized that everything was not as expected. Just at that moment, the guy approached the creature, telling it to die. He was determined and ready to kill his enemy. He swung, and then he struck. After that, inexplicable things began to happen. Everyone felt the shockwave from this blow, and then there was a powerful explosion. The man fell from the shockwave. He realized that he couldn't cope with this. A person definitely won't be able to cope. At that moment, someone appeared and asked if he was looking for her. The man could not understand whether it was an angel. At that moment, Melju appeared and addressed Marmalia, saying that she had become ugly. She asked if Marmalia was that upset with her. Marmalia was furious when she saw her. Melju said she would not allow this to continue. Then she used the ultimate magic, Black Annihilation. Several days have passed since the end of Judica. Marmalia had no reason to stay in the city after everything she had been through, but it wasn't demonic energy that was calling her. This energy clearly belonged to Marmalia. Melzu continued to approach the enemy. She moved very quickly. Melzu turned to her at that moment. She said that even in this state she can't forget the hatred towards her, or something like that. She didn't know what happened to her. Immediately after that she swung. Then she said that she would not feel sorry for her. She used the ultimate magic again, Black Annihilation. At that moment she used all her strength. After that, some kind of realization came. Someone started asking if this was the Demon Queen, and if he was sure that the Demon Queen defeated this monster, or what, why the demons were killing it in the first place. It's good that they are similar, but she is not interested, because in her current state she can't do anything, so they should not retreat. It was strange, even though she used pure destructive magic. But did she really just die? Even though the people who fought her were A-rank hunters. Marmalia continued to lie there without making a sound. At that moment, the guy turned around to look at her. He noticed that the properties of mana had changed. Melzu continued to hang above her and watch all this. Immediately after this, the creature began to crawl out, and one could see how a hand appeared. Melzu immediately took notice of this. After this, Marmalia appeared, but in a different guise. No one knew if the monster was still alive, but they saw something come out. Marmalia was watching Melju at that moment. She instantly used mid-level magic, the Silent Dagger. People could watch as her comrades simply died. At that moment, she approached them as quickly as possible. Everyone looked at her with fear in their eyes. She decided to use a magical explosion. Oddly enough, immediately after this, a powerful explosion occurred in the city. Then there was nothing left. Melzu turned to her. She started to tell her something. She said her body was melting, and she was in pain. It seems like she's dying, but there's one plus. And the plus was that she would have time to take it with her. Immediately after this, Melzu decided to use the earth-piercing magic, Caprice. After that, they both started fighting using magic. Marmalia began to approach the enemy. Melzu used defensive magic and created a wall between them. Melzu looked at all this. Melju was very surprised when she saw this. Then there was another explosion, but this time in the sky. Marmalia laughed maliciously. She said that now she looks like the Demon Queen, Melo. Marmalia was beside herself with rage and was approaching. Melzu continued to look at her. Then there was another explosion. The commander was asked if he was pleased, and he said that he was very pleased. Now he understood why they were so confident. The commander watched all this. The man laughed and said that if the commander came a little closer, he would witness a more exciting spectacle. The commander asked him if it was true, and said that he was looking forward to it. He understood that everything was going according to plan. Marmalia did not retreat and continued to attack. She noticed something important. She used new magic. Melzu realized that her mana was running low. With her powers, she won't be able to hold out for long. She just had to endure, and victory would be hers. Let her die in the ice. Suddenly she was very surprised. With this surprise, she was able to amaze her insides. Melju said that Marmalia was a scoundrel. Melju was approaching Marmalia. Marmalia began to defend herself. Marmalia began to call Melja darling, and warned that it would hurt a little. Marmalia tried to strangle her, as in a dungeon. Melju responded by using Sylphide's rejection magic. Melju pushed Marmalia back, taking a step back. A powerful explosion followed. Melzu realized that Marmalia had not completed her attack and that she had no mana left. It reminded me of the situation when she was defending the teleprocessing center by order of the master. He appeared, but she fell. Melzu, in despair, laughed and said that she remembered. Then she fell to her knees. She realized that her death was near. Turning to the gentleman, she apologized and said that she had not managed to complete the assigned work. Then she fell down and turned to her dad. Renee asked if everything would be okay. The protagonist replied that she could handle it because she was stronger than she seemed, despite the demonic energy. He reassured Renee by saying that Melju might not realize it, but she was the queen of demons. The main character asked the dog if this was true. Melju was very surprised at this moment. She asked if it was really the gentleman. The commander noted that in the end, the demon queen was defeated. Changes in the formula were expected, and they showed good results, but what exactly did not change? The man said that he had previously sought to minimize side effects, as was the case with Nifrim. But in her case, he focused on the violence, closing his eyes and ignoring everything else. She was unstable, but her power was undeniable. The commander understood that all this was important for the upcoming raid. Everything was aimed at measuring the power of the dumps. He continued that this was planned, but for some reason, he was in no hurry. Could it be that Melzu has nothing to do with the ancient monster? If so, then everything will be over before Win arrives. We need to get some information before she reveals where he is. At that moment, he was told to look there. The commander immediately took notice. He realized something important. Melzu felt the master's mana. Marmalia was very surprised at this moment. She watched Melzu closely. Svala was present, and she felt his gaze. Out of fear, she began to scream loudly. Marmalia approached Melj. Melzu was preparing for defense. Melzu pointed her weapon forward, preparing for the next attack. In the blink of an eye, she used an ice spear, releasing it at an incredible speed. But immediately the weapon fell out of her hands, unable to withstand the blow. She couldn't understand how it happened, what kind of power it was that made the spell work so powerfully. The incredible power of the spell stunned her, because she used all her strength to do it. It should have been different. She should have died from mana exhaustion and blood loss. How could she have survived? Melju realized that the mana had probably been transferred to her by Mr. Swallow, and now she could feel that energy. Not only did her wounds disappear, but her mana also returned. Did he do something to her in Riaz? But before she could draw any conclusions, she needed to make sure. She then used a life detection spell to figure out exactly what was going on. Marmalia, in irritation, declared that Melzu should die already. Melzu only replied that, finally, it was all ending. She tried to cover her mouth with her hand to prevent herself from saying a single word. She knew that if she was careless with the black mana, Mr. Swallow could tear her apart like he did with Marmolia. There was only one thing going through Melzu's head. It was too dangerous. He had to immediately return to the master to ask him about this strange mana. But she nevertheless continued on her way, albeit with anxiety. She turned around suddenly, feeling fatigue begin to take over. The visions began to torment her, and she doubted the reality of what was happening. But suddenly a strange creature appeared, crawling out of the dead body. She couldn't understand what kind of creature it was, and what it was doing here at all. However, she soon noticed how this creature was absorbing the remains of Marmalia's body. She realized that it was absorbing mana, which meant that it continued to absorb life force. Melju didn't know what kind of creature it was, but she didn't have time to figure it out. She did all she could. Marmalia was dead. She decided to use magic and teleportation to simply get away from this creature. Suddenly blood started flowing from her mouth, which meant another rollback. Melzu didn't have time to react, and she collapsed to the floor, unable to stand any longer. Now she understood. This was a recoil caused by using someone else's mana, and retribution was inevitable. Turning to herself, she said with difficulty, "Get up. You must get up." But the creature kept coming closer, and she desperately tried to get to her feet. A powerful explosion shook the earth, but fortunately, it managed to avoid its impact. Melju was confused as to what it was, who saved her at that moment. As it turned out, it was Renee who showed up and saved her from death. The dog was nearby and literally caught her as she fell. Melzu greeted her with relief, feeling grateful for her rescue. Renee, worried, said that she was already starting to worry about why she was gone for so long, but then began to apologize to her for worrying her. "Well, since we're both here." The main character could no longer wait. He began to fall asleep from fatigue. It was hard for him to stay awake. He asked the girl if she could do tricks with ropes. She answered uncertainly, but was sure that everything would work out. Swallow realized that the situation was more dangerous than he thought and decided to refrain from experimenting. He noticed that a new threat had emerged. She grew, becoming stronger and stronger, and Melzu felt that time was running out. The protagonist said it was Morocco. The girl replied that she would sort things out. But the main character firmly stated, no. The creature continued to approach, and their situation became increasingly tense. The main character decided to take matters into his own hands and deal with this threat himself. The creature went on the attack, directing its power at Swallow. The main character carefully watched the enemy's movements, not missing a single one of his steps. He was surprised to see how easily he repelled the attack without moving from his spot. The shockwave from the collision was powerful, but Swallow remained calm. The protagonist, sensing the change in the situation, asked what kind of strange creature it was. He then asked her if the creature would like to shake his hand. Renee asked the Demon Queen in bewilderment if she wanted some tea because she couldn't figure out where the girl got the drink from. She said being prepared for such situations is a normal part of being a maid. Just at that moment, the main character tore off a body part from the creature. After this, the creature continued to speak, but its words sounded somewhat confused. The main character fought him with ease, demonstrating his skill. The creature was completely amazed and clearly not prepared for such an opponent. Then the protagonist dropped him hard right onto the ground. The creature remained lifeless for a few seconds, but quickly came to its senses. Swallow's blows were incredibly powerful and knocked the creature off its feet. Melju asked in surprise why he was throwing the creature like that, to which Renee replied that she shouldn't worry. Renee watched what was happening with a slight smile on her face, her gaze full of calm. She then said that there was no need to worry, because it was just Mr. Swallow, and he could handle any challenge. Swallow looked at the creature in surprise, examining it with interest. He said the creature looked pretty tough, but it was unlikely to be a problem. He was curious what would happen if he tried to do this. He then carefully placed his hand on the creature, as if testing its reactions. Immediately after this, the creature began to increase in size, becoming twice as large. Swallow, with a worried expression on his face, said that anything but that would be it. After this, there was a powerful explosion that shook everything around. Swallow realized that he had poured too much mana into this spell, and now the consequences could not be avoided. Renee took out an umbrella and began to cover herself with it, saying that it was a terrible abomination, and the Demon Queen could not understand where she got this device from. Melzu realized that this creature possessed truly incredible power. It was stronger than most demon kings, and could compete with even ordinary dragons. And yet, all these forces could not stop Swallow. Swallow said with displeasure that he was very sleepy, and the girl advised him to be careful because the liquid could get into his mouth. Just then, the dog grabbed part of the creature and pulled it into its mouth, and Swallow couldn't understand why it was dragging this abomination here. Melju said with a serious expression that it was a piece of Marmalim's flesh, and that explained a lot. Renee asked in surprise if this was a cunning and wily fox. Swallow, thinking, answered that he remembered something, because when they met she already looked strange, and then they talked to her and stroked her body. Maybe it was some kind of parasite, Renee thought, confused by a number of strange moments. Considering how many such creatures were around, her version seemed quite plausible. Swallow said it was the result of the dog playing with the piece of flesh, nothing more. Renee thought about what had happened, and it really puzzled her. She then turned to Mr. Swallow and said that she now understood what kind of creature it was. She confidently stated that it was the homunculus, and her words left no doubt. At this time, in another place, the man said in despair that this couldn't be. His creation was the pinnacle of alchemy. Even by the standards of the dungeons of evil, this creature should have lasted at least 3 minutes. The commander said with cold determination that there was no need to look so desperately for excuses. He understood that this was expected. No matter what kind of monster alchemy created, it still couldn't compare to Swallow. The commander said that, however, he had dealt with him so quickly that Wynn's title had become superfluous, and he did not return to Riazek. The Tower Master, worried, asked if the commander was okay. The commander said with confusion that their deal was complete, but he could not understand what that actually meant. He started stopping them, trying to bring this situation to an end. They called it a sacrifice for the future of the Empire, and now they could leave peacefully. So it turns out that all these deaths were in vain, or something. The commander patted him on the shoulder and asked if he was saying that all these sacrifices were in vain. He recalled that Connect's brave warriors had successfully defended the city, and their efforts had not been in vain. The damage was half what they predicted. Isn't that a success? Immediately after this, the master fell to his knees, realizing the consequences. The commander wondered if all these deaths had really been in vain, or if something had been learned from this ordeal. They clearly understood that the forces of ordinary capitals were not enough to defeat Swallow, and they learned that she has someone for whom she is ready to act independently. But the most important thing is that this catastrophe will start a war, the events of which will not bypass the power of masterpieces. The destruction in the city will be perceived as an ordinary skirmish between people and monsters, without noticing the true reasons. No one would guess from appearances that the homunculi are behind this. Then, in one of the alleys, a teleport leading to Riaz was found. His subordinate was already there, and right now. At that moment, Stormin stopped abruptly, and the commander asked what the reason was. He turned to his subordinate, expecting an explanation. A report was received of an unknown intruder appearing in the teleportation center. There was only one intruder, a monster in the form of a maid. The commander realized that it was a maid with a blade. He could not understand whether she was trying to block their escape routes, which meant admitting the participation of people in this matter. Apparently, homunculi are able to recognize their own kind. The commander began to say that it was necessary to immediately return to the Tower of Magicians, where a temporary deportation would be established. The mana circulating under the tower should ensure teleportation over long distances. Just at that moment, someone attacked them. The commander was immediately protected to prevent possible attacks. The weapon of one of them was captured at that moment. He tried desperately to stay on his feet despite the danger. The man told Sir Stormin that she would stay here and let him take care of the commander. He answered Gwyn that he did not doubt his strength and was sure how he could cope alone. Time was running out and they had to hurry. The man said that they needed to leave quickly or they risked being late. Stormin told the commander that they had to go without wasting a minute. The commander told Gwyn that he would dream of the death that was planned. The man continued to stand, showing no sign of concern. It is said that she took the lives of thousands of hunters. He had heard about her bad reputation. Let her show herself already. The man looked at her at that moment, not taking his eyes off her. Of course, it was the maid with the blade. The commander and his warriors continued to move forward without stopping. The commander was told that his old mind was not entirely clear to him why he had allowed Sir Gwyn to be left alone. The commander asked if he thought Gwyn was there alone. But he did not mean this literally, for he was well aware of Sir Gwyn's abilities. He knows, and that makes it even harder for him to understand why he should have left at least one more night to help. The commander said that he would only get in his way. For Sir Gwyn was blessed by spirits. He was blessed by spirits. At this point he continued to move forward through the city. His movements were very fast. He moved with amazing speed. Then, at some point, he stopped. Renee said that the master ordered to destroy the teleport and finish off suspicious people. He asked if she was going to continue playing with him, since he only had one mind left. Renee replied that the man had stopped talking empty words, and she could see that he was dodging around, trying to buy time for the escapees. At that moment she began to approach him. The next second she appeared in front of him and began asking if he thought she wouldn't guess. Gwyn began to defend himself. Renee said he was holding up pretty well for one person. He really showed great resilience. After that, he decided to use O Spirits. Renee immediately jumped back, avoiding his attack. She realized that he wasn't just a swordsman, he had been accumulating mana all this time. In addition, it was foreign mana, which made the task more difficult. Renee watched as someone began to appear. Renee felt dark figures begin to gather around her, spirits that were targeting her. She noticed that these creatures were approaching with terrifying speed, intending to attack. Suddenly, as if on cue, they began to attack her, using all their abilities. Renee instantly jumped into the air, trying to protect herself from a possible blow. The spirits, not wanting to retreat, continued to advance, filling the space around her. She fought them with all her strength and skill, not giving in a single step. Suddenly, a huge stone fragment, like a deadly projectile, flew straight at her. Renee wasted no time in taking a defensive position, preparing for the next blow. With incredible speed, she cut the stone, not allowing it to touch the ground. Gwyn, who was nearby, commanded his spirits to focus on the attackers. Renee watched their actions, not rushing to intervene, enjoying the fight. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a strange detail that immediately caught her eye. A giant wall of wind and rocks appeared right in front of her, as if creating an impenetrable barrier. This whirlwind was filled with powerful mana. It felt like there was magic in it that any magistracy could envy. She realized that this was her moment of punishment. For underestimating people, she found herself in her own dungeon, trapped. Renee confidently stated that she was able to control 2 higher spirits at once. It was an impressive sight, and she decided to use all her power. Clutching her weapon, Renee braced herself for the final blow, ready for the final showdown. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Burkus was telling his squad to wait. It was important to focus on the main target now. One of the men, worried, began to discuss what they could do if they could not win alone. He didn't know what to do, but he couldn't remain inactive. He needed to check what would happen next. Someone from the squad asked the leader to stop Burkus, because his body had not yet recovered. But, despite everything, he decided that no one would stop him from acting. The squad leader turned to his men, ordering them to be ready for battle. Everyone was on guard, because their immediate goal was to destroy the fortifications and find survivors. The man, with an expression of determination, assured that together they could cope with any threat. The leader of the squad turned to his warrior, assuring him that their efforts would lead to victory. At this point, one of the men said that they needed to be prepared for any surprise, because the enemy was already close. The guard that suddenly appeared in their ranks was a golem from the mountain range. Its strength was considerable. With the appearance of the guard, their chances of success increased significantly, and they felt confident. The girl, noticing everything that was happening, began to ask questions, trying to figure out what was going on. Burkus could not hide his emotions, worrying about his people and everything that was happening. When the guard took action, it immediately changed the course of events, and they felt relieved. The man shouted at his men to immediately begin evacuation and leave the danger zone. At that moment, a terrible explosion thundered, which shook the earth and made everyone wary. Someone had previously commented that such events were already expected. War, destruction, and chaos were inevitable. Patrick, talking to Swallow, asked if he had made a mistake when he took responsibility for what was happening. Swallow, not understanding how everything went wrong, once again thought about the reason for what was happening. Patrick suggested that there was an empire behind all of this that might have been involved in the creation of the homunculi, causing this chaos. He wondered how cruelly to treat the captive demons and what effect it might have on everyone. Swallow couldn't figure out what exactly was causing all this madness. Realizing that this was only the beginning, he began to realize the seriousness of the situation and the possible consequences. While searching for Renee, he noticed the situation unfolding with the homunculus, which, although dangerous, was nothing compared to what they had been through. Remembering past battles, Swallow knew that all research materials had to be destroyed to prevent further disasters. Patrick, noticing his excitement, clarified that this was far from the end, and they would see much more as events unfolded. Swallow realized the horrific truth. They were about to face the most terrible test they would ever face. He simply fell down from exhaustion, thinking that he couldn't leave things as they were, and now they needed to act urgently. Barrick, supporting him, proposed one radical solution: to destroy everything and leave no trace. Swallow asked if he was really determined to do this, but Patrick replied that if they didn't destroy the place, the consequences would be even worse. None of this was easy, but now they had to figure out what would happen next and how to get out of this labyrinth of horrors. Patrick stated that if the situation required it, he would not hesitate to raze the city to the ground, leaving nothing behind. Meanwhile, the guard continued to move forward, destroying everything in its path mercilessly and without stopping. Melzu and her companion watched what was happening carefully, listening to every order of the master. The protagonist reported that Patrick's great will allowed him to destroy everything around him and smash it to ashes, sparing nothing. But at that moment, his attention was drawn to something important that did not give him peace. He stopped, noticing the amazing and breathtaking view, which also turned out to make it easier to observe the enemy's movements. The main character thought, trying to understand what exactly happened and how it could affect the further development of events. He quickly realized that there was a teleporter in that direction, and judging by the mana, there might be two high spirits there. It seemed like Renee was fighting a strong opponent. He realized that if such powerful opponents were here, then high-profile imperial figures might still be hiding nearby. Melzu, noticing his doubts, confidently stated that the gates were under control and there was nothing to worry about. She kept an eye on the situation through the general view, not allowing anyone to enter through the main entrance. Her body had almost recovered, and she suggested that the protagonist leave it to her, but he, smiling slightly, noted that the gate was just on the other side. The main character was confident that everything was going according to plan, and everyone was coping with the task. At that moment, without wasting time, the main character sharply struck the bell that stood nearby. He raised it high and declared that it was time to begin the action. He wondered what exactly the next step should be for everything to end successfully. Deciding that he would start with the tower, he threw the bell straight at it, as if to indicate the importance of his goal. After some time, the bell reached its target and destroyed the tower, causing severe damage. No one could understand where this bell came from, as if the ancient monster itself chose the moment to attack. Before they could even comprehend what was happening, they realized that the tower had begun to fall right on top of them. The guards and mages began to use their powers to at least partially stop the tower from falling, trying to prevent a catastrophe. But despite their efforts, the tower still collapsed, covering them. The commander was informed that the teleport would need to be activated again, and mana would need to be accumulated, which would take about another 10 minutes. The commander asked how much time was left before Win arrived, and was told that it was about 5 minutes. The teleporter that the Blade Maid destroyed was just a coordinate device leading to Necht. It didn't disappear, but if it was activated again, Swallow would notice it. This time, Win won't be able to stop the process, and it will end tragically for her. The commander ordered a return to the teleporter, believing that this could still be a decisive moment. He gave his word that he would find and bring Win back. The powers of the spirits, despite their strength, were not limitless, and the commander understood that everything would depend on time. The summons required a lot of mana, and maintaining the spirits had reached such a stage that every moment was worth its weight in gold. But the typhoon, which was rushing with incredible force, created an advantage for him. If it broke through, the path would be closed by the spirits of the earth. He knew that time was against him, and no matter what happened, he had to act quickly. It was important to remember that his goal was not to win, but to complete the mission. The ticking clock of mana was relentless. Only a few minutes remained to complete everything. In particular, there were no more than 3 minutes left before the mana was completely depleted. And then, at the most tense moment, something grabbed him, as if pulling him out of reality. He was stunned, not understanding what it could be. What was happening to him now? It was like something out of a children's story, like a wonderful object with a telling name. High in the sky, the object appeared to be only a tiny dot until its fall began to increase. It looked like a terrible guillotine about to fall. He couldn't believe that this was even possible. How could something like this happen? How could this monster do this? It was incredible. One such monster, whose teeth were terrifying, was on the way, a gigantic creation. The man lay on the ground, barely breathing, unable to understand how this could have happened. He continued to not believe what was happening. His mind did not accept this nightmare. Renee, noticing his condition, calmly said that the blade and cable could stretch for tens of meters. Such hurricanes were no obstacle to her. She reminded him that he had been blessed with spiritual protection. Even if he was half destroyed, healing him wouldn't bring him back to life, but he would still be unharmed. She had no doubt that it was only a matter of time before they could win. And at that moment, someone turned to her, disturbing her thoughts. Renee turned around, trying to catch traces of what was happening around her. Great, she stopped, because Sir Gwyn had a blessing, so now she needed to buy a little time, and that was everything. The man looked at her in surprise, unable to understand what she was going to do. He saw Gwyn lying on the floor with a sword stuck in his body, and it looked like the end had already come. He laughed and became furious, and the girl began to say that it seemed that more could be learned from him than from a half-corpse. At that moment, she set her sights on him, as if deciding everything at once. It was just a tiny blade, but it was enough to cause chaos. The man continued to look at her in fury, unable to believe that everything had turned out this way. He was very surprised that her weapon had increased in size several times, as if it was coming to life. The man readjusted himself, preparing for the next step. The blade flew right past him, as if piercing the air at incredible speed. It then sank into the ground, leaving a deep dent as a reminder of its power. Throwing down the weapon was a mistake. The maid was in tears, but her determination did not weaken. At that moment, it was right above him, ready to strike again. The man tried his best to resist it, but his efforts seemed futile, especially at night when his thoughts were confused. He said something about Marmolia and the homunculi, but his words sounded uncertain. Renee said that it would be better if he told everything he knew about them, since the time to find out the details was limited. Otherwise, the consequences could be too dire. At that moment, the blade became larger again, as if coming to life, ready for the next attack. The man was still surprised that it had become even larger, as if its strength had no limits. He looked at her with bloodshot eyes, reflecting all his rage and madness. Then the man said that victory was hers, but his voice was full of weariness, as if he had already realized his hopelessness. But she had wasted so much time on the old man, because this was her main mistake, which could play a cruel joke on her. At that moment, someone appeared again and addressed her, his presence suddenly breaking the silence. Just at that moment, she was taken up with something important that clearly required immediate attention. After this, another powerful explosion occurred, shaking everything around and leaving only destruction. Renee stood and simply watched, her eyes cold and her thoughts focused on what was happening. What I expected from the hero, he threw the maid back with one blow, and the result was only the ruthless elimination of obstacles. It was an incredible force that could knock down anyone who stood in its way. Their priority is to return unharmed, temporarily deporting their earnings so that no problems arise. And Sir Stormin will bring Wynn safely, so that their presence does not disrupt the current course of events. Now there should be no deviations in the plan, even if the maid on the left and the homunculi. This fact will not reach the people of the Empire in order to avoid unnecessary rumors. What would he do then? Time was running out and he had to make a decision. At this point, everyone had decided on the master. Their gazes were fixed on him, awaiting further instructions. They started asking him if everything was okay, because the tension was too great to remain calm. The commander said that everything was fine and asked how much time was left until the teleport would be activated. They told him about 3 minutes. He added that everything would be clear if no one was distracted by him and continued. He couldn't understand if it was a hallucination, because the features of the faded memory and fear did not retreat, creating a feeling of reality and illusion at the same time. It seemed impossible that the great commander himself would fall and even make such a mistake, but reality did not spare him. The commander was surprised at who he saw in front of him. The girl at that moment told him that the master of the Polari Tower sent a request for help to the imperial court. Fortunately, she managed to arrive, otherwise everything that was happening here would have been revealed. The commander said that although he had done some bad things, she was here now, and this was an important moment for making further decisions. Without finishing her sentence, she answered something unintelligible, as if she didn't know how to complete her thought. She began to talk about the Black Wolf Knights, mentioning their relentless strength and loyalty. And they all arrived, every single one of them, without leaving a single knight in reserve. She didn't know how much of it fit into his plan, but Gwyn was dead, Stormin was wounded, and Wynn had taken the fight to the maid in his place, but she had to wait. She hadn't received instructions from Stormin, or perhaps anything else. She asked what other instructions were needed, but headed here as soon as she arrived, without wasting a second. The commander immediately jumped up and said that they needed to hurry. He began to ask where he was going so suddenly. He said that all knights needed to get out of here immediately before the situation got out of control. They continued to run forward, without stopping, despite all the danger around them. Melju said she thought she had found them, her voice full of determination. She then turned to the gentleman, ready to convey important information. The main character asked him what had happened. The main character asked if this was true. Renee was still on her feet after the attack. She looked straight ahead. The man told them not to engage her in battle, but why was Win and the entire knightly order here if their opponent was just one monster? The man said that this was an order from the commander and that they could not stay here for long. They started shouting to Win that they were going to leave, and the girl laughed and was unhappy, asking why. Let them give her some time. She will deal with this monster. But they told her that she had no right to this time. She paid attention to who told her this. The commander, a girl, appeared and began to say that now was not the time to retreat and that we needed to regroup. Win didn't understand why this was so, because there was a chance to destroy the gatekeeper of the ancient core, but the moment was too inopportune. The commander said that the chance would definitely come. Win replied that since he said so, she agreed with him. They looked at her in surprise. All knights needed to head to the temporary teleport immediately. Renee started to prevent them from doing this. Then she asked where they were going. She said that the master entrusted this place to her. No one will leave here. So it was the black-haired one who was their leader, which complicated the situation. The blue-haired girl understood this quite well. She had fought against many A-rank troops, but no one had ever displayed such destructive power as her, lying on top of her in an instant in a blaze of energy. Renee immediately told her that she would kill her first. Monsters like her have a name or something. Let him try if he can. How dare she insult the name given to her by her master? They noticed how suddenly some butterflies began to appear around. The commander was told that it was magic. The main character appeared and said that he came for Renee. The commander was watching him at that moment. The main character continued to say that everyone was already gathered here. The commander continued to watch. Swallow began to transform into his true form and greeted them. He said they would have familiar faces. Then Swallow said he remembered everything. It seemed to him that he would never see them again, because people are not eternal. The blue-haired flying squirrel, the red-haired one who told about Renee's location, and, of course, the fearless guy met them again, because you can't meet so many people in the Empire. It's a miracle. The ancient monster that wiped out the faces of the earth came to look for those responsible, so there must be a reason for that. Win was watching him at that moment. The commander immediately fell to his knees in the night, saying that he remembered him and that it was a great honor, asking how Swallow was doing. Swallow said there was no need to be nice, because it was all his doing. He asked for forgiveness, but they were not involved in this incident. Swallow asked if they came here for fun, because they were from the capital. The commander said that they had come solely to resolve the situation. If Mr. Swallow was looking for the culprits, they would be happy to help. Swallow thought about this. Then the commander noticed something and paid attention. Swallow looked at him too. Then he just turned around and started walking away. Swallow, yawning, told the girl that they were leaving. He was tired to death. Renee, of course, agreed with him. Swallow noticed that she was bleeding. The commander couldn't understand whether it worked or whether everything that happened was just an accident. At that moment, cold drops of water suddenly fell to the ground, creating a strange sensation. Swallow stopped abruptly, as if sensing something was wrong. The commander finally realized that it had worked, although he couldn't immediately believe what was happening. Swallow suddenly appeared behind him, intrigued, asking why he was smiling. The commander was completely stunned, not understanding where Swallow had suddenly appeared from. The heroes, deciding not to waste time, began to rapidly approach him. Swallow was greatly surprised by this development and could not hide his bewilderment. The commander continued to look at him warily, waiting for further action. Swallow, with a slight grin, asked if the commander thought he could get off so easily. Everyone around took notice of what was happening, feeling the tension in the air. The heroes did not stop and continued to approach the commander, ready for action. The protagonist, without wasting any time, immediately began to use his powerful force. The protagonist, with some seriousness, said that he really did have a debt with Riaz. But this time they crossed the line and there was no turning back. The main character, slowly lowering his hand, was preparing for the decisive action. He continued to radiate magic, adding that it especially concerned him. The man could only watch the actions of the protagonist, trying to understand his intentions. Then something strange started to happen, and everything around started to change. A man appeared and told Miss Wynn to take action immediately. The main character, observing the situation, immediately drew attention to this moment. After this, Wynn, resolutely grabbing the commander, hurried to run away. The girl, without wasting time, began to shout loudly for all the knights to cover their retreat. The protagonist again paid attention to her words, understanding the importance of this moment. Then there was a powerful explosion, causing everyone to flinch. The protagonist, with some irritation, said that they always got on his nerves, as if they were deliberately interfering. He directed his forces straight towards them, preparing for decisive action. Wynn, feeling the gravity of the situation, realized that they could not avoid a collision now. It was at this moment that the protagonist grabbed the commander, thinking that this was the end. However, as it turned out, it was not the commander, but a man who said that this time he was much faster. Immediately after that, he collapsed to the ground and told the girl to take care of the commander. Wynn looked at him in shock and devastation, not believing what had happened. At that moment, she screamed loudly, unable to bear such a loss, expressing all her pain. She laughed, grinding her teeth, as if tearing off all the accumulated anger. Then her emotions took over, and she, unable to restrain herself, began to rapidly approach the commander. The commander, with all his determination, shouted at her to stop, but she could not understand why they were trying to stop her. She, with despair in her voice, asked him to explain why he was doing this, what made him act this way. It was important to prevent a collision between Win and Swallow, and to do this, it was necessary to urgently use teleportation. The black mana that surrounded them became a poisonous gas, and breathing became more and more difficult with each passing moment. The knight's movement slowed down, and it was difficult for the commander to accurately calculate the coordinates for teleportation, losing precious moments. It was necessary to find a way to break through without letting circumstances win. Then the girl, putting her hand to her mouth, prepared for the next step. After that, she shouted loudly, "Einar," her voice echoing in the silence. Everyone definitely paid attention to her scream, realizing the seriousness of the situation. The man said he understood and no longer doubted the need for action. The main character, with irritation, asked how much longer such events could be tolerated. Einar knew he had to put aside the black mana to free up time to focus on magic and preparing for the deportation. He held the third of the 36 Mind Wall masterpieces in his hands, realizing that in order to do this, he needed to block the energy of the ancient monster. Win, from the side, watched his actions closely, sensing the importance of this moment. He was, at that very moment, approaching Swallow, preparing for the final stage of the fight. The main character reacted much faster, simply lay there without moving, not letting go of his hands. Everyone looked at him in surprise, unable to believe their eyes. He said that now he no longer knew what he was going to do, and this only confused him even more. But as long as she was here, he would not succeed, and this was obvious to everyone. Irin looked at her cruelly, confidently continuing to act. He began to attack, deciding to simply destroy her on the spot. Renee was furious, and her eyes were burning with anger. She continued to look at him, unable to hide her hatred. She then said that she would kill him if he didn't stop. The commander, without wasting time, headed towards Win, deciding to act. Win, confused and with fury in her voice, said that she would simply kill her. The commander tried to stop her again, begging her to stop at least for a while. He said that he could not lose her for anything, so he asked her not to leave, because she was important to him. The main character asked what they were doing there, not understanding what was happening. And at that moment, someone grabbed the third masterpiece, and it was unexpected. It was Sir Stormin who sprang into action at once. He used the Mind Wall activation as soon as he had an impact on the situation. The main character, not understanding what it was, asked what was going on. He immediately began to attack this wall, trying to overcome its strength. The man smiled slightly and was half glad that he had managed to block this powerful blow. The main character was surprised at how strong and difficult this wall was. He asked if he could also add some seriousness to the situation by stepping up his attack. The man looked at his opponent silently, without giving any answer. No one could understand what was happening, and it still remained a mystery to everyone. They saw many spells appearing, one after another. Just a little more, and the magic circle of teleportation would be ready. Everything depended on how long it would last. All this was addressed to Stormin. They asked only for a little time to complete their plan. Legends say that the 36 masterpieces created by the gods were so powerful that no magical attack from the ancient monster could defeat them. The man, despite all efforts, continued to defend himself, not giving up. He then looked up and was blinded by a bright light, causing him to slow down for a moment. He began to move, quickly deciding what to do next. And then, immediately after this, another powerful explosion occurred that shook the earth. The commander and Win were recovering from such a terrifying explosion. At this point, the commander was told to run without wasting time. Stormin covered them with his body and saved them with his decisive action. He said that they had left an old man like him behind, and now they had to leave so that the hero Win could take care of the commander and the empire. It was an honor for him to serve them despite all the trials. The man began to close his eyes, as if realizing that his duty had been fulfilled. The protagonist asked if they were still alive, not believing that they could have survived this. Win began to get to her feet, despite the pain and fatigue. The commander tried to stop her again, saying that she couldn't handle it alone. But she didn't care anymore, and all this no longer mattered to her. After all, she was a hero, and couldn't just act like that without taking responsibility for others. The one who protects everyone is the real hero. And he was a hero, despite everything that happened. Renee, turning to the gentleman, said how beautifully his eyes sparkled, reflecting the light. But this is not why they came here, and this was the main disappointment. But they spent their time usefully, and learned important lessons. The protagonist said that he also wanted to see what the golem was capable of, because it was important for their fight. But before he could complete his plan, his mana ran out, and there was no way to recharge it until they returned. But there's a catch. It will take them forever to get back, because the golem weighs like a whole mountain, and poor Dwunsi is dragging it alone. Melju was surprised to notice that he seemed to have even lost a little weight. No matter how hard he tried, it was all due to the cruel treatment of monsters. The protagonist agreed, and jokingly asked if it was time for him to receive Patrick's finger as a reward. Melzu replied that this was too modest, since his work deserved a whole leg. Renee raised her hand and said she had an idea. Since they feel so sorry for the dog, let them swap with him in the middle of the journey, and at the same time, try to pull the cart out on all fours. Melzu replied that she was the dog's owner, and that she couldn't lose face, but she should still get on all fours. The dog was strong, so why worry at all? By the way, sir, they asked why he didn't kill those people. Exactly. Renee also wants to know about this. He was transforming into his true form, but much more slowly than usual. The protagonist said that, of course, he could just swat them without thinking. But if you remember how that bastard did him harm, how can I explain this to him? It would be too easy a death for them, and he can't just end them like that. At this time, someone was being buried in the cemetery. A man stood right next to two graves, looking at them thoughtfully. It was Win, and she was told to remember Burns' company and defy the ancients, no matter what. This time, they only lost 4 knights and 1 masterpiece, but it was a hard lesson for everyone. All this was said by the Knight of the Black Wolf named Berishik, who said that many managed to survive only thanks to her. She knew all this, but it was still offensive and painful. At that moment, someone appeared behind her and said that it was a beautiful flower. It was Gareth, and she told Win that she was sure they were all grateful to her. Win simply remained silent, continuing to stand there, not knowing what to answer. Then, with tears in her eyes, she said it wasn't the way she wanted it to be. She was sure that everyone was probably angry with her for not being able to intervene in time. If only she had come a little earlier. If she had tried even a little harder, she would have finished off the maid without a second thought. If only she were stronger, everything would be different. Of course, she felt her helplessness consuming her. She was sure that if she could be stronger, everything would change. She could have killed the ancient monster and saved everyone, but alas, she was not strong enough. She was filled with thoughts that she should have done more, and that she would certainly take revenge for this. The day would come when she would defeat Swallow. That day would surely come, and she would not allow it to end any other way. For this one victory, they all fight, and for this victory, they will continue to move forward. So she shouldn't worry, she's sure that everything will change. She asked to leave the past behind and move on, no matter what. Win began to cry even more after these words, unable to cope with her grief. She continued to hold the flower in her hands as a last reminder of her duty. At that moment, one of the flower petals fell, as if foreshadowing something. The place where he fell was very dark, and someone was sitting on a chair in that darkness. It was a commander who at that moment did not understand how he was still alive and what was happening around him. Why didn't the ancient kill him? He could have done it at any moment. He had the opportunity to finish him off, and it was becoming more and more surprising. Renee and the protagonist approached him, not knowing what would happen next. The protagonist said that it was not interesting, and that his expectations were not met. He asked if it was teleportation magic that had such an effect on everything that was happening. He turned to the commander, not understanding what was really going on. The commander continued to look at him, unable to give a clear answer. He realized that the ancient monster seemed to be telling him something important, but he couldn't quite figure out what. He would like to get to the bottom of this, but there are too many eyes on him right now to act rashly. He couldn't even attend the funeral of his comrades. The commander decided that he would deal with the reports. At that moment, something strange began to happen to him. He noticed that his body felt like it was about to burst. He really felt very ill, and he could barely hold the candle in his hands. The commander did not understand what exactly was happening to him. He suggested that it might be pain from fatigue. Just then, he noticed Swallow behind him. Of course, after that he immediately fell to his knees. Then he lost consciousness. Garrod appeared in front of him and started asking if he was okay. The commander replied that he had lost consciousness and asked how long he had been lying there. Immediately after this, he began to cough up blood, and people began to ask him what was happening to him. At that moment, the order was given to call a doctor immediately. The commander realized that the ancient monster had no intention of leaving him alive. He had a completely different plan for the commander. He remembered the words of the protagonist, who told him that he had only 6 months. Garrett looked closely at the commander. She said that the hallucinations were getting worse, or so it seemed to her. The commander replied that everything was fine. He had already gotten a little used to them. In general, one should be glad that people still seem like people to him. 4 days have passed, and now it is only a matter of time. The healing does not help, the symptoms do not go away, and it is still not possible to identify the cause. Modern medicine is powerless here. The source of this infection is Swallow. It is quite possible that it will never be cured, and in the current situation, there is only one solution. The commander told her that as the authorized person he was ordering, no one should know about this. Even Win mustn't know about this. The apocalypse must be completed before death overtakes him. For this, first of all, it is necessary to restore the destroyed masterpiece and replenish the losses among the knightly order. Garrot replied that she would take on the replenishment of the order, using those whom he noticed. The squad, by the way, left a couple of hours ago and was supposed to establish contact with the targets, so where did Win and several knights go? When did they manage to? The commander asked why he was not informed immediately. She asked him why he should worry about his condition, and that she would report the details after everything was over, but for now, she would have to leave him. He simply addressed her. On the way here, she saw someone whom the commander clearly did not like. The next moment she disappeared, and he couldn't figure out who gave her permission to use magic here. At that moment, there was a knock on his door, and he said that they could come in. It was the same man who told him that he had heard the news and thought that these conversations would at least comfort him a little. The commander said, honestly, he didn't know what was happening to his religiosity, but he was clearly unable to lie. The commander asked because he came for an answer. The man replied with a malicious smile that he would not deny it. The commander asked why he needed them specifically. The man replied that he only wished to have the Black Wolf Knights, one of the strongest units in the country, with them. In the present empire, religion is considered a tool for maintaining relations with the sacred kingdom, while in reality, it is subject to oppression and secrecy. Sometimes his life is put on the same level as the life of a simple aristocrat. The commander said that if you listen to him, it might seem like they are really oppressing religious beliefs, even if God exists. Then in this empire, only His Majesty the Emperor is God. The man laughed and replied that of course. But this is only for now, because soon the blessing will spread to every corner where man has ever set foot. And then they will free themselves from oppression and spread the teaching to even larger lands. He spoke as if he was about to start a holy war. He asked about the holy war, saying that it was too much because it was difficult for him to even hold a spoon in his hands, as was he himself, for that matter. Since he looked unwell, he stopped there without reading further, since the commander had not yet given an answer. Finally, the man said, "May God's will be with him." The commander did not understand whether this was a yes answer, but the answer was only good. He will give him an answer, but clearly not the one he expects. Someone said that this is the 4th room. Patrick said this, addressing Melch. Then some kind of shaking started. Patrick said that from now on it belonged entirely to her and her demonic dog. Then for some reason, she became quiet. Melju said it was just perfect. They became part of the very core of antiquity, as if a dream had turned into reality. There was enough space to build a new castle, so she suggested thinking about how to arrange everything here. Patrick turned around, glad that she liked it, and Swallow watched, thinking that he was truly pleased. Of course, Knecht's destruction was worth it because he brought in an excellent gatekeeper. The protagonist asked if he was talking about the dog. He replied that yes, although frankly speaking, one dog for the 3rd room was quite enough since he had not named it, so he should not look at him like that. Patrick said that the protagonist mentioned that Melju brought her, to which he confirmed, adding that she also came up with the name. Patrick noted that she clearly had a talent for selecting subordinates, but the same could not be said about choosing names. Apparently, she still doesn't know the true nature of this dog. Patrick said that meant the time had not yet come, but someday she would know. The golem is now located in the 3rd room. The magic stone that serves as his source of energy is fully charged and securely hidden in the wall so that ordinary people cannot find it. The main character told the girl that she was smart for doing that. She has worked hard in recent days and shown her best side. Patrick began to apologize and said that he felt like he had seen this scene before because they had both changed, as was his attitude towards her, and all of this made his head spin. He couldn't take it anymore, so he decided to get to the main point. Patrick said that this time, but before he could finish speaking, the main character interrupted him, saying that, no. The main character said that if he needed to, let's say, then he would stay here, but Patrick replied that this is exactly what he needed. This time, it would be better for him not to leave the dungeon, even beyond the threshold, because too many events had happened recently. And now he has completely destroyed an entire city, to which the main character admitted that you can't argue with that. Moreover, rumors of the great evil reached other dungeons, and apparently they found his actions strange. The protagonist asked if this meant that guests would be coming to visit him, to which Patrick replied that, yes. The main character did not understand what this meant. Bathory told him about it. It seemed that the other dungeons of evil had something to tell him, and Swallow could not understand how long this could continue. He then asked when to expect them, and Patrick replied that it was today. After that, they just fell silent. Swallow couldn't understand what this meant. He thought that, despite everything, it was still good at home. Then Bathory appeared, and turning to him, called him Yonner. She asked if he understood what everyone was doing here. Swallow joked, asking if it was cleaning for the new year. Bathory looked at him in fury. She started hitting him and asking what the hell New Year was, and Melju asked if it was often the case that their dungeon of great evil began like this. Patrick replied that it was not at all. If this is just a gathering like Judecca, then something like this has never happened before, because Judecca is aimed at strengthening the bonds between the demon kings, and the evil dungeons are too busy with their pink games and entertainment. She asked if this meant that she would witness a historical event. Patrick confirmed that, in principle, everything was correct, because he could not remember a case when the mistresses of the evil dungeons gathered together. In essence, this means that lawlessness has crossed a line, and he doubts that this is a reason to celebrate. Just look at the text of the letter. It said that they were heading to the Yar of Antiquity, and they didn't even bother to ask permission or reveal the purpose of their visit. Melju said that there was no respect in the letter, and Patrick asked if everything was clear now. Patrick said they were incredibly rude. They had no manners at all, as if they had never heard of them. Melj was annoyed that something had distracted his attention. There was some crumpled piece of paper lying on the ground. There was a trace of something incomprehensible imprinted on her face, like a mysterious sign. She turned to Patrick at that moment, her voice sounding anxious. She said that it seemed like someone had invaded the dungeon, and that made her uneasy. Patrick said that she was kind and should tell the others about it because the situation was serious and she understood everything. And he will go first and find out everything on the spot. He was damn curious to understand the purpose of their uninvited guest's visit. In the very heart of the Union of Kingdoms lay the Great Desert, silent and merciless. The main trade route ran through it, linking all 5 kingdoms together, like the continent's blood artery. The man was surprised that the earth began to shake. Just at that moment, something appeared right in front of him, until a suddenly appearing dungeon took over the territory. The man didn't understand what the hell was appearing in front of him, but the dungeon had completely taken over control of the trade route. The man shouted that they couldn't just leave the dungeon and needed to get their land back. There was only one huge insect standing against them, but even a powerful army selected from the 5 kingdoms could not drive out these evil creatures. At that moment, someone screamed, begging for help. The man said that he didn't want to die like this. It was impossible. Where did they get an army that was tens of times greater than their own forces? The man said that this was the end. It was all a complete nightmare. The mother of all insects, the mistress of the deserts, towered above them. Despair has gripped all 5 kingdoms. Patrick walked straight towards them, his steps confident and determined. He realized that these were the same movements that he had seen in the projection. Then Patrick suddenly stopped. Right in front of him stood the spawn of great evil, the Sandy Hell, Mother Hexabel, watching over the monsters who had not yet completed their tasks. Her voice sounded like a clumsy parody of human speech. Among the insects there were monsters that could imitate the voices of people they had eaten. However, what was more important was what she had just said. Perhaps she was trying to assess the fighting ability of the ancient Tro. As he had expected, immediate action was required before the boss arrived. Swallow asked if they were going to play a staring contest. Renee started running, ordering the master to wait for them. Patrick told the boss to stay behind as he intended to handle the situation himself. The protagonist expressed bewilderment about this. At that moment, her behavior changed dramatically, and she began calling for the teacher. She collapsed right in front of Patrick, reminding him that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, but he was still in great shape. He asked Hexabel about her size, noticing that it had increased. She expressed indignation at his words, but he only chuckled, knowing that everything was going well for her here. In response, she assured him that thanks to his instructions, her affairs were going just fine. Swallow noted that this was for the best because her face was literally glowing. He turned his attention to his comrades and suggested that they get acquainted, explaining that before them were the former gatekeepers of the ancient core. Hexabel greeted everyone and apologized for not introducing herself earlier, explaining that she was from Sand Hell. Not everyone could contain their surprise upon hearing this. To sum it up, the situation looked like this. Before his arrival, she was the guardian of the Blue Path. The question of replenishing monsters was raised only because of concern for her dungeon, and participation in the skirmish was explained by confusion at the first meeting. Swallow asked if this was true, and was told that she simply didn't know how to say hello properly. Patrick asked why he hadn't told him about it before, and Swallow admitted that he had been so busy doing nothing that it had simply slipped his mind. Even if she was the former gatekeeper of the ancient core and the boss's friend, she now controlled another evil dungeon. At some point, she admitted that she was a big fan of Patrick. His swordsmanship was unmatched. Despite being a skeleton, he was called the Death Knight and the strongest swordsman. For her to meet him was a great honor. Patrick's expression instantly changed, and he smiled and remarked that he felt right at home. He asked if everyone had heard that the post of another dungeon of evil turned out to be his fan. Hexabel then asked about the two. Renee explained that she was the current gatekeeper, and the Demon Queen noted that she was still small and therefore not tasty. Renee began to apologize for her tactlessness at their first meeting, asking whether it was correct to call her the mother of all insects, and whether her habit of calling herself a lady was related to her gender. Hexabel explained that she was a female, if that was what Renee meant. Before Renee came along, she was the only woman around Mr. Swallow. Melju, based on her experience, noted that in such cases there was certainly something indecent between them, but Patrick wondered where it could have come from. Hexabel called him a simple parasite. Patrick was asked if he thought it was funny, because even though she had no experience of love, did it matter? But then she apologized, explaining that because of House, when they found out that the bosses had gone dark, they decided to visit without warning. Everyone became a bit nervous, but she just wanted to see the teacher after a long time. But this concerned only her. At this moment in the core of antiquity, someone appeared and began to ask, "This is the very core of antiquity. It was the boss of the dungeon of the great evil Margar Ajihadaka. This time she would let this ancient sea know that it could no longer run amok. The dungeon of great evil, the ice palace of Margar, at this time. Some creature asked, so it goes to them. Their ruler is Ajihadaka. When a conflict arose between Swallow and Erebos, the leaders of the dungeons, neither of them bothered to explain. The same with Knecht. She moved forward a little. She said that the actions of the ancient monster could no longer be ignored. It was precisely because of this that she stood at that moment in front of the core of antiquity. She, Ajihadaka, the ruler of the White Mountains, the strongest of the dragons, will never allow others to look down on her. At that moment, her sister was with her, and she told her to look at her. Now she too could transform into a human. Let her look at the tail and tell me if it looks cool. The official was going to show up alone, but her sister wanted to go with her. At official events, Faina should be called boss or master. Someone's tail got smaller, but that's cool. Someone started to say that bringing a child to a meeting of the evil dungeon bosses was a strange decision, but she laughed and said that he himself came without a covering, threatening aura. It was the boss of the great evil dungeon, Nilekmabal Kurak. She realized, this is what he is like. The boss Nilekmabal, he looks like an ordinary orc, but they say he became the boss of the evil dungeon due to his own strength. To stumble upon him is a stubborn entrance. Although he may look unremarkable on the outside, Fafnir is stronger than normal dragons, so he should keep his comments to himself. If so, then good, but let the Dragon Lord teach. A comrade's determination could be revealed in an instant. Just now his expression changed. She started telling Fafnir to get away from her no matter what happened. Did she understand? She immediately replied that she understood everything. Well, it's time for them to go. And let her walk on 2 legs, but it was much more comfortable for her anyway. When they went inside, they didn't notice that there was no one there. According to the book, there are hundreds of glacia here, known as the demons of the cave. This was strange. The orc asked Ilya if such a book even existed. Perhaps some detachment had already exterminated them, but this was excluded. This is the core of antiquity, not some seedy third-rate dungeon where they ignore their own monsters. Most likely it is a trap. They decided to test her or something. Does she think that she will just stay like this? And here too it was empty. At that moment they could see the golem in front of them. They were surprised that the golem needed sleep. Was this also a test or something? She was furious and began to ask what kind of impudence this was. How much longer will they mock her? If so, she will answer seriously and burn this cave to the ground. At that moment, someone said that more guests had arrived. Melzu informed about the guests. Patrick appeared and started asking. She was Ajihadaka, and he must be Kurak. Did they come together or what? He said that they simply moved into the water. It's even for the best. The others are already waiting. We need to start. At this point, Fafnir noticed the bones, as it concerned her business and the guests. Thus began the first meeting of the dungeon bosses of Great Evil. Everyone was already inside and waiting for the others. Fafnir began to ask the mistress what their plan was. She said that if her guess was correct, that most of those gathered here had suffered from Swallow's antics, then there was only one thing left to do. They will have to unite and put an end to his reign, even if it means fighting him. Just as she thought. It was clear from their faces that everyone had something to say. Everyone watched each other very sternly. Apart from her, no one understood what this facial expression meant. Patrick said he thought everyone was tired of waiting. Everyone was wondering what kind of guy he was. Just at that moment, she was very surprised by what was happening. Swallow appeared right in front of them. She realized that it was he, the Black Catastrophe, the most terrifying of the bosses of the evil dungeons. Swallow simply walked past them silently. They all watched his movements carefully. Patrick greeted his boss and pulled out his chair for him to sit down. Swallow sat on the throne. Then there was dead silence. Iji couldn't understand if it was even possible to look at him, if her eyes just burst. What then? But no, let him pull himself together, because he is also a representative of the dragons. Surely everyone feels the same as she does, but because of the pressure of this monster they are silent, then she should even more so speak first. At that moment someone said that they had nothing to say. Bathory began to ask why she came to such a gathering, because she thought she would have fun. Why was everyone silent? She grabbed Swallow and said that he was the problem. Maybe he would stop pretending that he had nothing to do with it, and would act like a real boss of the evil dungeon. But he tried to explain that he just wanted to sleep now, and they started asking him why he was silent and wanted to sleep. Aji was surprised that Bathory from Castle Chait knew Swallow, and they looked like they were close. The mother of all insects began to say that, to be honest, she had nothing to say either. She just wanted to visit her teacher, and Aji was surprised that she turned out to be Swallow's student. Bathory said that she came after so much time, but it was boring here. If she feels like she wants to say something, let her ask him to speak out. She realized what she had to say. Moreover, Fafnir and the children are looking at her. She is going to go to war against the Empire. After that, everyone just looked at me in surprise. Aji immediately began to say that it wasn't her who said it. At that moment, Kurak stood up for her and said that it was him. He sent out a message to everyone about his intention to go to the core of antiquity and, taking advantage of the opportunity, wants to ask the dungeon bosses for a favor. He will say it straight out. He plans to open the dungeon by the end of this winter. Destroy the Empire. The silence continued, breaking the atmosphere. Drops of water rolled down and fell into a puddle. Bathory asked what the request was, whether he wanted to ask for help or what, but that was not why he was here. He's just asking. Do not interfere in the war between them and the Empire. Swallow looked at him silently. The mother of all insects apologized for interrupting, but he knew how much time was left until winter, only 1 month. He repeated it again. They are planning. Within a month. Destroy the entire Empire. Preparations had already been completed. All the warriors of the dungeon. They were just waiting for his order. Their orcish troops are not enough to defeat the Empire. How many warriors are there in the dungeon? 200,000, 300,000. The fighting forces of the Empire number at least millions. But this was their only chance. While after the death of the hero, the incidents in Riaz and Connect, as well as other events, the Empire was in unprecedented chaos. And there was one more important detail. Within the Empire itself, allies were found who shared their goal. This seriously interested Aji. Patrick also noticed this point. The mother insect simply fell silent. At that moment, the situation began to rapidly escalate. Bathory decided to intervene and asked if he really intended to unite with the humans. Everyone held their breath, waiting for his answer. The atmosphere became increasingly tense. Swallow turned to face him. He calmly said that if they wanted to fight, they should do it outside. His home is not a place for showdowns. Or is there another option? Or they are simply afraid to take the risk and fight him. Bathory snorted, declaring that she had nothing more to say to someone who had traded in his monster pride. Then she turned around and started to walk away. Swallow suddenly laughed. He just threw after her that everything ended exactly as he expected. Some time passed. Patrick noticed that at first everyone was making noise, demanding that they be dispersed quickly, and in the end, they themselves hurried to leave, but it wasn't him who started it all. He also noted that, judging by the way Kurak spoke about these allies, they did indeed have influence. The destruction of the Empire is, of course, a beautiful dream. Honestly, only a real boss can talk about it so confidently. So the time has not come yet. Swallow nodded and confirmed, not yet. At that moment, someone turned to the master. Finfar asked if Nilkambal was really going to destroy the Empire. She just shrugged and replied that, looking at people trying to jump above their heads, sometimes she also thinks about exterminating them. But wiping an empire off the face of the earth is no easy task. If so, then fine. But let her take into account that the Dragon Lord makes decisions instantly. Everything can change in an instant. Maybe it has something to do with that facial expression. At this moment, Aji noticed something strange. Hexabel and Kurak stood before her. Didn't they leave separately? She couldn't understand why these two were suddenly together. Somewhere in the southeast of the Empire, in Yobaf, someone asked if anyone would eat, but was told that no one had an appetite. At such an early hour, it seemed like there was no one else here, except them. Wynn looked at him and asked how long he was going to continue acting like this. The guy silently grabbed a piece of meat. He said that a hunger strike would not bring back his fallen comrades. It seemed that now he understood why Garat sent them here together. The other knights went to look for Cian. The very name of this hero aroused her curiosity. He must have disguised himself again and hidden somewhere. Will they be able to find him? The guy sighed heavily and said that at least it was possible to talk normally with Swallow. The problems would most likely arise from their side. Okay, let her not get up until she eats everything. He will get down to business. At that moment, people began to turn to the chief. The boss immediately ran out and announced that he was already on his way. He asked how he could help. The guy replied that he was looking for someone, and he was told that this person could be found here had he seen him by chance. The chef replied that he did not remember such a face, but perhaps he had seen one, since he served dozens of guests every day. It was very strange, so he grabbed his hand. Then he put the sword right to his throat. It's strange, because he looks very much like the one he's looking for. The chief, or rather, the former hero, was indeed a former hero named Rushmer. Rushmer said he didn't understand what he was talking about. He blocked the sword with a simple knife and continued to pretend as if nothing had happened. But the guy came with a request to the former hero. The man, as soon as he heard this, immediately refused. The boy noticed that he hadn't even finished speaking, but the man just snorted, saying that he doubted the Empire needed a cook, since I bet they wanted to put him back on the battlefield again. The boy chuckled, and the man said that it was better to part while they could still laugh. Garrett warned that he would end the conversation at this point, and she told him what to do in case of refusal, but it was already easier for him. The guy then pulled out one of the 36 masterpieces, the Bloody Mary. The man, on the contrary, said that now things have only become more difficult for him. At that moment they stood and looked at each other. The boy said that he was Barishik, a member of a knightly order called the Black Wolf. And he is Rashmer, the cook. What is that sound? The grinding of metal, or something else? Although, what difference does it make now? Rashmer began to attack the enemy. The shockwave was so strong that the building shook. Damn, the long break is taking its toll. He's completely forgotten how to hold back, but at least he didn't break through the wall. At that moment something surprised him greatly. Win started asking if he was okay, and he asked her to be a little more careful. The man realized that this girl had covered the middle distance in such a short moment. She was really fast. The man noted that the girl acted carefully. Win came closer and said that it was an honor to meet the hero of the past, then introduced herself, telling who she was. The man was surprised that the country's hero decided to visit the old people, but there is a reason for that. The empire is currently in crisis. Is he aware of Sir Burn's death? So these rumors turned out to be true. She invited him to join them, but he asked if she knew why he was holding a kitchen knife. Because in her time there is no longer a place for the sword. Riazi lives in wealth and prosperity, like no other country. However, the empire continues to fill its insatiable mouth under the pretext of raiding dungeons, throwing young warriors into the jaws of death. Win asked if he was now questioning the noble mission of the empire. He laughed and noted that she had a very stern look. Well, now she would arrest him for treason, once he refused her polite request. Then she will simply neutralize him and deliver him to Riaz. The man didn't even resist. He dodged the blow and said it was gratifying to see what young people had become these days. Win continued to attack him. Then, with one blow, she simply broke the table standing behind her. She couldn't understand why. The man continued to dodge, but did not fight. Why can't she hit him? At that moment, the guy finally came to his senses. He realized that the man was playing with Win, as if he were a small child. Win continued to move rapidly towards him. The man fought off her attacks without much effort, remaining in place. Then something unexpected took him by surprise. He looked at the girl carefully, trying to understand the reason. He said her face clearly expressed her rejection of this fact. Then he tightened his grip on the handle of his knife, preparing for further action. Suddenly the girl began to fall, as if the strength left her body. He chuckled and said that her punch was too predictable. This is probably due to her honest nature, but such a simple fighting style against an equal or stronger opponent will turn out to be fatal for her. The girl thought about his words, trying to understand their meaning. She remembered Swallow and Renee when he spoke of strong opponents. She then raised her leg sharply, preparing to attack. At that moment, something buzzed, breaking the silence. Someone suddenly started to address her, but she did not immediately understand who exactly. The voice then turned to Rushmer, asking if he was there, to which the man frowned and asked who it was. It was the commander who introduced himself as the commander-in-chief of the raid center, R. Edelbryce Gal Riveston, who asked if they had sent these people, assuming that they would also try to persuade him. The commander turned to the girl, saying that he was leaving them for a short while, as he had an important conversation with Rushmer. First of all, he apologized for not being able to come in person and having to address him in this way, but he really wanted to talk to him directly. The man replied that he had changed, but he had no topics for discussion. He had been a faithful servant of His Majesty, but still felt disgust for the top brass of the empire. The commander said that all this was connected with that very incident. He seems to have a good grasp of the matter, and they can call it the minimum preparation for a successful dialogue. Then he should know why he cannot return to the empire, but the conversation is not over yet. The commander noted that there were not 6 of them. The man asked in surprise what he was talking about. The commander began to list names: Jacob, Brenda, Arnold, Kenneth, Vig, Reinhardt. The man looked at him sharply and demanded to know how he knew these names. The commander calmly replied that there were not 6 of them, but 8. There are 2 more he has overlooked. The man asked in a rage if this was really true. The commander confirmed, adding that these 2 were well known to him. At this time, Swallow simply lay there, while Patrick reasoned that in this situation, the minimum effort was required for maximum results. However, let him think for himself whether he will get involved in the problem now or later. He will still have to spend energy. The protagonist replied that if you make an effort after the problem has appeared, it will definitely bear fruit. Patrick was surprised by such productive thinking. The protagonist said that he would rather choose guaranteed happiness in the present than uncertainty in the future. Patrick admitted that this actually makes sense. Then he, for the sake of his happiness, will go on vacation right now. Immediately after this, the main character declared that he would sort everything out. Patrick said that first he needed to put the dungeon in order. Let him consider it self-organization, especially since the first and second rooms were still empty. The main character was surprised, grinning, because he was already perfect. When Patrick just burst out laughing, the protagonist realized that he had better write down what he was saying, to look around the rooms or something. He came to the conclusion that he would have to quietly steal his resignation letter and tear it up. If he is not mistaken, food is stored in this room. He will have to examine everything here carefully. At that moment, the main character was suddenly very surprised by something. He returned to Patrick, who, noticing him, was also surprised that the boss had returned so quickly. Patrick asked if he had simply run through all the rooms. The protagonist shook his head and said that the problem had been discovered faster than he expected. Patrick frowned and asked what the problem was and why the boss suddenly became so serious. Swallow explained that an unexpected situation had arisen in the warehouse. He reported that the food was over. Someone apologized guiltily to the master. The man was on his knees, not daring to raise his head. Melju said that the Monster Trading Guild usually visits them when there is a problem with provisions. Patrick confirmed her words, adding that while other dungeons turn to ancient sources for goods, in their case, it is not just a privilege, but a mutually beneficial cooperation, in which they provide the leprechauns with protection. Melju asked about leprechauns, the very ones whose merchants are considered the best among monsters or someone else. He began to address him. He asked where North was. Melzu asked Ilyusha if the gentleman remembered the members of this guild, to which Patrick replied that he did, especially North, who even among the laws showed outstanding talent and was liked by the boss. The man asked to be allowed to explain. A few days ago, most of the guild suffered from robbery. The main king or kings, and not only them, asked to figure out who could have done this. The man explained to him that the orcs did it. Patrick said it was most likely Nilkabal. He can't give everything because some of the goods are for the master. North tried to stop them, but those bastards didn't even listen. He wondered if this was his limit or if they had killed him. But no, they took him away along with the supplies. He was asked if it was true. He swore, but they did not believe him. He sincerely regretted it and was ready to give his life. He only begged them to visit his comrades. He chuckled and asked where they were headed. Everything turned out to be much more complicated than he thought. He also knew that Nilkabal would dare to rob the guild. He is a monster, but it seemed there were enough supplies for the war. Patrick said the food could be returned, but that was not the problem. Swallow noted that the real problem was in North. He ordered to take him to the orcs. Patrick asked if he should go with the boss, but Swallow said no, he would show him what such vile food theft leads to. At this time in another place. The orc said that someone was a fool. It was worth just giving up the profession in a good way, but he didn't know that it was intended for the dungeon of evil. At that moment, someone told them to stop. How can you believe this when there are only cowards around him? He really wants them to negotiate with other dungeons or something instead of robbing. Perhaps it is worth reminding that war is already on the doorstep. Even if it comes to a conflict with other dungeons, Gakundar, there are no weaklings, no problems will arise, even if they bring an ancient monster from the core of antiquity. At that moment, a man appeared and asked if he was sure he wouldn't regret what he said. They couldn't understand who it was, that same dwarf. It was the same escaped leprechaun. Then he said that he came for North, but they only laughed at him, of course, and said that one human mercenary would not do anything to them. Then he asked again where North was. He's talking about that bearded guy or something. Let them bring him here. Once he found himself stranded after escaping and decided to return, he would not give him a chance. They started asking North if he was okay, demanding that he wake up, and the bastard who did this to him only said that he was annoying, so they had to quickly calm him down. He just threw it down and told me to pick it up. Naturally, the man immediately rushed towards him. At that moment, North whispered for him to run. The man looked at him with tears in his eyes. Just at that moment, North was killed, shot in the back. Of course, the man couldn't believe it. The orc said that he would have died anyway, so he should be grateful that he was put out of his misery. This was the price he had to pay for daring to hide behind the core of antiquities and challenge Gakundar. At that moment, everyone who was nearby was killed in an instant. He didn't even have time to realize what had happened. Then, of course, he became furious. Now that was a big mistake. He had no intention of resorting to force, despite the fact that he had stolen the profession and desecrated the core of antiquity, but at least it was in front of his eyes. North shouldn't have been touched. The orc couldn't believe what was happening. Could he really be an ancient monster? It turns out the dwarf was telling the truth. He began to beg the shaman to teleport him. He couldn't die here. Swallow realized that teleportation wouldn't work that easily. The orc laughed and said that they would meet again. Just at that moment, the leader appeared before them. He asked the shaman to teleport him, and not the chieftain. The orc began to say that he could explain everything, but instantly lost his head. The leader didn't even listen to him. Then he said it was his fault. His stupidity led to the insolence of his subordinate. He takes responsibility for all this. Swallow asked what he meant by responsibility. It was good. She had a great idea. He said he was going to destroy the empire within a month. 20 times. Let him bring 20 times more food than they stole. The term is 1 month. No, 3 weeks will be enough. Of course, he thought it was absurd. Where would they get so much food? But if he refuses, then not only their dungeon, but also the orcs from the entire continent are threatened with extinction. All that remains for him to do is to attack the empire as soon as possible. He said that he understood everything and swore by the name of Kurak. At that moment, someone expressed surprise. The man said that it turned out that he was not the only one who suffered. The commander confirmed that yes, he had something to tell them all. He invited Sir Rushmore, and also one more person. He invited Sir Cian too. At this point, someone noticed that it was already noon and asked how long he would sleep, telling him to get up. The girl reminded that they had agreed to go and collect herbs. She said all this to a certain Lansler, to which he replied that he would quickly get ready.